God damn it, you guys. Here we go. Take him out, tower. Oh, nice. Fucking him up. We kill all of them? Nice. Where are the bodies at? There's just a few of them. What a beep, beep, beep. Little boomer. Little goober.
Battle for Washington, 100%. Modern Warfare 2, Battle for Washington. The opening segment of your own accord, or of their own accord, when you see Washington burning. Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good, dude. Yo, it's the Zeldstarter and the Wurstlenhammer. What the fuck are these names? I don't speak German. I'm sorry, German fans. I mean no harm. They may just literally ran over the man in the tank. That's probably a war crime. I'm dead. Rookie, you have to defend der Schleissenswaffen. What does that mean? What does that mean? Der Schleichenwaffen. Ricky, shoot you on that beat. Oh no! I don't want to shoot you on the beat anymore! I don't want to do it! I choo-chooed too hard! I choo-chooed way too hard on that beat! Wunderbar! Holton is dead, right? So wouldn't that, because like, isn't Nacht der Untoten being like Night of the Dead because COD Zombies, is that's what the name is? So Kino der Toten is Cinema of the Dead? Then there's the really hard to pronounce one. Der Eisendacher. Ach. Fuck. The Iron Dragon. Or if you say like an American does, Der Eisendrach. Listen, chat. Battle for Washington, 100%. Modern Warfare 2 Battle for Washington. The opening segment of your own accord, or of their own accord, when you see Washington burning. Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good, dude. Yo, it's the Zeldstarter and the Wurstlenhammer. What the fuck are these names? I don't speak German. I'm sorry, German fans. I mean no harm. They may just literally ran over the man in the tank. That's probably a war crime. I'm dead. Rookie, you have to defend der Schleisenswaffen. What does that mean? What does that mean? Der Schleichenwaffen. Ricky, choo-choo on that beat. Oh no! I don't want to choo-choo on the beat anymore! I don't want to do it! I choo-chooed too hard! I choo-chooed way too hard on that beat! Wunderbar! Holton is dead, right? So wouldn't that, because like, isn't Nacht der Untoten being like Night of the Dead because COD Zombies, that's what the name is? So Kino der Toten is Cinema of the Dead? Then there's the really hard to pronounce one. Der Eisendacher. Ach. Fuck. The Iron Dragon. Or if you say like an American does, Der Eisendrach. Listen, chat. I'm trying my best. Also, yes, Sam, but I'm coming to you for Japanese pronunciations. So you can have Shinonuma, you can have Zetsubo no Shima, you can have Tamago, Egg, Man, Egg. Down the rabbit hole is the best mission in the game. Also, this mission on Veteran is fucking bullshit. I remember replaying this mission multiple times just for the one scene where Price and Sandman kick open the door. I genuinely am like, this whole mission, I'm ready for exactly that moment. I don't know what it is, but I hold that scene in such high regard. Ah, this is the part I'm talking about. I don't know, combination of the try to keep up line from Old Man Price, the combo of the US Delta team and Task Force 141, and the music all going at once, just really hits, man. Oh shit! Wait, I can't stand up. I can't there. Wait. Guys, oh, there we go. The game bugged out on me for a second because I was in the Predator missile. I was in the Predator missile thing, so I think it wasn't letting me stand up. We are not going to talk about my grenade tosses. None of you are going to talk about my grenade tosses. Oh, there he goes. Hey, I fired specifically in front of him. I was not gonna hit the president with stray bullets, but damn, I got close. What are we doing? Oh, we're pushing the down thing. Beep. Oh my God. That feel when almost domed the president. Yo, President! Did you see the way he was moving? This part is so funny to me because it's so ridiculous. Like, we're all just so out in the open, but you get this badass moment of all three of the dudes doing this at once, fighting off enemies. Wait, when does Grinch swap to his dual-wielded Desert Eagles? Is he gonna do it? He's doing it! Let's go! This man is dual-wielding Deagles like a fucking champion! Let's go! President's just chilling there. There's so many of them! Hey, remember what I said? No body, no kill. You love to hear it. You love to see it. Whoa! Whoa!
Starfield is nominated for one category. You guys want me to vote? Is it time to vote? Time to go on and vote on this shit. We take a look and see what the nominees are, see who the winners and who the losers are, and kind of just go from there. All right, well, let's take a look at it. We've got nominees. Vote for or view this year's nominees. Find out the winners live on December 7th. That's one month from now. All right, start voting, okay? So, Game of the Year. So we have Alan Wake 2, Baldur's Gate 3, Spider-Man, Resident Evil 4, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, and Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, wasn't Resident Evil 4 a remake? I feel like they should have put Final Fantasy 16 here. I do. I think it's silly that a remake is gonna take the place of Final Fantasy 16. Armored Core 6. The truth is, Armored Core 6 is very niche. Like maybe I would put it instead of Super Mario Bros. Wonder, but I do think that Final Fantasy 16 should be on here. What are we gonna vote, guys? Oh, I wonder. It's obviously fucking Baldur's Gate 3. Everybody knows it. You know it. I know it. I haven't played the game, and I know it's the game of the year. Okay? Like, and I'm not saying like personally, I haven't played it, so I don't know if it's my game of the year. I'm not sure. What's been my game of the year? I don't know. I have no idea. Classic World of Warcraft. Like, what the fuck? Because I haven't played a lot of new games, so it's like, what am I really even gonna say, right? And Quality's Games is so much worse for the last year, except for Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, I don't know about that. I heard really good things about Alan Wake 2. I heard really great things about Resident Evil, Legend of Zelda. Spider-Man, I heard a lot of mixed messaging about it. And yeah, I feel like we've had a lot of great games this year. Even Diablo 4 has been... I've enjoyed the game. Is it the greatest game? No, but I've enjoyed it. It's been fun. So yeah. Now let's be honest, guys. Here are some smaller games that I really wish they could have put on, like, I wish, Jesus! I restarted the PC before this, that's why it happened. I had to restart it to install Valorant. Those were all my other ones. Anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at this. So like, AA or under games of the year. Number 1, Remnant 2, Hollow Cure, Halls of Torment, Let's see here. Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts. I mean, I don't think it's really like it's not up there in my opinion, but like yeah, sure. Armored Core 6. Lies of P. Honkai Star Rail. I know a lot of people don't like that game, but there's also a lot of people that do. Diablo 4, I'm not going to put Diablo 4 in this category. Needy Streamer Overload? No, that game's been out for years, bro. I played that 2 years ago. Lords of the Fallen? Yeah. I didn't like it, but, you know, it should be there, right? A lot of other people thought it was good. Hi-Fi Rush. Did that come out? I thought it came out last year. No, it didn't. Because I remember I played it after Hogwarts Legacy. Hi-Fi Rush. Blasphemous 2. Let's see. FF16. I mean, like these are like. So this would be me. What would I do? I would take if I was the one that made this. I would take Resident Evil and Super Mario Brothers off the list, and I would replace it with Armored Core 6 and Final Fantasy 16. Personally. Like, the new Super Mario Brothers game is nice, but I don't really view this as like a massive transformative thing that moves the game forward, right? That's my personal opinion, right? And I haven't played Spider-Man, so I'm not sure, but I heard the game isn't very short. Some people are disappointed, but I'm sure it's very good for what it is, right? Armored Core 6 was also very short, to be fair. But I would love to see if like Jeff and them like next year, it would be so nice if we could have like another Game of the Year category for developers that are not AAA developers. So like Remnant 2, Hollow Cure, Halls of Torment, Armored Core 6, Lies of P. I think 100% we need to have another Game of the Year category. A BattleBit, yeah, BattleBit. Larian isn't AAA, and that's the thing, right? Is like, you're right that Larian isn't AAA, but
God
like
damn it,
Baldur's
fucking
Gate 3
asshole,
was
piece
so
of
much
shit.
of an anomaly that I would be willing to make it entirely different. Like it was, like I think you can transcend it, but I still think there should be something for like those publishers that don't have that many resources.
Jump Corvo, please.
So, yeah, they are now, exactly. Yeah, so basically, this is, I would love to see a Game of the Year for AA games and under. Let's see what else they have. Okay, so that, yeah, I think Baldur's Gate 3 is going to win this. It is what it is, right? You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Let's go on to the next one. Best game direction. I think that probably, and this is going to be kind of like a, like, I'm not going to vote for Baldur's Gate 3 2 times. So, like, yeah, sure, like, I'm not sure. But I kind of like what they did, at least what I've seen so far with Super Mario Bros. Wonder. I actually think Super Mario Bros. Wonder should win this. But, I have not played Alan Wake. Okay, let me talk about why I think that is. I like the multiplayer options that Super Mario Bros. Brings in. I also like the fact that it got rid of the timer like we watched that video for. And I think Super Mario Bros. Wonder is trying to reinvent what being a side-scroller Mario game really is. And they're doing it in a way that's, I think, kind of big. So that's why I think that. And I think also this is game direction. So like what I'm voting on here is like, this is where I think this game has made like a lot of leaps forward that are healthy for like the genre. Because like we can all agree Tears of the Kingdom isn't getting it, right? Because again, I haven't played it, but everybody that's talked about this, has told me about this, it's basically Breath of the Wild with building, right? So like it's not transformative in a big way.
Just doing this to get the rest of...
So yeah, it's not incredible. I'm sure it's gonna be great if I ever play it, but like I still think what I'm saying is true. The Mario Wonder is literally just Mario. Well, I think that like the little innovations and changes they made were good, especially for something that's so old. And also, you know, it's very different compared to the previous one. So yeah, why would you not award them? In this game, we should just give Baldur's Gate 3 all the awards. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I think it just makes it more interesting.
I think next we're gonna do
best
all
narrative.
Sokolov paintings.
Final Fantasy. As much as I like the Final Fantasy 16 narrative, I already like the Cyberpunk narrative way more. Like, these are the only two that I've played. So, like, and like, I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3 and Elden Wake 2. So, I don't really understand how good these are. And again, like, I'm not going to vote for Baldur's Gate 3 on everything, because I just think it's Game of the Year, period. Right? So, I think it makes it more interesting conversation to talk about other games besides that. Personally, I think Final Fantasy 16 story, I think it was very good. I liked it a lot. But, like, I think about Final Fantasy 16, like, every once in a while, you know? Like, I'll think about that game. I think about the Cyberpunk story, like, at least once every other day. It's just, it's so visceral and good. I really think it's incredible. And so, yeah, why don't you play Baldur's Gate 3? I didn't say I won't play it. I just haven't played it yet. That's all. When are you going to play it again? At some point. Only matters if, award that matters is Game of the Year. All other awards are meaningless. Well, I'm sure that's not what the people that win the awards think. Anyway, so yes, I personally, outside of Baldur's Gate 3, of all the games here that I've played, I would say Cyberpunk would be my winner, right? To be fair though, I have not played Baldur's Gate 3 or Alan Wake 2. Let's see here. Best art direction.
And with the Pendleton twins gone, our own Lord Pendleton will assume their votes.
Ooh. Okay, well, these two are out, right? Mario Brothers and Legend of Zelda are out. It's so hard to compare these two, right? Lies of P is just Bloodborne. I think that Lies of P, we've played a lot of games now from Unreal Engine 5, right? And I would say that a lot of Unreal Engine 5 games have like a sameness to them. And do you guys know what I'm talking about whenever I say this? Yes, okay, good. Lies of P kind of has that. Now, it doesn't have that entirely, and I think that it's unique in its own way. Yes, I am actually going to give it to Lies of P, because I started looking at it from a different perspective, and I think that, yes, they deserve it. And let me go ahead and talk about why. Hi-Fi Rush is basically just a cyberpunk cartoon. That's what it basically is. We've seen a lot of games like this, a lot of, a type of, like, media like this. It's very common. Alan Wake 2, again, it's just so hard to compare the two, right? Because one's horror, the other one's not. But anyway, here's why I think Lies of P deserves it. I think Lies of P deserves it because they changed a extremely niche, like, extreme artistic niche. Like, who the fuck does Pinocchio stuff?
All right.
What the fuck is this? Like, it's not even a thing.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's Robot Bloodborne? No, it's not, though. It's really not Robot Bloodborne. So, Del Toro does. Yeah, sure. But, like, what I'm saying is that, I mean, if you want to have, like, a Pan's Labyrinth or something like that, I think that is a unique art direction for a game. And I think that the puppet element of Lies of P is something that almost no game has really explored. And I think the artistic integration into the game systems of Lies of P, especially with like the puppet arm and everything else about it, it's like the Victorian cyberpunk style is, I think, very unique. And I don't think that we've seen a lot of games like this. Now, have we seen a game like this in the past? Of course, there have been games like this that have existed before. But I think Lies of P has like a very, very cool style of art. I like it a lot, and like I think about the different bosses, right? Because I was thinking like Simon Manus, the Archbishop was really cool. The Jester, you know, like those fucking hellish jesters that you'd have to fight. Those were so cool. And like the fat clowns, Romeo, and like the Puppet King, right? That was so cool. So yeah, I mean, I actually do really think Lies of P deserves best art direction. It's a unique style that we haven't really seen explored at all before. Now, obviously, we've seen it explored tangentially. What you've seen with Bloodborne, or you've seen with something like Pan's Labyrinth. But this is a very interesting meshing of those styles, and I like it a lot. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Lies of P for best art direction. Best score in music. I think Final Fantasy 16 had really good music. I'm just trying to think about. Yeah, I liked it. Atomic Heart. It's not even on here. Hi-Fi Rush, Audio. I mean, like the music here was okay, but I also played the copyright-free version, so I didn't really get a chance to experience the game entirely. I like the Final Fantasy music a lot. I've heard some music from these other games, but personally, I love the Final Fantasy music. Like the thing with the Final Fantasy music is that it's built to go with the game in a way that I think almost no other game does. Like it's like going back. It's like the difference between like going from like the music in Final Fantasy to the music in WoW with like the boss fights. It's like watching Rings of Power and then watching Lord of the Rings. That's how big of a difference I think it is. It's just so phenomenal. It's amazing. So yeah, I think Final Fantasy 16 deserves this. At least from what I've heard. I haven't heard everything from. I've never played Zelda, so like, you know, what do I know? Best audio design. I really can't comment on this. What do you guys think? Yeah, I really actually can't comment on this. I think Hi-Fi Rush has great audio design. Resident Evil 4, you guys are very positive about Resident Evil 4. I'll take your word for it. Again, I'm not really an expert here. So yeah, best audio design. All right, that sounds good. Yo, what if Warzone or PUBG was on this? I feel like one of these years they should just put on Warzone or PUBG on one of these. Holy fuck! All right, next. Best performance. Ben Starr. Oh, this guy played Clive. This guy obviously Cal Kestis. Idris Elba. Cyberpunk. I don't know. I didn't play this one. I'm not sure. I mean, to be fair, I think if you asked people that didn't play Baldur's Gate 3 who they're like, what character is the most recognizable, it would be Astarion. If you ask Coomers, it would probably be Shadowheart, right? But or that other, the fire girl, Karlach, I think that's her name. And but yeah, I think Astarion is probably he has probably the most interesting personality. And I think that interesting personality is created by a voice actor. So maybe you guys are right. And like, it's kind of a weird thing, right? Where like, I personally think the guy that played Cal Kestis for Jedi Survivor did a great job. I think the guy that played Clive, Ben Starr here, I think he did a great job. So I don't really have anything negative to say. But yeah, I think that if you take a character that's like totally unique, nobody really knows who Astarion is, right? And you give him like such a great personality, and that's, a big reason for that is like the person's voice. Then yeah, I think that maybe he deserves that. Idris Elba was insane talent. Yeah, but like he's also playing a character that looks like him, and like it's kind of hard to compare like an A-list, very well-known actor, to like other voice actors, especially whenever the character he's playing is basically him in the game. So like it's very hard for me to compare the two. I feel like it's kind of like not fair, right? Because like everybody, you ask anybody, like any normal person, well, they're gonna vote for him because everybody knows him, right? Newon is him? Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. Yuri might be my favorite Spider-Man. Yeah, I just don't know about that. Next. Innovation and accessibility. Recognizing software and hardware that's pushing the medium forward.
Warehouse
Technology
key,
to help
what the
gamers
fuck?
be played by an even wider audience. I cannot comment. I think Diablo 4 should not win this, 100%.
Huh.
Because like the amount of color overlaps is horrible, and the fact that they don't have WASD just hurts for accessibility. Like, how many of you guys having to do click to move all the time, your wrist starts hurting after a while? Yeah. I don't think we should vote Diablo 4 for this. Hi-Fi Rush had some pretty interesting stuff. Maybe Hi-Fi Rush. I don't know, because I'm not sure about these other games. I don't really play fighting games. The only experience I have with these games is I've watched DSP play these games. That's literally it. Street Fighter wins this by sure for the way. The players learn through the campaign. It's good. Modern controls, easy to pick up for non-fighting games. Okay. I think that what they mean by accessibility is like how many disabled people can play the game. But I see what you're saying. Street Fighter 6, even blind people can play it? Well, I mean, if that's the case, then Street Fighter 6 should win, right? I mean, fuck. Yeah, again, like, I'm just not experienced in that. Games for impact. For a thought-provoking game with a pro-social meaning or message. I haven't played a single one of these. I think these are video games for people with feelings. So I'm not really the target audience here. Yeah, this is the woke category. I remember a Goodbye Volcano High. This was just basically a furry game, right? Like, I mean, that's literally what it was. That's all it was. So yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and move on. Best ongoing game. Outstanding development, ongoing content improves the player experience every time. I think it should either be Cyberpunk or Fortnite. Man, best ongoing game. This is hard. I didn't expect this to be as challenging. A lot of people are saying Genshin. Here's why I would vote. Oh, Final Fantasy 14. There's been a lot of people that I've talked to that have been like not very happy with like the Endwalker content, the post content. They feel like it's super formulaic. I personally would vote for Cyberpunk 2077 if I was going to vote for any of these games. And the reason why is because Cyberpunk 2077 took a game that was a joke and turned it to not being a joke. That's why. Because like an ongoing, right? So like it's very weird to compare these two things because like whenever the game came out, it was horrible, right? It's one of the Hall of Fame video game apologies, right? But Fortnite came out and it was fucking insane, and it's still insane. Genshin with Fontaine, I feel like it's good. Yeah, it's good. But is Genshin like... I think like Fortnite reinvented the game with like this old BR version, like the old one. They had 5 million concurrent players. Like I'm not talking about 5 million people logged on. They had 44 million people log on in one day. That's nuts. So I think that Cyberpunk should win this, just because they took a game, and I really respect. I'm gonna explain why. I really, really respect a game that doubles down, improves the fixes, improves the game, and fixes the bugs. And they make a game, they took a game that was a joke, a meme, and they made it some real shit. So that's why I think Cyberpunk deserves to win it. But I think it's between Cyberpunk and Fortnite, personally. Genshin... I don't think Genshin can beat Fortnite. Like, Genshin's great, but I don't think it can beat Fortnite, man. Rather have a good game that gets better instead of a shit game that people are working on to make good. I understand your point of view, but I think that with Cyberpunk, because it's a very good game now, I think it makes it okay. Like, I would agree with you if they took a bad game and they made it okay, but I think they took a bad game and they made it incredible. That's the difference. So yeah, I would vote for best community support. Ew, ew, ooh, ouch. Ooh. Ooh, wow. Ooh, wow. Ooh. Baldur's Gate 3, best community support. I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 has done a lot for the communities, but again, I think Baldur's Gate 3 is game of the year. So I will never, I think Baldur's Gate 3 is game of the year, period. It's not even a question. So like, I'm not gonna be like voting for it or not voting for it, right? I'm gonna be looking at the other four. I think that it's between Final Fantasy and No Man's Sky. I would love to see No Man's Sky win because of how much they've added into the game for free. And I think that it's just like really great to give somebody like that a sense of support, you know? So I would say probably No Man's Sky, based off of, because like they've done so many updates. It's basically like, imagine No Man's Sky is like Destiny, except for every single thing that you can buy on the store on Steam with Destiny, it's free in No Man's Sky. It's incredible the amount of work they put into that game. Baldur's Gate 3 people on Twitter are wild. Yeah, I know. And they're devs and like people that work at the studio are posting all the time too. You're right. Best independent game. I feel like it's Dave the Diver. Like, is it even a question? Yeah, like I think we go with Dave the Diver, like on Sea of Stars. I mean,
Jesus.
I don't know. I feel like Dave the Diver was like Sea of Stars. I've played Sea of Stars before. I have. I played it on Super Nintendo. I feel like Dave the Diver was way more innovative. Dredge is really good. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't play Viewfinder. I'm not sure about this one. Dave was more impactful. Yeah, I think Dave the Diver is the winner here. Personally, that's what I think. I'm not saying that's 100%, but that's my opinion. I think it should be Dave the Diver. Let's see the next one. Best independent game, all right. I'm so sad like Hollow Cure didn't get mentioned. That's so disappointing. Best debut indie game. Hollow Cure, but yeah, I mean like I'm gonna
So
I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna
easy.
say it.
So fucking easy.
I think Hollow Cure. Personally, I really like Halls of Torment because of the style. I love it. But I think Hollow Cure is probably like the best of that genre. I actually think it's probably the best one. Best debut indie game. As I said, I'm not sure about this one. I can't really comment on this. What's the first one? Oh, sorry, Cocoon. Yeah, it's Cocoon. Apologies, gentlemen. Hopefully you guys can see it there. Pizza Tower? I can't say. Best mobile game. I think Honkai Star Rail should win this, and it shouldn't even be close. Like, this should be a... Bro, this is an absolute blowout. It's not even a question. Why isn't Nikkei on the list? Yeah, what the fuck? Honkai clears, yeah, like all of these other games are a joke. Hello Kitty Island Adventure? What the fuck? No, Honkai Star Rail 100 fucking percent. Absolutely. Nikkei is 2022. Oh, really? Oh, I forgot about that. Let's see here. Let's look at the next one. Best VR and AR. I have this one. I've never played this one, but I know it's this one. Yep, I've already decided.
Nice.
Right? Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
shit, dismembered.
All right, next.
I didn't know they had all that.
Best action game. Oh, I'm so glad Remnant made it on the list. I'm so glad. I'm so happy to see this. Armored Core 6 though. I'm sorry. It's fucking amazing. Like, Remnant is also fucking amazing. But Armored Core 6 is even more fucking amazing. Yeah. Now, I would say that if Armored Core 6 wasn't on this, Remnant 2 clears by far. Like, by far, I think Remnant is the best action game out of these, besides Armored Core 6. Try new DLC on Remnant 2, it's out now. I've actually been playing through Remnant 2 off stream, so I can get caught up and do the DLC. I went through, like, I think I'm pretty close to the end of the game. And, yeah, are you guys sad about that? What? Oh, come on, I mean, I can't play every game all the time on stream, right? If it makes you guys feel any better, I only did 2 bosses. Abandon us, stream it? Yeah, I know. There's a lot. I didn't even finish Armored Core 6. Well, I beat it once, right? I understand that there's more versions of the game. Yeah, Armored Core 6 is so fucking cool. Not gonna be Game of the Year. Armored Core 6 is too niche to be Game of the Year, realistically, right? But I think it absolutely deserves Best Action Game. 100%. But Remnant 2, absolutely, I think that, you know, it's very hard to compete with From Software, right? But Remnant 2 is also incredible. I would absolutely recommend buying both of them. Best action and adventure game. There's a part of me that wants to say Jedi Survivor was really good, but I feel like Tears of the Kingdom probably clears Jedi Survivor, right? Like, guaranteed. Like, I mean, Jedi Survivor was a great game. It was. Like, it's weird, like, because I actually wish that I didn't beat the frogs in Jedi Survivor, because mentally, whenever I beat the frogs, I knew that nothing
Your
else in
friend
the
could
game
find
would
your
ever
body.
come even close to how hard that is. So I just quit the game. Straight up, I literally just quit the game after I beat the frogs, because I, like, in my mind, I beat the game. Same, yeah. But I think the game was great. I'd probably go with Legend of Zelda, but yeah, I'm not really sure. Let's see here. Oops, excuse me. I think Zelda probably should go with this. Best RPG. Again, not voting with Baldur's Gate. I think Baldur's Gate 3, I hope they make it to where you can't win. Like, I don't know. Like, would you guys want to see Baldur's Gate 3 win, like, 7 different awards? Or would you guys want to see, like, each game win an award? Yes? There's, like, I don't know. Like, I think it makes it more interesting if you can only win 1 award. I don't know. I mean, if it deserves it, it should win. And you're right. You're right. I mean, and the thing is, you can go back. Here's a great parallel to this, all right? Is that in 2003, guess which fucking movie won every fucking Oscar award? Lord of the Rings. And I think that was deserved. Yeah.
So
Return of the King,
love.
Lord of the Rings. Yep. So, I don't know. Maybe you guys are right. Maybe Baldur's Gate 3 does deserve to, like, you know, have Sven up there again. I can't. How do I hold all these awards? You know? So, I don't know. 11 Oscars? Yeah, exactly. Maybe they do that. And I will say again, like, not counting Baldur's Gate 3, I think Final Fantasy 16 should not win. Because there's no character customization or progression, and there's no multiplayer. I think Liza P should win this. And I'm just basing it off of, like, what their text is. Like, Final Fantasy 16 is a great action game, and it has some character customization, but I don't think it's as in-depth. Like, Lies of P innovated on a genre in a completely unique and new way with the way that weapons are designed in Fable Arts. And also with, like, the P organ. And I think that it deserves that. Baldur's Gate 3 is actual RPG? No, I'm talking about besides Baldur's Gate 3. Obviously, Baldur's Gate 3 is the best RPG. We all know this, right? So I'm just thinking, like, besides that, I would go with Lies of P. Best fighting game. Nickelodeon. Street Fighter 6, in my opinion. I am an enjoyer of watching Street Fighter or fighting games. I am not an enjoyer of playing fighting games. So I would absolutely go with Street Fighter 6 because I think the game is just so great to watch. I think Mortal Kombat is confusing to watch.
Mission
I
7.
think it's too complex.
What is it called?
Street Fighter
Okay.
is way simpler to watch, and I think that it doesn't lose anything that Mortal Kombat has. See, everybody is giving me question marks, right? I'm speaking as a person who is a layman at both games. I can watch Street Fighter 6 and immediately understand what's going on. In Mortal Kombat, there were a lot of nuances to it that I didn't fully understand. And it took me longer to pick up on all of those things. So from my perspective, and I think also Street Fighter 6 is just more interesting to watch. I think that the colors are more vibrant, the characters are more interesting. They're like, the characters aren't characters, they're like caricatures. Like, obviously everybody knows the Mortal Kombat characters because Mortal Kombat is the most famous fighting game probably ever, right? I will say though, Street Fighter has, like, I think the coolest characters. It does. I think it has the coolest fucking characters. Tekken? Well, I think that, actually, that's such a good question. I'm gonna look it up right now. Google Trends. I want to see what the most popular fighting game is. Mortal Kombat 1. It's very hard for me to show Street Fighter 6. Tekken video game? Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, Mortal Kombat is way higher. That's what I was saying. It's the most famous game. It is. There it is. Yeah, you're right. Tekken 8, remove the numbers. No, it'll mess it up if I do that. Yeah, see?
You were making funny faces.
Past day. Oh, it's past day. Oh, excuse me. Let me change this. Past 12 months.
Calista was taking her back. She told me if there's ever trouble,
Yeah.
I should always run.
There it is. Street Fighter 6 is huge. Yeah, Tekken's not that big. I'm really surprised. Maybe it's like not being worldwide. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. Huh. I expected Tekken to be higher worldwide. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Flatline. Yeah, it sucks. You guys want? Let's check Soul Calibur. Oh god. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I think Street Fighter 6 is way better to watch. I like Street Fighter 6 way more, and I think it's the best fighting game. I understand Mortal Kombat's way more popular, but I think Street Fighter 6 is the best. There it is. Let me go ahead and move on. Best family game? I don't know. Like maybe Party Animals? Like I'm not really sure. Pikmin? Yeah, I don't know. Mario? Yeah, I can't really, I'm not sure. Sonic Sweep? Is it really? Alright, let's go to the next one. Best sim or strategy game? Oh man, dude, I used to play this back in the day. Holy shit. I hear a lot of good things about City Skylines 2, and I don't know about Pikmin. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I mean, if you put Pikmin in this category, Pikmin's like a little bit of both, so I'm not really sure exactly how you would, how you'd really compare the two. That's what I think. So yeah, Fire Emblem for sure. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. If I had to say, I mean, I'd probably say between Cities Skylines and Pikmin, but I'm not really certain. Like, that's just basically a vibe check, you know?
you get to the
Next.
point? That mask of yours let you blend right in. Enjoy your evening out with the folk of quality. Better you than me.
Oh shit, that's right. There's a new game that came out called Teardown. Hold up. Teardown, $30. It's a good price. Ultimate Deluxe. This game looks like so much fun. There's the season pass. What's all the extra shit for it? This might be a game that I could play for like a long time. Got 4.71. Deluxe is 40. What's the difference? It's not gonna show the Teardown Deluxe includes Teardown Time Campers DLC, a campaign extension set in the Wild West available at launch. Campaign expansion that introduces new vehicles and a series of destructive racing game modes. Available spring 2024. Oh, the Folk Race DLC. What is the ultimate? Oh, the season pass. Spawnable, transformable robot vehicle equipped with destructive systems and a grappling hook. That sounds fucking awesome. Season pass includes the Time Campers DLC, the Folk Race DLC, 2 additional DLCs available by the end of 2024. How much is it? In cart? It's already in cart? What? How much is it? Oh, 50. It's not bad. I'm gonna get that later. We gotta finish up Dishonored. I don't know if I'm gonna do this Dishonored DLC. See you, Sam. Oh shit. Oh, I made it. Can I get above the tall boys? Shit. You need more men. What the fuck do you mean? You goddamn pussy. I didn't even see you.
Optimistic about Frontiers of Pandora. Just like the films, it's the sound design, visuals, and world building that really left a lasting impression. And honestly, any chance to immerse myself back into the world of Pandora is a welcome one indeed. So at the start of the event, the creative director presented on stage to sort of set the scene, as it were.
Alright, let's
As you
go.
might have seen from the trailers, the story is about a group of Na'vi that were abducted as children by the humans, known as the RDA. They were then trained in their ways and secluded from the outside world. During the events of the first Avatar film, the Na'vi attempt to take
Corvo,
Pandora
come
back.
on.
The humans then
Why
start
can't you
eliminating
go?
all the Na'vi captives, except for you, as you're secretly ushered into
Oh,
cryosleep
she's one
to
specific
ensure
little
your
spot,
survival.
nice.
You're then woken up years later during the events of Avatar 2, with no knowledge of Pandora or Na'vi culture, and you must learn their ways in order to aid the fight against the return of the RDA. While Avatar 2 is taking place over by the water, this game is set way off in the western frontier, which is home to a brand new array of locations and Na'vi clans. So note that character creation is a feature of this game, but not one that I was able to play with. In this hands-on demo, I only had access to an early section of the game where I got to explore one of the locations. The full game will have 3 distinct regions. There's the open plains, a sort of eerie swamp, and a rainforest paradise, which is the area I had access to here. So this is a very pretty game. Immediately you will recognize the striking visuals and how staggeringly dense the foliage is. Once you get up high, you're able to really soak in those expansive vistas and see right across Pandora's landscape. So much interesting flora going on that's been pulled straight from the films too. All the bioluminescent plants lighting the way, and those spiral plants that make the satisfying sound as you run past. It's got a day and night cycle, of course, a dynamic weather system as well that can drastically alter the mood. During the Q&A, the creative director mentioned that one of his favorite things to do is fly above the clouds during a storm to escape the threat of being hit by lightning. Unfortunately, didn't get to try this myself, but it's a neat thing that I'm looking forward to in the full release. Worth mentioning though that I did have some performance issues where on a few occasions the frame rate would drop significantly for a short while. This is a work in progress build, of course, but it is something that I'll be keeping an eye on when the game releases. As a current gen only game, it's also taking advantage of ray tracing. In fact, during the Q&A session,
Corvo, how
the
can you
technical
not jump on
director
top of there?
clarified that there is actually no non-ray tracing mode, so similar to the recent Spider-Man 2. Wasn't a lot of reflective surfaces to really showcase that here in the demo, but I imagine you'll see this really come into play during the rainy weather or around those ironclad RDA bases. I'm gonna be honest, it was a bit of sensory overload at first, but the one thing that kept it manageable was the UI. Namely, that there isn't much of it. It's quite minimal, which I really appreciate, especially given that the UI in some Ubisoft games can be a bit much. I was also informed we were playing this in the guided mode, mind you. There's actually an exploration mode in the full game that will further reduce UI elements, incentivizing you to really use your senses for navigation. The sounds in particular were quite a highlight. Part of the event involved us going into the sound director's booth where he explained some of the tech involved in producing this soundscape. A notable point is that the noises you hear in the background are not just some tracks being played on loop to sort of fake the ambience. Rather, every plant, creature, and structure has its own positional audio, all working in concert to create this very diverse, very real soundscape. You can locate RDA bases from the whirring of their generators. Every bird you hear is an actual bird singing in the canopy. This soundscape is also reactive to the player, so when you fire a human gun, for example, all the wildlife will scatter, reducing the soundscape to near silence. Inversely, they will not
Lord
be
Shaw, I
used by
can kill
Na'vi
him.
weaponry, and whistling for your
Nah, I'm not gonna
banshee
whistle. I'm
can sometimes
stupid,
result
I
in the
gotta do
birds
Slack
whistling
Jaw
back.
achievement.
Apparently 2 years of work went into just player Foley, so recording the player's footsteps on various terrain and all the weapon sounds, all slightly different under various weather conditions, if the player is wet or dry. It's nothing that'll materially impact your gameplay, but it's these neat touches and attention to detail that help to deeply immerse you in the world of Pandora. So my first objective was to find a specific fruit to harvest and bring back to the healers. Note that I only needed to find one of these. The creative director made the point that when it comes to harvesting, there was a real focus on quality over quantity. As a result, certain gatherables can be quite rare, and harvesting them in specific locations and conditions will grant you higher quality yields. You'll need to build up this library of knowledge through scanning plants with your Na'vi vision, which also allows you to track them. When it comes to gathering, each plant has its own little mini game where you'll use the DualSense haptics to feel for the right angle to pull the fruit without damaging the plant. Very satisfying to do. Even gathering materials from animals has this process to it. Killing killing one with Na'vi weaponry will give you better materials, whereas using RDA weapons will render them unusable. You'll get down on your knees, pay respect to the creature and to Awa before skinning it.
Your spirit goes to Awa, and your body stays to become part of the people. Thank you for these gifts.
This folds neatly into the crafting and cooking, which are also really core to the gameplay loop here. You're not just pushing nebulous stats with gear. Each piece you craft or meal you cook provides meaningful benefits that can enhance your desired playstyle.
But
from my experience,
what
they
do I
don't
do?
require loads of components either. Just a couple with the highest grade materials you've got. Again, quality over quantity. At one point during the demo, I came upon a lake. I saw an animal drinking by the water, and as I approached, I watched it keel over and die in front of me. Confused, I looked to my demo assistant and asked what happened. He told me to turn around. Lo and behold, the area here was completely polluted to hell and back. There's dead wildlife everywhere, all color sapped from the environment, a plain indication that an RDA base was nearby. This is a key part of the open world. Many locations have rotten away as a result of the RDA's influence, and destroying these bases will allow nature to reclaim that area, providing you with more plants and wildlife to harvest. Alongside these, there are also random events that appear out in the world, like trapped animals surrounded by RDA that I needed to clear out, or the time I came upon a beast with a tracking dart
need your money.
implanted that I could remove if I approached carefully. All of this exists in the way that it does to further push that relationship
Oh, they got mad.
between the Na'vi and Pandora, which stands in stark contrast to something like Far Cry, where it's all about destruction and anarchy, blowing shit up without consequence. Frontiers of Pandora is clearly a commentary about civilization's impact on the natural world, which manifests itself here in the way you carefully harvest materials, use only what's necessary, and how Pandora's flora and fauna are impacted by the return of the RDA. In the open world, there's also hidden puzzles, platforming areas to reach skill points, hacking mini-games to reactivate camps. There's side quests as well, though the ones I did were quite brief, often involving just visiting a single location, finding a thing, and then it was done. Unsure if we can expect any sort of in-depth quest chains. It's all rather basic open world events, which is a concern of mine, but hopefully there's enough to stumble upon
Hey,
in
guy.
full release to keep exploration feeling fresh.
You're okay.
The best part of this demo was in the next section, where I was bounding between these sky islands as I make my way up to the Banshee Roost. Movement in this game feels pretty good. You've got a slide, charge jump, double jump, lots of different plants you can utilize for traversal as well. My only gripe is that the running speed,
we'll talk by
even
the
while
heater.
sprinting,
Stay
felt a little
warm,
slow. It
cozy.
could just be because of the FOV, but yeah, it didn't quite reflect the speed and athleticism of this 10-foot tall species. The music that kicks in here though is wonderful. I mean, it feels like it's been ripped straight from the films, though I can confirm that it is a totally original score. I then bond with my Banshee, and away I went for my first flight. It doesn't feel as fluid as, say, the Griffin in Guild Wars 2, which is the best flying mount in any game, seriously, look it up. But it's still fun to fly. You can dive bomb, barrel roll, and shoot from it. There was an effort made here to ensure you form a connection with your Banshee as well. They're meant to be an extension of their rider, after all. Like your character, you can gear them up, customize them, give it a name, feed it its favorite food to top up stamina. Hell, it has its own skill tree. I was assured that you can fly the Banshee anywhere in the world as well. So yeah, it's not just in designated zones or anything. Note that you can only fly in third person though. There's no first person option. Bit of a shame, as I would have liked to have maintained that immersion inherent with the first person view, because yes, I am that kind of guy that exclusively drives cars at Cyberpunk in first person. I think it would have helped with the combat as well, because sometimes the Banshee's wings would get in the way and I'd be firing blind. But regardless, it was admittedly fun to try and swoop by an enemy and headshot them with an arrow while maintaining speed. In the final section, I then fly my Banshee over to a nearby RDA base, where I got the chance to properly try the game's combat. I was told I could take this on either silently or guns blazing. I started stealthy, one shot an amp suit, but then he blew up and alerted the entire base. So guns blazing it is. The fundamentals of combat are solid. Sound design is again a real highlight. Gunshots are meaty, the sound reverberating nearby metal materials, and the bows especially pack some serious punch. Like the heavy bow sounds like a rocket launcher. The sound designer pointed out that they wanted the bows to feel more satisfying to use than the human weapons, and they've certainly achieved that here. Notice I did say bows, because yeah, you've got 3 different bows here, a heavy bow, long bow, and short bow, each with a couple different ammo types. There's also a sort of slingshot thing that you can use to lob various explosives. Then you've got 3 human weapons, an RPG, assault rifle, and shotgun. You can't aim down sights with these, just hip fire, but it makes sense given that these are alien to Na'vi. If I'm not mistaken, that's about it. That's all the weapons. There are no melee weapons in this arsenal, which is odd. You can only punch. Bit of a missed opportunity, if I'm honest, given the vast array of weaponry showcased across the films and the first Avatar game. I imagine Ubisoft Massive wanted to keep this as a shooter, which is what the studio is most experienced with, and to their credit, they have indeed nailed the feel of ranged combat here. Seen a lot of commentary online that this game looks just like Avatar Far Cry. I will say this demo, at least when it comes to actual gameplay, didn't completely dissuade that notion. On the contrary, I feel this sandbox could have benefited from pulling more from that series, because those games have quite a developed sandbox by this point. So many tools for stealth or assault. All I could really do is shoot things. It felt strange because the whole game does a pretty great job at reinforcing that Na'vi fantasy, obeying the rules of Pandora. Except the combat. You can't send your Banshee to attack dudes, you can't throw bait to attract a Thanator into the camp or something, you can't zipline along vines or set silent traps, or make use of natural poisons or carnivorous plants, or even just distract enemies by throwing rocks. These are things you can basically do in Far Cry that would have felt right at home here, using Pandora's natural order to your advantage, and encouraging a stealthy playstyle to avoid disturbing the environment. In terms of enemies, in this demo, there were only the human grunts on the ground, the humans in the amp suits, the helicopters, and various hostile animals.
Shit.
They each have distinct weak points that you'll need to target. Some of the animals had specific animations I needed to wait for to be able to pierce their armor. However, I will say that none of these demanded you really change up your approach. There are actually no difficulty options either, which is curious, even in the full game I was told. So I am a little worried about difficulty. That said, during this demo, I thought the damage scaling overall was pretty decent. There were multiple occasions here where I was really on the back foot, desperately searching for health or ammo, making considered preparation for these sorts of encounters quite crucial.
I might get this game if they have good open world shit to do.
So that's my first impressions after 2 hours with Avatar Frontiers of Pandora. Again, a mix of things I liked and things I was less keen on, but I also still have some outstanding questions, like for example, the story. While I adore the first Avatar movie, I don't think the story there was anything original. It's the presentation and the world building that really captivated me, and I suspect Frontiers of Pandora will do the same. I mean, it does succeed in feeling like you've been thrown straight into the film, retreading the footsteps of Jake Sully. Your character is fresh to the Na'vi world after all, experiencing all this for the first time. So even if you're one of the 7 people that haven't watched Avatar, you will be well serviced by this onboarding experience. Obviously though, there's not much I could glean from this short demo when it comes to narrative. At the moment, it seems to be a very familiar story about anti-colonialism, environmentalism, etc. But I do think those themes of preserving the natural world
stealth.
really
We
do
need that.
come through here, in the way that Pandora's landscape and soundscape respond to your actions and human interference. I'm really excited to visit the other locations though, particularly the open plains biome, which looks quite distinct from anything we've seen in the films. During the world building presentation, we were told about a clan there that shares a symbiotic relationship with these giant beasts who they feed and they build makeshift settlements behind to protect them from the harsh winds. Like, that's super cool. I want to see what that's about, how they're impacted by the RDA. I'm curious to know what combat on a dire horse feels like, or how sick I can make my Banshee look, and what secrets can be found within this stunning slice of Pandora. There's already DLC planned, likely taking us to new corners of the world, and the game also supports 2-player online co-op, which is excellent, likely the way I'll end up playing it. So yeah, as I said, I'm feeling optimistic about this game, especially 14-year-old me. He's like cheering right now. I like what it's doing when it comes to sound design, visuals, its message regarding the natural world and our relationship to it. Interested to see how it all pans out when the full game releases across PS5, Xbox Series and PC later this year on December 7th.
Have you ever dreamed of starting your own business? Doesn't have to be the next Amazon, it could just be you making stuff you like to make, selling it online for a neat profit. Maybe you want to provide a service, giving your time and expertise to others. Whatever it is you might want to do, you're probably going to need a website, and there's no better place to build a website than Squarespace. Squarespace provide intuitive end-to-end tools allowing you to make a professional looking website in minutes. It starts with their templates. Just choose one that interests you and you can immediately start customizing it to your taste. After that, you can start utilizing all of Squarespace's e-commerce functionality. It has everything essential to transacting business online: ordering and inventory management, support for postage and tracking, accounting support to ensure you're tracking your tax liabilities, plus it supports a huge range of back-end payment options like Stripe, PayPal, and Afterpay. Back in the day, you had to pay companies tens of thousands of dollars to set this stuff up for you, and money every single month to manage it. Now you can do this stuff yourself for a fraction of the cost, making it easier than ever before for you to turn that business idea of yours into a reality. If you're interested and you want to check it out, then visit Squarespace to start building your website through their free trial. And if you want to get serious, use offer code SKILLUP for 10% off your purchase of a domain name. Thanks Squarespace for sponsoring the video, and thank you for watching it. You think rockets and AI are impressive technology? Well, wait until you get a load of Manscaped's new Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, the next generation trimmer with interchangeable blade heads for whatever shave you can imagine. Upgrade your grooming game to the Ultra Sphere this year by going to manscaped.com for 20% off plus free shipping with code SKILLUP. High tech for low places, thanks to Manscaped. Gamers, how y'all doing? I'm doing pretty good, thank you for asking. With the excesses of release season now behind us, I've been finding a little more work-life balance. Good timing too, since it's starting to warm up a little here in Sydney, and it's nice to get outside from time to time. I'm still playing games and staying on top of the news, of course. I mean, just this week we had more news on the Bungie layoffs. We had BlizzCon, where Blizzard announced like 18 World of Warcraft expansions, and we got a truckload of Xbox news, since Microsoft are making all sorts of moves in relation to Activision Blizzard, Game Pass, Halo, Bethesda, and more. It's a good spread of news this week. I think you'll like this episode. Alright, that's enough time at first base. Time to make our move. Here comes the news. Let's start by circling back to that Bungie news. You'll recall that last week the studio sacked over 100 of its staff. They communicated internally Destiny 2 was on track to miss its revenue targets by 45%, and the player sentiment and retention was at an all-time low. They also delayed the Final Shape expansion into June, though that hasn't been officially confirmed yet, and they also delayed their upcoming Extraction Shooter Marathon into 2025, though that too has not been publicly confirmed yet. Since we covered the news last week, Bungie has gone on to issue their own statement that they call Our Path Forward. Quote, "This has been one of the most difficult weeks in our studio's history as we parted ways with people we respect and admire. We spent this week supporting one another, including those who are at the studio, as well as friends and colleagues who no longer are. We want to acknowledge the feedback and concerns you have about Lightfall and recent seasons, as well as your responses to the reveal of the Final Shape. We know we have lost a lot of your trust. Destiny needs to surprise and delight. We haven't done that enough, and that's going to change," end quote. They did go on to talk about their desire to see the Final Shape expansion be the best one yet, eclipsing the Taken King, Forsaken, and the Witch Queen. In the case of Forsaken, that's a very tall order, since that expansion was loaded with content thanks to the contribution of other studios co-developing Destiny at the time. Unclear how Bungie planned to top that, but it'd certainly be nice to see them do it. Outside of this, Paul Tassi was able to speak to a number of sources who confirmed additional details about how the layoff announcement played out. He learned that Sony did initiate the call for spending cuts, but left Bungie to execute on that, with Bungie management deciding on redundancies, despite promising just 18 months ago that it would not do that. Many staff found themselves locked out of email and messaging systems before being informed that they were laid off, while others found out on Twitter. It's not easy to get these processes right, but that right there is a perfect example of how to fuck it up entirely. As for why this happened, that 45% shortfall versus forecast is apparently partly due to the targets being unrealistic, but it's also a reflection of the current state of the game. Tassie confirmed that Lightfall was a very negative turning point for Destiny 2, as player engagement dropped off hard owing to that expansion's very negative reception, the seasonal model feeling rather stale, and the PvP side of the game being essentially abandoned for years. One tidbit that surfaced from IGN's coverage is that Bungie CEO Pete Parsons allegedly told staff after the layoffs that Bungie had retained the right people to carry Destiny 2 forward. A truly insensitive comment to make, given that these layoffs were apparently cost-driven rather than merit-based. It follows his earlier tweets where he lamented the layoffs as though they were totally beyond his control, refusing to take responsibility for them despite the fact that he's literally the CEO. It's his watch, and it's also a complete reversal of the promise he made to staff 18 months ago. As for what's next, we await Bungie's official confirmation of the delay for both Final Shape and Marathon, with Bungie's silence on this leading some to speculate that Final Shape may be delayed even further, perhaps targeting a Q3 or Q4 release while they look to further improve the offering. They do promise that they'll start speaking soon about all this stuff, so watch this space, I guess. By the way, if you want to deep dive into this whole thing, I sat down with 3 of Destiny 2's biggest content creators, Dado, Bife, and Aztec Cross. They joined the FPS podcast last week to discuss their reaction to the layoffs, their take on the current state of Destiny, and their hopes for both Destiny and Marathon into the future. It was a really awesome chat. I definitely recommend checking it out if you're a Destiny enjoyer. I'll leave a link to it below the like button. Turning now to BlizzCon, it happened this past weekend, the first time since Microsoft bought the company. To celebrate, Phil Spencer was there in the flesh, and he had some kind words for Blizzard and Blizzard fans, quote, "We will nurture the essence of what has made Blizzard unique," end quote. Fair enough, can't argue with that, and to be fair, that has been Microsoft's approach thus far when it comes to other acquisitions, so there's every reason to suspect they'll continue that into the future. As for BlizzCon announcements, we got confirmation that the first Diablo expansion will be titled The Vessel of Hatred. It's due out at the back end of next year and will see us journey into the jungle world of Nahantu to pursue Mephisto. You might think that the jungle setting would see a return of the Witch Doctor class, but you'd be wrong, because Blizzard have said that there is a new class coming, but it's one that the franchise has never seen before, which really bums me out, because I want the Paladin back ASAP. The new class is rumored to be something called a Spiritborn, a nature-wielding class, but that's just a rumor at this point based on some data mining. Not for nothing, but I've actually continued to play Diablo 4 since launch, and I'm now playing through Season 2, and I'm really liking it. I get the complaints from the super hardcore Diablo community, but as someone who is just slowly working my way through each class, planning to level 1 each season, Diablo 4 is really working for me, and Blizzard are definitely putting in the work to build out the game in a way that's hopefully going to make the hardcore crowd happy one day. Except for the cash shop, of course, because those prices are truly embarrassing. Turning now to World of Warcraft, it got its moment in the sun as well, with Blizzard revealing not 1, not 2, but 3 new expansions. It's their effort to set up a saga, which they're calling World Soul, and its 3 expansions begin with one titled The War Within. It was revealed with a really excellent cinematic trailer featuring both Thrall and Anduin having a very tense emotional exchange before panning up to reveal a big-ass sword. A lot of lore implications there for those who follows WoW's sprawling lore and storyline. That expansion will be out next year, no date provided on when the next 2 expansions will drop, but it'll probably be every 2 years like the current expansion cadence. WoW Classic is also getting some new stuff. Cataclysm is confirmed to be coming to the Classic experience, a controversial call since that was when many would argue the wheels started coming off the WoW experience. Blizzard did say they'd be making changes to Cataclysm, but weren't specific about what that meant, so we'll have to wait and see. They also announced Season of Discovery, which is a new way to experience Classic content that remixes classes, enemy designs, boss encounters, and more. It's sort of like a Classic Plus experience, riffing on the original game feel to deliver something new for an audience that likes that old school feeling. To be honest, it's actually really interesting, and with a level cap of 25, it's clearly aiming to be a more casual experience than the full leveling and endgame grind that scares a lot of people away from trying Classic WoW. There was also chatter about the idea of WoW coming to consoles. PC Gamer spoke to Holly Longdale, VP and executive producer of World of Warcraft, and they asked her if it was the technical barriers that hold WoW back from coming to consoles. She responded thusly, quote, "Well, it depends who you ask. I don't think it is. Frankly, I think we're pretty well positioned, which is kind of why we talk about it," end quote. She'd go on to clarify that it's absolutely not a priority at the moment as the team are focused on shipping this new multi-year saga, but she did end the exchange by saying, quote, "It would be very insincere to say that we're not, like, of course we're talking about that. We are Microsoft now," end quote. With a response like that, it feels like WoW on consoles is a matter of when and not if. It wasn't all good news for Blizzard this week though. The Jacob Wolf report is reporting that a vote is now underway involving the Overwatch League's 20 teams, and that vote is on whether or not to dissolve the league. Wolf is reporting the vote is likely to be carried, at which point Microsoft would need to pay out $120 million in compensation across the 20 contracted teams. The competitive Overwatch scene will likely continue in some form though, as Wolf is reporting that Blizzard are working with the Saudi state-owned ESL to take over management of the league and deliver it under their umbrella. It's an ignoble end for what was the most expensive league in the history of esports, with Bobby Kotick selling spots for $20 million a pop, promising teams that Overwatch PvP would be the biggest game in the history of esports. That never made sense to me because Overwatch is not good to watch at all. It lacks the viewability of stuff like League of Legends and the tension of stuff like CSGO. Still, rich esports team owners ate it up, and now they're looking to cash out. One final Blizzard-related tidbit. Remember Greg Street, aka Ghostcrawler? He worked on WoW for years before leaving to work on Riot's upcoming MMO. He left that before shipping the product, and now he's announced that he's starting his own MMO with blackjack and hookers. No, I'm joking about that. At least I think I am. Who knows what his game contains? We do know that he's announced a new studio called Fantastic Pixel Castle, and they're developing a new AAA MMO codenamed Ghost. Given the dev time for MMOs, expect to hear more about this one in approximately 2030. Turning now to Xbox news, it's been a very mixed week for Team Green. BlizzCon certainly put some wind in their sails as most of the announcements went down a treat, but it follows some rockier news around things like Game Pass, accessories, Bethesda, and Halo. For Game Pass, it's been revealed that Game Pass subscriber growth has been removed from Microsoft CEO's Satya Nadella's performance metrics, a hint that Microsoft are looking to rein in growth projections after falling significantly short of growth targets this past year. They shot for 73% growth but only achieved 28%, and while the Activision Blizzard acquisition is likely to move the dial on that in the future, Nadella's pay packet will no longer go up or down depending on this outcome. It comes as Microsoft briefly flirted with the idea of removing Game Pass as a perk for Microsoft staff members. All Microsoft staff enjoy Game Pass Ultimate just for being a Microsoft employee, but there was a push to remove this from non-Xbox staff. Phil Spencer apparently wasn't consulted in this change, responding to an internal forum post saying that he was looking into it. Sure enough, Phil's intervention saw the change reverted. All Microsoft staff get to keep their Game Pass subscriptions. Good guy Phil saved the day once again. It's a little more complicated a situation when we talk about Xbox's approach to third-party accessories. Recently, Xbox initiated a policy change that prohibits the use of any Xbox peripheral that hasn't been explicitly approved by Microsoft. So controllers, keyboards, mics, mice, and anything else that plugs into an Xbox or a controller will need to be Microsoft approved. This is complicated because the change has some serious downsides, but also some positives. In the cons column, we've got the fact that many of the controllers you've already purchased will no longer work and may never work unless Microsoft greenlights them. There's also a number of adapters that allow you to use retro controllers or fighting sticks, and they too would cease functioning unless Microsoft approves them. On the plus side, this change does allow Microsoft to ban stuff like XIM or Zim or Cronus Max, which are adapters that allow you to use a keyboard and mouse while telling your Xbox that you're actually using a controller. This is a big problem in competitive first-person shooters, where keyboard and mouse provides a huge advantage over controllers, especially when paired with the auto-aim that usually kicks in when a controller is detected. Still, if these devices are the target for this, it seems like a very wide broadside when something more surgical would have sufficed. There's also speculation that this could relate to Microsoft greenlighting more wireless third-party controllers, since most of them at the moment are wired. We won't know until Microsoft releases official comms on this, which should be sometime this month. Perhaps the most interesting Xbox news this week is the elevation of Matt Booty to the head of Bethesda's publishing activities. Booty was already head of Microsoft's first-party publishing efforts, and Bethesda had their own head of publishing who just retired. Rather than replacing that person with a new head of publishing, Xbox effectively restructured things, drawing a dotted line from Bethesda directly to Booty. An internal memo obtained by The Verge indicates that there are a number of Bethesda leaders who will now report directly to a Microsoft counterpart, hinting that the days of Bethesda's full independence are over. The news comes as Bethesda begins the process of delivering major updates for Starfield, which has languished post-launch and has now hit 50% mixed on Steam according to reviews for the past 30 days. Bethesda say that an update about to go into beta will deliver the much-requested DLSS, a feature sorely missing at launch that had to be added in using third-party mods. They also promise better HDR support to address how washed out the game often feels, as well as other optimization and improvements. While Starfield may be struggling with audiences, it certainly had the intended effect when it comes to Game Pass subscriptions. Last week, Satya Nadella announced in an earnings call that Starfield resulted in the single largest spike in subscriptions in the history of the service, a not unsurprising result given how much hype there was for the title and how cheaply you could get your hands on it thanks to Game Pass. Some people would have been eligible for that like $1 trial thing. Imagine getting Starfield for $1. Even if you're not a fan of it, you got to admit that's a pretty good deal. Last bit of Microsoft news, Halo is doing well for itself lately. The latest season bringing players back after a disappointing launch saw them leave in droves. Sadly though, a lot of that excitement is being overshadowed by some hefty price increases at the cash shop. Halo Infinite's in-game spending has long been a sore point ever since the game went free to play with this iteration. Many frustrated having to purchase things that were at one point earnable for free. Well, it got worse this week as 343 began rejigging the way that cosmetic items apply to different armor pieces, with the net effect being that the price went up on a number of things. 343's community manager did their best to explain it in a lengthy post, but people weren't really buying it since people felt like Halo's cash shop was already asking for too much. The final chunk of news to finish up on, Remedy. They are riding very high right now off the back of Alan Wake 2, a critical darling, though it's unclear at this point how it's fared on the sales front, especially being exclusive to the Epic Games Store on PC and not offering any physical versions on console. Regardless, Remedy are thinking about what's coming next and were very candid about their plans in a note to investors on the topic of Control 2. They said, quote, Control 2 continues in the proof of concept stage. The plans for the sequel are ambitious and we have seen good progress both in the designs and in the game build, end quote. When it comes to Max Payne 1 and 2 remakes, they didn't hold back either. Quote, Max Payne 1 and 2 Remake progressed into the production readiness stage. We have gained clarity on the style and scope of the game, and we have an exceptionally well-organized team working on it. With these accomplishments, we are excited about the project and its future success, end quote. They did talk about 2 other projects they have in the works, one of them titled Project Condor, and it's a live service game. And yeah, I don't know, man, I just want Remedy to keep making offline single-player stuff for weirdos like me. But hopefully, Remedy managed to bring their unique touch to a business model that can often feel a little safe and samey. Speaking of all that, did you catch this week's episode of the Friends Per Second podcast? If you didn't, then you missed our chat with the Alan Wake 2 game directors, Sam Lake and Carl Rowley. We had a fascinating chat where they revealed that they nearly cut the single best sequence in the entire game. And also the fact that they too rely on fan-made wikis when trying to make sense of their own game lore. It was a real highlight interview, one of my favorite of the year, in fact.
Go crazy, high chaos. And then get the rest of my achievements.
Fortnite is kind of popular again. I mean, it's always been stupidly popular, but now it's returned to the stratospheric popularity it enjoyed at its launch by returning to its launch. The new OG update brings back the original game map and turns back the clock in a variety of ways. And the results are pretty eye-watering. 44 million players on day one, making it the biggest single day in Fortnite's history. It comes just a few months after Epic Games laid off hundreds of staff, saying that the company was losing money. Would genuinely be very interested to see that profit and loss statement after seeing a game pull these sorts of numbers in a single day, while also owning and operating the most ubiquitous game engine. Speaking of job cuts, Embracer Group are back at it. They've already laid off hundreds of people after their House of Cards investment strategy collapsed, and just this week they've laid off a few more. The exact number is unclear, but Cryptic Studios, who developed Neverwinter Nights, have lost at least a few developers, with several people confirming a reduction in force. Embracer have made it clear that there will be many more job cuts to come as they try to stabilize themselves after their deal with the Saudis fell through. And so far, the only idea they've managed to come up with is sack more staff, so it looks like they'll just keep doing that for a while yet. Embracer's acquisitions haven't paid off, but so far Devolver Digital's have, and just this week they announced another. They've snatched up System Era, makers of the excellent Astroneer. They promised to continue their work on Astroneer while also developing an all-new title. Interesting the way that System Era framed the announcement. Quote, "We don't shed independence lightly, but with Devolver, we don't think System Era is losing independence. We think it's finding a home among a like-minded confederation of talented people under a banner that is synonymous with the indie ethos, and we can't wait to continue our journey together," end quote. So far, I kind of agree that that's exactly the way that Devolver have been approaching things. Long may that approach remain. Crytek have publicly stated that they'll never do a Hunt Showdown 2, similar to the way that Blizzard farted out Overwatch 2. That's good, because Hunt is perfect and it should be protected. And also because Overwatch 2 is one hell of a cautionary tale for how to mess up both the sequel and a franchise. Those of you thirsty for some Elden Ring DLC news, I ain't got much, but I got something. This week, FromSoft's parent company said in an earnings call that development on the DLC was, quote, "progressing smoothly," end quote. That's literally all I got. I told you it wasn't much. Speaking of teasers, IO Interactive have gently begun massaging the hype muscles for their upcoming Bond game. In the latest issue of Edge magazine, shout out to Edge by the way, great publication, IO CEO Hakan Abron confirmed that the title is still some years away, but he did describe it as the ultimate spycraft fantasy. Edge also had this to say, quote, "The few other breadcrumbs we're able to pick up in The Office suggest a tone closer to Daniel Craig than Roger Moore, and perhaps more scripted experience than Hitman's free-form jaunts," end quote. Scripted Bond set pieces crossed with a Hitman sandbox? Yes, please, sign me up. Ubisoft have just announced the end of update support for Far Cry 6. This is shocking because who the hell thought they were still working on updates for Far Cry 6? I do wonder if Far Cry 7 is currently in development, and if so, what they might do with it. I feel like we all collectively hit a wall with 6, where even people like myself who are fond of the series were like,
Oh,
okay,
sorry, Rat.
that's
Fucking
enough,
exploded
it's time
him.
for a reboot. It's Ubisoft though, so any reboot is likely to be a live service Far Cry where we all skin animals to collect rare NFTs. I really should have said that. I don't want to give them any ideas. And finally, Sega posted an internal Q&A on their website where they set some pretty big goals for their little blue furball. Osamu Ohashi is the division manager for the part of Sega that oversees Sonic, and he says, quote, "Simply put, I want to surpass Mario. Sonic is a game that was originally developed to compete with Mario, and it still hasn't achieved that goal. Our goal is to catch up and surpass Mario because we respect Mario," end quote. Having personally played both Sonic Frontiers and Mario Wonder, I would say that that is a very aspirational goal, and I wish Sega the very best of luck with it. So what got announced or delayed this week? Well, big news, Enshrouded finally got an early access release date. If you haven't been following this one, it's looking to be the next big survival haymaker, a genre that's never had any difficulty in delivering massively popular titles, from V-Rising to Valheim to Grounded and literally dozens more. Enshrouded has been on a lot of people's radar since its announcement, and the recent Steam Next Fest demo was the most played of any demo by a country mile. Positive feedback across the board. This one looks absolutely rigged to blow up in the best possible way, especially thanks to its release timing, which is now locked in for January 24th. A nice clear runway, given that there isn't much else coming out around then. It'll be exclusive to PC at first, no word yet on an eventual console release, but it looks extremely likely given how much interest there is on this one. Fresh off the success of Quantum Error, the developers have announced / threatened that a sequel is in the works. Quantum Error
Threatened.
released exclusive to PS5 last week, and it achieved a weak 42 on OpenCritic, with scores as low as 2 out of 10 from some publications. Regardless, the
Let's
developers
go.
are undeterred. They had initially announced a Quantum Error trilogy, and it looks like they're going to see that through, whether we like it or not.
I'm not gonna get my
Literally.
gear. Oh,
Here's something
shit.
interesting. There's a new 3D Sonic game on the way. The twist is that it's exclusive to the Apple Arcade, so you literally can't play it unless you own an Apple device. Plus, you need to sign up to their subscription service. The new title is called Sonic Dream Team, and it looks low-key excellent, with a fantastic visual style and color palette that was sorely missing from Sonic Frontiers' open-world areas, as well as a full roster
Oh,
of
I
playable
see.
characters. It's not uncommon for Apple Arcade exclusives to eventually end up on other storefronts, but it does usually take some time, upwards of a year. For now, if you do own an Apple device and are willing to shell out a few bucks, you can start playing this one on December 5th. And finally, the biggest announcement of the week is the Bloodborne announcement we've all been waiting for. That is right! Bloodborne Kart Racer's release date. Thought I was going to say Bloodborne Remastered, didn't you? Don't be ridiculous. We're more likely to get Half-Life 3 than a Bloodborne
I can get to my
Remastered.
gear
So
from
just let
here?
it go.
Can
You'll
I?
take Bloodborne Kart
No,
and
it's
you will
all
be
the way
glad
over
for
there.
it, because as a fan-made project, if this involved almost any other company,
I gotta take a
they'd have
shit.
shut the shit down faster than then you can say it's a me. Bloodborne cart arrives exclusive to PC on January 31st. It genuinely looks incredible, and I can't believe someone did this. God bless them. So what came out last week? Well, you might recall that it was an absolutely mammoth week of releases with over 20 new games hitting shelves or your hard drive or subscription services or whatever else. Can't do a review roundup for all of them, but we'll do what we can. Kicking things off is Song of Nunu, a League of Legends story. The latest from the Riot Forge label. Nunu seems to be absolutely no exception to that label's very strong track record, as it debuted to an overwhelmingly positive 95% on Steam. Critics are less hyped about it, but they still scored it a strong and respectable 77. Press Start scored this one an 8, saying, quote, "A rough opening chapter segues into an impeccably paced experience that's short, sweet, wholesome, and all too easy to play," end quote. Achilles, Legends Untold is that isometric Souls-like starring the mythical warrior himself. A decent early access period has led into a similarly decent launch, with the title sitting at a mostly positive 73% on Steam, and critics have it at a similar spot, a fair 71 on OpenCritic. The Sixth Axis seemed to really enjoy it, scoring at a 7 and saying, quote, "The Greek myths have been plundered by video game developers to such a large degree it's hard to conceive that a fresh take could even be possible. Remarkably, Achilles Legends Untold offers just that. This action adventure might be a little rough around the edges, but that arguably adds to its charm. If you can put up with some nasty difficulty spikes, then you'll find a remarkable world of myths and legends to explore," end quote. Even the positive reviews all point to a need for a bit more polish, so if this one does interest you, you may want to wait a little longer for some additional updates and improvements to roll through. My Time at Sandrock seems to have done fairly well for itself after its lengthy early access. It's that cutesy survival build crafting game with an ambitious single-player campaign bolted onto it. It hit 1.0 last week and is now sitting at an impressive 88, very positive on Steam. Critics are definitely less enthused, with the title sitting at a fair 73 on OpenCritic, but that number has been massively dragged down by the Switch port, which is apparently suffering from a raft of technical issues. It looks to be a pretty safe purchase on PC. Reviews there are generally around the 8 out of 10 mark, but the Switch scores are averaging 5 out of 10 or less. If you are keen for a handheld experience, maybe check it out on Steam Deck instead. Biggest release of the week, at least for anyone with any taste, was the RoboCop video game Rogue City, developed by 80s and 90s action movies enjoyers Teon. So this one kind of came in exactly where I expected it to, in that the critic scores have it at a fair 71, but the punters on Steam have this at 92% very positive. And yeah, I can totally see both of those numbers being legit. I'm playing through this one right now, and it's definitely got some problems, and I don't think the Teon have a complete grasp on the source material, but there's just enough here that it works.
Come on.
And it's certainly a much better RoboCop 3 than the movie, because Lord above, RoboCop 3 was an absolute dumpster fire of a movie if ever there was one. I do plan to review this at the end of the week, because as the world's #1 RoboCop influencer, it is one of my prime directives. Don't ask me what the other 3 are, and the 4th one's a secret. Keep an eye out for that video at the end of the week, or just subscribe and ding the bell so you get a handy notification when that goes live. Moving right along, Star Ocean, the second R, has absolutely blown people away. Seen a huge amount of love for this one on social media, with some people calling it one of the greatest JRPG remasters we've ever seen. Squeenix really pulled out all the stops on this one, resulting in an overwhelmingly positive 96% on Steam, as well as a mighty 85 on OpenCritic. Whether you're a long-time fan of the series or looking to see where it all began, this looks like a pretty fantastic get. Speaking of good gets, the Talos Principle 2 dropped last week, and boy howdy has it done well for itself. It's also sitting at 95% overwhelmingly positive on Steam, mighty 88 on OpenCritic, 100% of critics recommending it. A very sturdy 4 out of 5 from Eurogamer, who said of it, quote, "The Talos Principle 2 is an ambitious sequel that explores bold, if unambiguous territory in its philosophical robot puzzling," end quote. PC Gamer, usually hard to please, but not so here, scoring at an 89 and saying, quote, "Not just a great sequel, but a thoughtful and human narrative adventure wrapped in a satisfying and beautiful puzzle game," end quote. Honestly, wasn't planning to check this one out, but now I think I'll have to. Big congrats to Crow Team for this one. Thirsty Suitors is yet another new release, sitting at 95% positive on Steam, though far fewer reviews in for this one. Critics also rate it, putting it a strong 80. IGN scored this one an 8 out of 10, saying, quote, "The story can feel a bit rushed at times, but cooking under the pressure of a judgmental family and reconciling with exes through exaggerated battles makes Thirsty Suitors very worthwhile," end quote. Nintendo released a new WarioWare game last week. Not a lot of marketing pump behind it though. Perhaps that was because it's just kind of okay, sitting at a fair 74 on OpenCritic. Quite a few reviews say it's good, but the Joy-Cons just aren't up to the task. Like GameSpot's review, they scored it a 6 out of 10 and said, quote, WarioWare Move It maintains the series' zany sense of humor and experimentation, but it often asks more than the Joy-Con motion controllers can handle, end quote. And finally, The Invincible is a narrative-led sci-fi walking sim from a bunch of former CD Projekt Red developers. No Steam reviews up for this one yet at the time of writing, but critics are pretty lukewarm on it, the title sitting at a fair 71 on OpenCritic. I didn't get a chance to play this one, but Austin did, and he didn't want to do an entire video on it, but he did want to say something about it, so here it is.
So I played and finished The Invincible last week. Didn't feel it warranted its own dedicated video, but thought I'd share my thoughts here. The Invincible is the debut title from studio Starward Industries, based on a Polish novel of the same name. It's a linear, narrative-driven walking sim in the very literal sense. There's almost no puzzles, platforming, shooting, exploration, etc. It's mostly about pushing forward, clicking prompts, and picking dialogue as you unravel the mysteries of this alien world that you and your crew have crash-landed on. I will say, it is quite an engrossing story, mostly on account of fantastic voice acting. The really natural line delivery of the main characters made them feel so real, so likable. Their conversations were a joy to listen to, and you'll come to deeply understand their personalities, agendas, and thought process. Unfortunately though, in my opinion, it does not stick the landing. Pardon the pun. No matter which ending you get, they all conclude rather abruptly, a real shame given just how much I was invested in this story up to that point. For that reason, I wouldn't recommend buying this at full price, but if you're keen for a short and immersive 6 to 8 hour sci-fi romp with some great dialogue, nice vistas, and a funky retro future aesthetic, it might be worth picking up on sale or through Game Pass if it becomes available there.
So what's coming out this week? Well, it's definitely a lot quieter than last week, but there's still some really great stuff in here. Stuff like Risk of Rain Returns. It's a remaster of the original 2D Risk of Rain game, only it brings in characters, enemies, and power-ups that were introduced in the sequel. Having not played the first game, I'm very excited for this one. It arrives for PC and the Switch today. No word yet on a PlayStation or Xbox release. RGG fans, your king has returned. Kiryu Saga was once thought done, but how could they let any character with that much charisma sail off into the sunset? Enter Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. A one-shot spin-off title that tells an all-new story in Kiryu's journey, keeping the original real-time beat-em-up combat that the series has since moved on from with Ichiban's new entries. This is likely to be a shorter adventure than RGG fans are typically used to, but likely no less good since that studio maintains a very high bar. Like a Dragon Gaiden arrives for all platforms bar the Switch on the 9th, and surprise, surprise, it will be day one on Game Pass. That Tales of Arise DLC arrives on the 9th. I know Tales fans are very pumped for that one. The day after that, we get the wet fart that is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. The follow-up to the really good and really successful Modern Warfare 1 and 2 reboot is apparently pretty shit, at least when it comes to the single-player campaign. A handful of reviews in for this one already, and not a single one has cracked 5 out of 10. IGN absolutely skewered it, scoring it a 4 out of 10, saying, quote, underbaked, rehashed, and cobbled together from multiplayer parts, Modern Warfare 3's single-player campaign is everything a Call of Duty story mode shouldn't be, end quote. It should be noted that other outlets are holding fire on a final score for the title since they want the multiplayer to drop, but I've read plenty of other campaign reviews and they all excoriate the quality of the offering, ranking it among the worst the series has ever seen. Not entirely surprising given that this release wasn't meant to be a full-priced box offering. It was originally intended to be an off year for COD development, with Modern Warfare 3 being a sort of expansion for Modern Warfare 2, but surprise, Activision got greedy, and this is the best campaign they could squeeze out at short notice. I'm sure Phil Spencer is feeling really good about that $68 billion purchase right about now. Hogwarts Legacy finally arrives on the Nintendo Switch on the 14th. We'll be very interested to see how it runs on that platform. The Invincible Season 2 has just landed on Amazon Prime.
What the fuck?
While we won't be getting an Invincible game anytime soon, we are getting one based on the spin-off. It's called Invincible Presents Adam Eve, and it's a visual novel that tells an original story in the Adam Eve storyline. I haven't actually watched this spin-off yet, so I don't know much about it, but the game is coming exclusive to PC on the 14th. Night Dive Studios are about to finish their great work, remastering the Turok trilogy so that it may live forever.
Spinning around
Turok
now, what the
3
fuck?
Shadow of Oblivion Remastered arrives for all platforms on the 14th, and it is easily the most ambitious remake of the 3 games using all new graphical technology to revive the classic blocky glory Turok aesthetic. And finally, here's one that's been on my radar for literally years now, and yes, I'm a little biased, but how often do we get games set in Australia? Meet Broken Roads, a homegrown CRPG that sees you thrust into outback Australia to carve out a combative life for yourself under the corrugated iron and Coolabah trees. It's narrative led, so think more Disco Elysium than Baldur's Gate 3, but the writing talent on this one includes former BioWare staff, and the visuals look absolutely superb. Really hoping that this one pops off because it has all the makings of a cult classic. It arrives exclusive to
can't
the
kill
PC
him.
on the 14th. Hey now, put this on your radar, partner. Roll it, Stu. So you might have heard that they're making a Deep Rock Galactic roguelike spin-off called Deep Rock Survivor. It's looking really nice, great feedback from the Steam Next Fest demo, a very impressive package to look forward to sometime next year. Surprisingly though, the team that's making that is also making this. It's called Don't Die in the West, and it's an open-world cowboy life RPG. Build your own ranch, lasso your horse, engage in shootouts at dawn, and most importantly, waddle around with up to 3 friends since this does support 4-player co-op. That was what really piqued my interest around this one, since most cowboy games are fairly solo affairs, so it's nice that you'll be able to wrangle in a few of your mates for the fun. This is actually dropping this week on the 10th, and right now there's a demo up for it on Steam, letting you try before you buy. If you do want to check it out, I've left a link to it over on my Steam creator page, which also has links to all of the other Put This On Your Radar stuff I've recently covered. I'll leave a link to all of that below the like button. Sort of free stuff time now, and we're well into the month, so all of the sort of free stuff is now live. A few interesting things to shout out. Don't forget good old reliable Epic. They're still losing money according to Tim Sweeney's testimony this week in the Epic versus Google antitrust case. Still, the free games keep a-coming, since right now you can grab Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion, and later this week you'll be able to grab Golden Light, a first-person survival horror game that is apparently about meat. I don't know, man, that's just what it says. Prime Gaming continues its Bethesda giveaways this week with Rage 2. It's not a great game, but you know what? If they're giving it away as part of your Amazon Prime subscription, it's actually pretty good fun. It'll wear out its welcome by the end, but you do get a few hours of fun in this, especially with the shotgun, which I still maintain is the most satisfying shotgun I've ever fired in a video game. PS Plus Essential got its November update, and it's nothing to write home about. Mafia 2 Definitive is on there for PS4. The very odd and underwhelming Dragon Ball The Breakers is on there, also for PS4. The only PS5 game this month is Aliens Fireteam Elite, which definitely met a mixed reception. It's a co-op horde shooter that I think nailed the basics, and I enjoyed it, but plenty of people found it just a touch shallow and lacking in content, which is partly true. Either way, all 3 of those are now live for PS Plus subscribers. Last thing is a late addition to Game Pass. The absolutely superb Rollerdrome is being added to the service on November 28th. It's Tony Hawk meets Max Payne with a little bit of Ace Combat thrown in. If that sounds like a ridiculous genre salad, then you're absolutely right, but trust me, it totally works. If you're keen to learn more about this one, I'll leave a link to my review below the like button. Our feel-good story for the week involves a group of people who don't get enough love from the video games industry. I'm talking about our senior citizens. I mean, when was the last time you saw a gaming commercial featuring someone over the age of 30 playing said video game? Where is the prune juice flavored G Fuel, damn it? The golden oldies deserve to get heart palpitations too. I mean, in addition to the ones they normally get, of course. Luckily, good guy Nintendo refuses to leave the elderly by the wayside. Just this week, they've announced a plan to roll out Nintendo Switches to over 200 senior citizen centers, as well as games like Dr. Kawashima's Brain Training, Switch Sports, and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Personally, I feel like old-timers would really like Smash, but we all know Nintendo's stance on non-sanctioned Smash tournaments, and it's highly likely that these seniors are going to get a pro league going with all the time they have on their hands. Jokes aside, this is actually pretty cool. It's nice that Nintendo is thinking about a section of the gaming community that is very often overlooked, but likely to become more important as we all age into that demographic, should we be so lucky. Alright, ladies and gents, that's the show for the week. Thank you so much for dropping by as always. Austin is off this week, taking a vacation. Lazy Zoomers. But Stu and I are here to hold down the fort with that RoboCop review later this week. Looking forward to talking more about that one, trust me. For now, could I ask you to do your boy a solid and like the video if you liked it? That is manna from heaven in the world of YouTube, and it really does help get the video out to more people without me having to resort to shameless clickbait. Also, if you'd like to come back next week, then be sure to subscribe and ding the bell. Only a few episodes left for the year as we race towards the holiday season, and with how huge 2023 has been, I think we can all do with a bit of a break. Thanks again for watching, and a big thanks to this week's sponsor, Manscaped. Right now, we're in the midst of an AI revolution. AI art, AI voices, AI music playlists. Seems like AI can do it all, right? Wrong, because there is one thing that AI can't do, and that is shaving balls. Thankfully, Manscaped are delivering the next leap in ball shaving technology with their all-new Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra, the most advanced ball trimmer in the history of the human species. That's right, your body hair will tremble in fear at the sight of it, for it knows it cannot withstand the two interchangeable blades, one of them for skimming off the top and the other new foil blade for a closer shave. The hair can try and run and hide, but it will not succeed, for the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra features dual LED spotlights to provide contrast on multiple skin tones. With that sort of illumination, there is nowhere for that wayward hair to hide. That's not all though, since the Lawnmower 5.0 also features 3 length setting combs. Plus,
Oh,
it's
the old
waterproof,
Dunwell
making it
sewer.
safe
Here's
to
where
use in
Slack
the
Jaw is
shower
gonna be.
and very easy to clean. The best place to pick up this new feat of
I hope
technology
so.
and innovation is in the Performance Pack 5.0.
Fucking better be here.
Which features the nose and hair ear trimming Weed Whacker 2.0, as well as the Crop Soother aftershave lotion and the Crop Preserver anti-chafe ball deodorant. Once they touch your sack, you will never go back. Hell, Manscaped are feeling generous, so right now if you grab the Performance Pack 5.0, you'll also get some Manscaped boxes, very comfy, as well as the Shed 2.0 travel bag. To top all of this off, you can get 20% off plus free shipping with code SKILLUP at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping with code SKILLUP at manscaped.com. I can promise you, you've never seen a ball trimmer that looks like a spaceship. True? True. Thank you Manscaped for sponsoring the video, and thank you for watching it.
Oh, he's here?
This video is brought to you by Raycon and their high-quality, affordable range of wireless earbuds. Whether it's for fitness, gaming, or everyday use, Raycon earbuds deliver, and they do so at a very reasonable price. Click the link to check them out for yourself, or stick around to the end of the video to learn more. The love and care that's gone into RoboCop Rogue City is its most endearing quality. You can tell that these people loved RoboCop, and they were going to do every single thing that they could
fuck?
to make the best RoboCop game ever.
crouch.
Not a high bar to clear, of course, but that's beside the point. These people pulled out all the stops. You've got the shooting range. You've got the car park with the ramp. You've got that staircase where the OCP guy yells at Lewis for talking to RoboCop in that hallway. You've got the OCP boardroom where ED-209 makes his first boo-boo. You've got the arcade from RoboCop 2 where Murphy's like,
"Isn't this a school day?"
remember that commercial from RoboCop 2 with the sunblock?
Sorry,
There is
kid?
an entire side quest based
How the
on that
what the
sunblock.
fuck?
I'm not even joking. It's got ED-209 units and they look fucking sick. It's got the Kane robot from RoboCop 2, and it's even got these guys. Remember these guys? It's even got all the sick one-liners, like when shit's about to go down and Murphy's all like,
"You better go, Miss Ortiz. It seems
Sewer keys over there.
there'll be
Okay.
trouble."
there's a piece of graffiti in one level that's just like,
Oh,
"Can you
hold
fly, Bobby?" And I'm sitting on my couch doing these ones. The best one is when you're chatting with this OCP dude and he's all like,
Just don't be late. Now, you leave. Bitches, come!
when he said that, I like clapped. I'm like, yes, well played writing team. I would buy that for $1. Finally, and most importantly, it wouldn't be a RoboCop
Oh,
game if
okay,
you
we keep
couldn't
going.
shoot people in the dick. So thankfully, you can shoot people in the dick.
God damn
I
it.
will say though
Corvo.
that in Rogue City, a shot to the nuts can have some very unexpected side effects. So as a fan of RoboCop, this stuff is like a communion with the developers because you're like, ah yes, I see that you see what this is and you respect it. There was no effort made to fuck with its DNA. This is not some cynical skewering of the source material that downplays it or makes fun of it or reinterprets aspects of it from a modern context.
Excuse me.
RoboCop didn't need any of that because it was already perfect and timeless, and Taeon knew that, and it's basically the best part of this entire game. However, just because Taeon are wise enough to revere the sacred text that is RoboCop, does not mean they are always successful in their recreation of it. It's easy to put the shooting range in the police station. It's much harder to capture the spirit of the original characters or to recreate the biting satire and political commentary that made RoboCop a fucking masterpiece. On the character front, not gonna lie, it's pretty brutal. The biggest casualty is Lewis. Oh man, look what they did to my girl. So, to be clear, in the movies, Lewis is a fucking badass. Her intro scene was literally just her kicking the shit out of someone in the precinct. She is meant to be strong and fierce and take no shit. True story, the filmmakers didn't want to present her as a doe-eyed damsel in distress or a potential love interest for Murphy.
Where's her
So they
thing?
gave her that short haircut to make her look more masculine and less attractive. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. In RoboCop Rogue City, Lewis is... man, I don't even really know how to describe it.
I'm not letting you off that easily.
You sound just like my wife.
If that's the case, let's get you patched up. We wouldn't want to get on her bad side.
There are other scenes like this throughout the game where she has this really kind of nurturing quality, which is just not really what Lewis is about. It's hard to really show the full extent of it here using just a few clips, but at no point in this entire game does Lewis sound or feel like actual Lewis. It's definitely a problem because you have so much that is being faithfully recreated when one of the central pillars of RoboCop is just this vapid facsimile.
Anyway, I think I need a little rest after all this excitement. Thank you for visiting me. We'll be back to working together in no time.
I look forward to it.
What, Granny? Granny, where's your cameo?
It's a more complicated story when it comes to RoboCop himself. Now, they did manage to get the legendary Peter Weller, the original actor for both
Fucking
RoboCop
asshole.
1 and 2, to voice Alex Murphy here in RoboCop Rogue City. That is a big deal, and again, it speaks to the love that these developers clearly have for the
shit,
source material.
fucking rats.
Sadly though, through a combination of bad writing and bad direction, it just doesn't work here.
There is no crying
Fuck off.
on the Force.
Now, Weller is older at this point. He's 76 years old. And I've seen some commentary like, oh, he's old, so, you know, his delivery here makes sense because he ain't got it anymore, right? This is an interview with Peter Weller from earlier this year, just a few months ago, in fact, where he was just hanging out at a
Where's
fan
your
convention.
key?
Take a listen.
Oh,
One
shit!
of the most talented people and one of the funniest people and one of the most gifted people is a guy right here at this expo, Christopher Lloyd. I could talk forever about Christopher Lloyd.
Doc Brown himself.
Now, does that sound like a frail old man who can't deliver a line anymore? No, this dude has still got it, so the weird, vacant delivery that you hear in RoboCop Rogue City cannot be explained by a decline in this man's faculties. It was clearly
steal
a
your
conscious
key.
choice on the part of the game makers to have him sound this way.
Got your key.
Fight, and what is left of the
Dumbass
street vultures are
old
going
bitch.
down.
Separate from the delivery, the tone of RoboCop's writing is, I'm not going to say wrong, because the way he's written in a game fills a different purpose than it does in a film, but I will say that it's not quite fit for purpose.
she can't come in
It just sounds so inconsistent and odd. Murphy is in the rarest of moments still the tragic, crestfallen figure we remember, every line the vocal equivalent of the 1,000-yard stare.
So what do you say, officer? Is that possibly something that could be of interest to you?
I am not sure.
At other times, he's like cracking jokes and dispensing fortune cookie wisdom while issuing parking tickets.
One that likes swimming in oil surely must be swimming in money.
So earlier, I said that game writing is different to movie writing, and it is, but even
Oh,
within
I
the
didn't help
context of game writing,
Slackjaw.
video game
Fuck.
Murphy is not well written. RoboCop in Rogue City is kind of chatty, like he talks a lot, and if you're gonna have that volume of dialogue, then it automatically makes him a fundamentally different character than the movie RoboCop, because the movie RoboCop did not say much, except for a few bangers here or there.
Where is Kane? Where is Kane? Where is Kane?
Rogue City RoboCop would have been much better written as an almost silent protagonist, so he could talk, but way less than he does here. That would not only bring him closer to the source material, but it would also allow us as the player to fill that silence with our imagination, or let the outcomes of our decisions speak louder than our words. This endlessly inquisitive, sermonizing, wisecracking rendition of
Where the
RoboCop
fuck was
is
her camp? It was just
effective
sitting
as
on
an
her bed last
exposition tool.
time.
Like, he gets the quest givers to give him the objectives, but it really doesn't sound at all in voice or tone or delivery or otherwise like the RoboCop or Alex Murphy we grew up with. and that has nothing to do with Peter Wells' age. Going a layer deeper than this, Teon don't really know how to handle the question of Murphy's humanity, which is one of the biggest and most important through lines in any RoboCop story. It's a funny question to fixate on because it's all but resolved in the minds of the audience. Clearly, Murphy is human, and we don't for a second doubt that, but not everyone in his world sees it that way, and for him, it's less about whether or not he sees himself as human, and more about whether or not he dares to let that humanity in. It's easier for him and safer for those around him to surrender to his identity as a machine. It spares him the pain of reckoning with what he's lost and insulates him from the desire to lead a life he can no longer lead. That through line is maintained here in RoboCop Rogue City. But it's very
it was on her bed. What the fuck?
The fact that this game's narrative bit off way more than it could chew, and the fact that the writers lack the skill and subtle hand to really land these themes properly. It mirrors RoboCop 2 actually, which opened with this as a central theme, and then just completely abandoned that plotline as it focused more on OCP's villainous plot to take Detroit private. Rogue City's opening sets all of this up with a flashback sequence where Murphy is reminded of his past life when he sees a TV film set depicting a family home.
James really looks up to you. He said
Fuck me.
He wants to be a police officer, just like his dad.
Soon after that, he's in a tense standoff with a thug threatening a hostage, but Murphy kind of glitches out and he sees his wife instead, meaning that Lewis has to come in and save the day.
Oh, did I place a cameo?
Shit. We all could use a little break from this reality, don't you think?
The whole thing was filmed by a thrifty reporter who just happened to be on site, and when that footage goes public, that becomes the catalyst for a lot of the game's major plot points, like the fact that Murphy gets a new chip put in his head that facilitates a score screen at the end of a mission, or the fact that OCP are keen to replace RoboCop with a more reliable lineup of hardware, or the fact that Murphy is assigned a new handler, a
they can't get me on the bed.
whose job it is to basically spy on
rats.
RoboCop and report everything back to OCP.
Meaning?
Aside from his regular dispatch duty, Officer Washington will become your personal overseer.
Where?
Most importantly, it sets you up for these psych evaluation sessions, which are one-on-one interviews with a psychiatrist exploring themes like RoboCop's humanity, his connection to past memories, and how he perceives himself. On the one hand, these conversations are interesting because they let you decide for yourself how human you want this RoboCop to be. You can select the dialogue options that arc towards Murphy, a man with a past,
Alright, Slackjaw, give me my achievement.
a future that is his to determine. Or you can choose to embrace the machine, closing off your connections to your past, relegating yourself to property of OCP.
They would not want to see me like this.
Perhaps not. But the alternative isn't much better.
So this is a cool angle, and had this part of the narrative more room to breathe, it could have really worked. But this game also has RoboCop saving the life of a drug addict, mentoring a rookie cop, watching over his partner Lewis, working with a news reporter to uncover corruption, fighting OCP's newest mechanical monsters, and even a political subplot where RoboCop basically gets to choose who becomes mayor. There is too much going on here, and as such, many of the storylines don't land properly, and the whole is RoboCop human through line is one of the biggest casualties.
Okay, I can
you
do
get a couple of these therapy
hands
sessions with these dialogue options, and then the whole thing
and
is wrapped up really
dealer.
hastily at the back end of the game. There is an effort to link all of this to the main plot and villain, with the antagonist promising to somehow give Murphy his old life back. But again, the whole thing is rolled out and wrapped up so fast because there's just so much else that needs to be wrapped up before the credits roll. Like much of the rest of Rogue City, this part of the game isn't able to say anything new on this subject, relying instead on the source material for its most poignant and thought-provoking moments.
I do not remember my family. I can only feel them.
Outside of these franchise pillars, the character writing and voice work for the supporting cast is actually pretty good. There's this junkie turned police informant named Pickles. He's pretty entertaining. There's an OCP guy running things at the police station who is perfectly hateable, as all good OCP goons should be. The antagonist is a real standout actually, exuding all of this 80s villain charisma that one might hope for. A huge amount of Alan Rickman energy going on right here, and I'm very into it. But yeah, when it comes to Lewis and Murphy, they stand out as being one aspect of the RoboCop experience that Teon might have understood and wanted to pay homage to, but they just couldn't get it right no matter how hard they tried. Related to this is the overall tone of Rogue City. Now, I watched a few reviews of the game when they went live, and one comment I kept seeing was something along the lines of, it really captures the satire and humor and tone of the original. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Have you even seen RoboCop? If you have seen RoboCop, there is no way you can say that this has a similar tone or sense of humor or any of that. Absolutely no way. They're completely different, but that does not mean that Rogue City is bad. It just means that it's different. So, RoboCop 1 is an action sci-fi movie, but it's also a satirical black comedy that walks a very fine line between obvious pantomime and a more subtle brand of nihilistic political and societal commentary delivered through something akin to like gallows humor. I'm not going to come out here and say that RoboCop is subtle, because it wasn't, but there was just enough subtlety and it left just enough unsaid that you could feel pretty clever about yourself when you got the jokes, and it allowed the whole thing to remain very serious faced when we were ultimately talking about a situation where a company welded a full set of plate mail onto a dude's body and told him to go out and fight crime. RoboCop 2, written by Frank Miller, by the way, yes, that Frank Miller, was less about that subtlety and more about that pantomime. There was an entire section where a Little League team robbed an electronics store, and Murphy decides that the best thing he can do in that moment is lecture them. There's a scene where Murphy gives a guy a bullet hole halo because he's smoking. One of the main villains in the movie is this little kid who's this stone cold killer, and he's put in charge of this entire criminal enterprise at like age 10 or whatever. Also, they made Lewis look like this. What the fuck were they thinking? RoboCop 2 is more silly than the previous film, but despite that, it's still got enough darkness and it's saying just enough about its themes that it all still hangs together. It feels like RoboCop, albeit a little more campy. RoboCop Rogue City takes the pantomime and campy dial and turns it up to like 15. This game is full to bursting with ridiculous characters, silly side quests, hilarious dialogue, either intentionally or unintentionally. Hell, RoboCop dances in this game. He just straight up dances.
Hey, Robo! Do the robot dance!
Watch and learn, young man.
This was so good. I love this game. It needs New Game Plus so bad.
The criminal gang that you're fighting are like the most stupid video game thugs you've ever seen. They're like half a step removed from Borderlands villains.
Don't adjust your television sets. Your regularly scheduled program will be back shortly.
There's a quest line that involves drug dealers lecturing a pusher on the nature of free market economics.
It's been proven time and time again that such action leads to a reduction of future demand, yours included. Antitrust laws are there for a reason.
There's an entire sequence where you go to a video store to scan fake VHS tapes before eventually gang members turn up because they want the same VHS tape that you were trying to rent.
I think I found it. I messed up the title a little. It's called Me, Sire. Here it is. Isn't that the tape we're looking for? Tape? What? What tape? You like movies? Do you want to shoot an action movie? I think I'll wait till it comes out on VHS. Lights, camera, action!
By the way, there is a spoiler explanation for that exchange that makes it slightly less ridiculous, but the point still stands. This is a very, very silly RoboCop video game. So at first, when I encountered this, I was like, uh-oh, what have they done? These guys obviously don't get it. Sad times. Eventually, though, what I came to realize is that Teon were not trying to create the sardonic, nihilistic satire of RoboCop. Instead, they were trying to create their own, more absurdist take on the franchise. And you know what? It actually works, because this is absurd. This is a walking, talking, armored refrigerator of a man cruising the streets of Detroit, trying to police a city rendered unpoliceable by the deliberate actions of an omnipotent corporate entity. We are well into the late-stage capitalism endgame right here when RoboCop rocks up and starts spinning his Auto 9 and shooting crooks in the dick. This is absurd. And so Teon has said, fuck it, lean into that. And like I said, it actually works. It works especially well here because it gives them license to do all sorts of stupid video game shit, like collectibles and side quests and skill trees and mission ratings and stuff that would feel really out of place if you were going for a more grimdark rendition of Detroit and the people within it. Much of what we do in video games is farcical when you really think about it, and so RoboCop Rogue City just kind of owns that and says, video games are inherently ridiculous, RoboCop is inherently ridiculous, let's not overthink it too much, and let's just have some fun. But the foundation for that really is the love and care that Teon have poured into this thing. If it was absent that attention to detail, if it was absent the obvious reverence for the source material, then this utterly absurd tone would make RoboCop Rogue City feel like a cash grab. Like a company got hold of the rights to RoboCop but couldn't be bothered to make an experience that felt authentic. Like a cheap, pathetic knockoff with no vision, made by hacks with no talent and with a fucking jetpack. Why the fuck did it need to have that Sorry, I started talking about RoboCop 3 again. I always get upset when that happens. Point is, when it comes to story, characters, satire, humor, and tone, I don't think that RoboCop Rogue City feels authentically RoboCop, but I do feel as though it's a sincere, earnest take on this setting, and while I think some big parts of it don't quite work, enough of it works that I actually really enjoyed seeing this silly, exaggerated take on this franchise that means so much to me.
Oh, gonna have to strip search you. Belt, keys, loose change, huh? I'm kidding. Just keep walking.
One area where I don't think RoboCop Rogue City is getting enough credit is how good it looks and how perfectly this simple aesthetic captures the essence of Detroit as it's depicted in the movies. RoboCop Rogue City runs in Unreal Engine 5, which to this point has been used to push out visuals that scream, "Look at me, I am next gen." That's worked well in some instances, like Lords of the Fallen, and failed pretty spectacularly in others, like Immortals of Avium. RoboCop Rogue City is the first Unreal Engine 5 game I've played that didn't look like it was desperate to impress. Most of it looks rather plain, but it's smartly using things like ray trace reflections in the city streets at night, or really responsive sunlight and shadows in internal spaces, or advanced mesh technology in the quarry area to create some very detailed and believable terrain. It's also impressive to see how much Teon have gone above and beyond in terms of the technology that Rogue City is supporting, featuring all of the major upscaling techs as well as DLSS 3 frame generation. Playing this on a 4090, I was able to comfortably clear 80 frames a second with native rendering, and I was generally sitting at about 150 frames a second with DLSS 3 turned on. In terms of bugs, there were definitely a few of them, but I think I got luckier than most, since I've heard pretty widespread reports of the game being quite janky. I didn't really experience much of that, though I did play after a number of patches had already rolled through, and Teon have already said that they're still working on improvements. When it comes to bugs, it's like Murphy says.
They'll fix you. They fix everything.
So when RoboCop Rogue City was first revealed, it was through a brief gameplay trailer that showed RoboCop doing what he does best, slowly walking forward into a hail of bullet fire, doming criminals who all conveniently forgot that they are shooting guns at a bulletproof target. The initial response to the gameplay was like, okay, that looks like it'd be fun for a few hours, but can you really make a whole game based on that? Evidently, Teon did not think that you could, which is why the shooting is only one part of this game. I really struggled to believe it, but RoboCop Rogue City is like if you cross a Bethesda-style, narrative-led, choice-driven RPG with Time Crisis. Much like the game's approach to characters and tone, it definitely works, but it's also got some serious problems too. RoboCop Rogue City actually has quite a strong story setup. It's basically RoboCop 3 if you didn't completely fuck up that storyline. OCP wants to build Delta City, and they are intent on relocating the existing citizens of Detroit in order to do that, only they're not putting wrecking balls through occupied homes or getting the SS to bust people out, like in RoboCop 3. They're instead tearing away at the fabric of the city through crime, through corrupt politics, through the dismantling of the police department, and through the drug trade. So that's already an ambitious setup, but Teon wanted to be even more ambitious by delivering this overarching narrative through a number of subplots, most of them stretching the full length of the game, most of them having multiple beats and decision points along the way, and most of them having alternative endings based upon the decisions that you make. Now that is extremely cool, but as I said, I think in this instance, Teon's eyes were just a little too big for their stomach. I would say that there are actually 7 major plot arcs in this game, and that's separate from the few dozen side quests that are on offer as well. You're looking at about 15 to 20 hours runtime for this game, and that's generous, but even that is not enough to fit all of this in. As a result, a lot of the storytelling feels really truncated. The whole "is Murphy human" thing I described earlier is a good example, but so is the whole thing with the rookie cop, where you need to not only determine if he can be trusted, but also train him up, and also ingratiate him to other officers so they'll stop hazing him, and all this needs to be done over the span of like 4 actual missions with him. With this pace, this decision-making stuff becomes very clunky. It's often quite unclear what impact your dialogue choices will have on a given situation, let alone the broader outcome. Hell, sometimes the game kind of makes decisions for you. In the whole mayoral campaign subplot, one of the candidates invites me into his car to talk. Now this guy is an OCP puppet. I do not like this dude, and so when he tacitly asks me for his support, I'm like, no.
So, what do you think about getting involved in politics?
Shit. I don't know, I could kill her.
I stay far away from politics.
Regardless of this choice, the exchange still ends with a prompt that says, "You supported this jerk," whatever his name is. And I'm like, no I didn't, fuck you. The exact same thing happens later on, but with the other candidate. He invites me into his office to chat. I don't get any dialogue prompts at all, and yet the game tells me that somehow, just by listening to this guy, I've supported him.
What more do you need to know to support me?
I will think about it.
Sure. Take your time, but not too much time. The election is in 2 days.
So it's cool that we get all this stuff, but it would have been better if it actually, you know, worked properly. Had Taeon rescoped this and gone for a more narrowly focused game and story, it would have been able to tighten all of this up, and we could have got some stronger plot lines that hit harder, backed up by some meaty decision making that felt impactful. What I've described there relates to the main storylines in the game, but in addition to that, there are also side quests. A lot of them, in fact. Some of them are pretty cool. One of them in particular really stands out. It's about a murder of a prostitute, and the person who's accused of doing it is someone famous and rich and powerful. It's a storyline that really fits not only the RoboCop universe, but also the RoboCop character. Like, this is the sort of work that Murphy was made to do, and RoboCop Rogue City gives you the chance to do it.
Somebody dumped her a few feet from here. The blood traces on the ground indicate she was dragged.
At the same time, there are also side quests where RoboCop is sent to find missing cats, using his advanced cybernetics to scan and track their paw prints. At another point, someone's car is broken and then you need to help them fix it.
The coil has been disconnected.
That would explain the car not starting.
And yes, you will cruise the streets of Detroit issuing parking fines if someone parks too close to a fire hydrant.
One parking ticket is all it takes to approve mindfulness.
It's weird that RoboCop has to do all of this shit. Yes, it furthers the absurdist tone because it's one thing to have a human tank walking the streets to dispense justice, and it's quite another to have him issuing tickets for double parking. But even in furtherance of this absurdity, it's just kind of boring, like it really is. Back at the precinct, there's this whole other series of quests that involve police officers getting Murphy to do inane shit. At one point, the lights go out, and they're like, hey Murphy, go turn the lights back on. So you literally just walk downstairs and flip a switch, and that is the side mission. There's another where the servers are on the fritz, and you just walk around looking at them, and that somehow fixes them. One of the officers can't handle the smell of vomit, and so you have to help her carry a drunkard into a cell, and that's it.
I can deal with blood, guts, but puke is a no-go for me. I'll be a sport and move his ass to the drunk tank for me. You've got your special gloves and extra protection, so you shouldn't mind.
I guess the point of these missions and the ones on the streets are to establish
Oh,
that
that's right,
despite
I'm
his
playing
island
without
exterior
killing
and
anybody.
cybernetics,
Oh,
he's still just a cop. But he's
forgot.
not just a cop. He's different, and this side content really only further enforces how different he is, rather than making it seem like he's the regular cop that I think Rogue City is trying to paint him as. This awkward side content kind of reinforces what I said earlier, that Rogue City's tone and satire doesn't feel authentically RoboCop, but you know what does feel like pure, distilled, aged to perfection genius? Shooting criminals in the nuts. And everywhere else as well, I guess. When it comes to combat, it is unbelievably impressive how well Taeon understood the assignment. The action is essentially all based on this scene from RoboCop 1, where Murphy bursts through the door of a drug lab and just slowly walks through the room, killing absolutely everyone, one at a time, stopping only to strike sick-ass poses or do trick shots. Taeon understood the power of this scene, and they just sought to recreate it. This part man, part machine moves at approximately 3 kilometers an hour, or 4 if he's sprinting. Taeon did not give RoboCop a double jump or a slide. His 2 feet remain firmly on the ground at all times. He cannot even negotiate simple 10-inch ledges most of the time. They did not give RoboCop some new space magic that lets him teleport or some shit, and they certainly did not give him a fucking jetpack. Sorry, it happened again. Point is, Taeon did not ask what would we want RoboCop to be able to do. They just asked what can he do, and then they just designed his combat and movement capabilities around that. You have the greatest sidearm in the history of weaponry, the Auto 9. You've got his targeting computer, which tracks and highlights targets, but still requires manual aiming. There is no auto aim hacks here. There's a few indulgences here and there, like a flashbang ability and a reflex mode that kicks in when you breach doors, but nothing too egregious. Hell, they even have the ability to ricochet bullets off panels, like that scene in RoboCop 2 with the baby. Much like the rest of the game, the adherence to the source material is this protective blanket that helps get this to the point where even if it totally sucked, we'd still enjoy it on some level. Like, even if this was the worst shooter since GoldenEye Rogue Agent, we'd still be like, God damn, man, it feels so good to be RoboCop. But Teon did not rest on the franchise's laurels or our member berries. Instead, they delivered up a surprisingly competent shooter that nails the fundamentals. It feels really good to shoot the Auto 9. Enemies will burst like pop watermelons when you dome them. The level design is simple but functional, and enemy placement within those levels works well, providing a meaningful challenge without ever making things feel frustrating. And that couldn't have been an easy balance to hit, because a big part of the RoboCop fantasy is the idea of him walking out into the middle of a big room with like 30 dudes shooting at him. You can do that here, and in fact you must do that, but you're not invincible. You do take damage, and the very precise calibration of enemy density, damage output, and health pack economy means that you are absolutely able to live out the RoboCop fantasy of your childhood, but you're also being challenged by a gameplay loop that does ask you to be at least a little bit smart when it comes to things like cover and target prioritization. That's another thing that makes this whole thing work really well. There are actually quite a few enemy types here, and each of them gets a cool intro the very first time you meet them. Small arms goons, but later on you'll meet grenadiers and snipers and enemies that buff other enemies and heavily armored shotgun rushers, and of course enemy robots. The pace at which they are introduced is pitch perfect, regularly introducing you to new elements just as things start to feel a little bit stale. The other thing that keeps things feeling really fresh is a simple but surprisingly effective progression system. RoboCop earns XP as he dispenses justice, and that can be used to purchase upgrades. They're basic stats like health and more damage, sure, but every few nodes you unlock some new capability, like your ricochet bullets will split and hit more targets, or you reflect small arms fire back at enemies so they end up KOing each other. Some of them even help outside of combat, like the ability to scan objects from further away, or nodes that'll help you in dialogue exchanges, making it easier to talk your way toward a resolution. The Auto 9's upgrade system is particularly excellent. You'll find these motherboards which have these networks of nodes, and you'll also find these data cores that slot into those nodes. The cores all direct power in different ways, and what you want to do is power up the nodes so that they give you the good stuff while avoiding the nodes that reduce your stats. If you do it right, you'll unlock the marquee nodes on each board, such as one that means you never have to reload the Auto 9, and another one that just makes combat more gory. That's all it does. It just straight up makes body parts explode more often, and that is awesome. God bless Teon for putting that in. Between the enemy design and tuning, the level layouts, the weapon fundamentals, and the progression pathways, combat in Rogue City is very, very solid. But despite Teon's best efforts, it does start to wear a little thin by the end. This is like a longer game, 15 to 20 hours, and by the end, you've really got the measure of all this stuff. You will have spent a long time just walking out into the middle of a room to shoot a bunch of bad guys. I really don't think there would have been any way around that though, short of a shorter game or potentially another playable protagonist like the rookie cop who might fight alongside Murphy in certain missions, which I actually think would have been perfect for this game because you get access to a different, more agile, but also more vulnerable combat style, and you can also get this rookie to do all of this weird side quest bullshit, which is absolutely not Murphy's job. Get the rookie to turn the lights back on so Murphy can focus on kicking ass and eating baby food. Regardless of how tired this gameplay loop might start to feel after a while, the fact remains, Teon absolutely pulled it off here. They delivered a RoboCop combat loop that trusted the source material and delivered on a fantasy that we'd all been dreaming about since we were 8 years old. RoboCop is cool, and when it comes to the shooting, this game makes you feel like RoboCop. That's right, I said the thing. It makes you feel like RoboCop, and I'll go one step further. It really makes you walk with the exaggerated swagger of an omni-consumer product. Okay, so to recap, RoboCop Rogue City is like a Bethesda game crossed with Time Crisis. It's in one moment a serious commentary on urban decay and late-stage capitalism, and in the next moment it has RoboCop doing the robot dance. It's loving homage to some of the best locations, moments, lines, and scenarios in the original films, while also struggling to faithfully recreate some of those things, particularly characters like Murphy and Lewis. And it's RoboCop murdering criminals by the dozen, but also leaving enough room to look for misplaced kitty cats and issue parking tickets. So, with all of that contradictory context, we can then ask, is RoboCop Rogue City good? And the answer is, yeah, basically. But I do wonder how much appeal this might have to someone who isn't a dyed-in-the-wool RoboCop fan. Like, if you were just a casual RoboCop enjoyer, maybe saw the movie 10 years ago, whatever, would you enjoy this? If you have never seen RoboCop before, first of all, what the hell is the matter with you? But secondly, could you go into Rogue City as your first foray into the RoboCop universe and enjoy it? I'm gonna say a pretty hard no to both of those things. RoboCop Rogue City's defining characteristic is its reverence for the source material. This is first and foremost a celebration of the cinematic masterpiece that is RoboCop. In service of that goal, Teon is often clumsy in their execution, but as fans, we're willing to look past all of that stuff because we just appreciate that Teon had a red-hot go and delivered so many things that actually do work. We take the good with the bad because we appreciate that Teon loved this thing as much as we do. But if you don't love it, then I suspect all you're really going to see is its uneven tone, its odd approach to side content, its limited gameplay loop, its half-baked RPG, and its messy narrative. None of this stuff on its own is terminal, but without that love to carry you through, I think these gripes are going to pile up pretty fast. But yeah, for the rest of us, RoboCop Rogue City is a low-key triumph, it really is. At the very least, it's a simple, silly, and fun romp that makes you feel like RoboCop, in a way that no other video game has been able to do to this point. And at best, RoboCop Rogue City is kind of like the RoboCop 3 that we never got, because everyone knows they only made 2 RoboCop movies and they stopped after that. Nothing exists after RoboCop 2, but now we have this. So thanks Teon, and not for nothing, but I'd be pretty happy to see you guys take a swing at RoboCop 4.
And they're munching on that shit. There you go, boys.
I'm coming up on 4 years now of using Raycon wireless earbuds. That's a long time. Now, I know you've heard about Raycons before, you watch YouTube so you've seen the ads, but Raycon are out there like that because they're proud of what they make, and they should be. Raycon earbuds have always been some of the best value earbuds on the market, delivering sound quality, features, and battery life that competes with premium earbuds, but Raycon delivers all of that at a fraction of the price. It's such a reasonable price point that I've bought many pairs over the years, gifting them to friends and family because we all need another set of earbuds, right? Pair we keep in our backpack, our gym bag, the ones we leave in our lockers at school or work. Nothing I hate more than being without earbuds, so I have a few pairs of Raycons laying around, and that's saved me on plenty of occasions. As for using them, I've always loved them. Their custom gel tips create a snug, comfortable, noise-isolating fit, and Raycons actually stay in my ear. That's one of the biggest reasons I use them, actually. I've tried other earbuds, and the shape of my ear means they just fall out, but Raycons stay in no matter what I'm doing. They have earbud tap functions allowing me to pause or skip songs without having to touch my phone. Plus, they sound great, and the carry case is nice and small, so it fits easily in my pocket. The holidays are coming, and Raycons make the perfect gift, and in fact, you can get a huge discount on them thanks to Raycon's upcoming Black Friday sale. It's going live early, so if you visit buyraycon.com/skillup, you can get 20% off anything on the site, 25% off their fitness earbuds, 30% off their tech kits, 30% off their impact earbuds and impact speaker, and up to 50% off other selected items. Those are the absolute best prices you're going to find on stuff that was already very reasonably priced, so get your Christmas shopping done early this year thanks to Raycon. Visit buyraycon.com/skillup to save between 20 and 50% off depending on the item. Thanks Raycon for sponsoring the video, and thank you for watching it. This video is brought to you by Brilliant. Start learning about science, math, engineering, computer science, and so much more thanks to Brilliant's accessible and interactive courses. Click below to try it for free, or be among the first 200 to sign up and get a 20% discount on an annual subscription. More details after the video. Okay, so by now some of you will have heard about a situation involving Gerard, aka the Completionist, and his management of charity funds that he's collected over a 10-year period. There's no allegation that he pocketed the money, but it's also clear that none of that money has yet been paid out to any charity, an amount circa $650,000. So there's a lot of detail in this, and rather than recount it here, I'm going to leave links to the videos by Carl Jobst and Mutahar below. That's not me wholesale endorsing the content of those videos or prejudging the situation one way or the other, but it is to say that those videos are out there, these allegations are out there, and even though Gerard is a colleague and friend, it would be inappropriate for me to not present this information to you, especially because I believe that these videos were made in good faith, and because I do believe that these videos raise important questions that need to be answered. In relation to the podcast, Lucy, Jake, and I are going to talk about it a little more at the top of this week's episode, and we want to address it together because it feels right to do it that way. For now, though, I will say that we've asked Gerard to take a step back from the podcast, at least temporarily, so that he can focus on providing as much information about this situation.
The guy that did the charity scam is part of the Skill Up podcast. I don't even know.
To an appropriate charity. That really is the most important thing in all of this. I don't want to say any more about it now out of respect for my co-host, and also because I really value Gerard. I really admire the charity work he's done over the years, not just with this charity, mind you, but with many others. So I want to give him the chance to respond to all of this. What up? So that's what I'm going to do, and that's all I'm going to say.
I'm ready for a clean hands run.
That was the biggest bummer of an intro I've ever had to write. Let's make fun of some video game news, I guess. I do apologize in advance if my heart is not as in it as it usually is. I hope you'll forgive me, but like they say in show business, the show must go on unless it's a SAG-AFTRA strike, in which case the show stops for like 3 months while the nanny leads her troops to victory. The good news is that we have actually got plenty of video game news to keep us distracted this week, and news doesn't get much bigger than GTA 6. Yes, hardy ha, it happened again. Some big video game company carefully tracked the typical upload time of This Week in Video Games and made sure to post their news exactly 15 minutes before the episode was due to go live. This time it was Rockstar's turn to have their fun, but not before Jason Schreier stole a little bit of their thunder first. Last week he got the scoop that every game journal on the planet was dying to land. Info on when exactly GTA 6 would be revealed. Just a week after Dunkey uploaded his in-depth history of the GTA 6 announcement fakeouts, Schreier reported that his sources were saying that an announcement was imminent with an official reveal trailer to follow early in December. Sure enough, just a few hours later, Rockstar took to the tweet machine to dish up the news we've all been waiting for. Quote, "Next month marks the 25th anniversary of Rockstar Games. Thanks to the incredible support of our players worldwide, we have had the opportunity to create games we are truly passionate about. Without you, none of this would be possible, and we are so grateful to all of you for sharing this journey with us. In 1998, Rockstar Games was founded on the idea that video games could come to be as essential to culture as any other form of entertainment, and we hope that we have created games you love in our efforts to be part of that evolution. We are very excited to let you know that in early December, we will release the first trailer for the next Grand Theft Auto. We look forward to many more years of sharing these experiences with all of you. Thank you, Sam Hauser." I saw this tweet like 5 minutes after it went up, and it already had like 300,000 likes. I heard that it generated so much traffic that it broke Twitter, but let's be real, that doesn't take much these days. Either way, it's exciting, and the promise of an early December reveal is a very salacious one indeed. Could Jeff Keighley have landed the biggest game announcement in the history of game announcements for the Game Awards, scheduled on December 8th? It's possible, but to be honest, I doubt it. Rockstar, and I don't know if you know this, but they're kind of a big deal, and if they don't have to share the stage with other video game announcements, then why should they? Still, the Game Awards is convenient, with viewership topping over 100 million a year, and if you can tie your announcement to all of that awards chatter, then why not? Man, can you imagine the grin on Jeff Keighley's face if he gets to announce a GTA 6 trailer? It is going to be so big and so permanent, he's going to have to call a doctor after 4 hours. I don't need to tell any of you how much of a big deal GTA 6 is. At this point, GTA is less of a video game and more of a cultural artifact. Millions of years from now, when we're long gone and alien archaeologists study our bones, they'll measure our evolution in Grand Theft Autos. They'll be like, ah yes, this human is wearing a bum bag across his chest for some reason. He appears to be from the late GTA 5 age, third console generation. GTA 5 has sold 190 million units and is the single most profitable piece of entertainment media in human history. The fact that GTA 6 has been in development for this long only further adds to people's excitement, but even if Rockstar just whipped this up and farted it out in 3 months, it'd still sell 90 million units. That is the power of GTA, though to be fair, the studio maintains an exceptionally high quality bar on their mainline releases like Red Dead Redemption 2, just don't bring up that GTA Trilogy remaster from a little while ago. Hey, just briefly while we're on the topic of GTA, did you hear that Netflix might be trying to get on that Rockstar teat? The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Netflix are trying to sign a licensing deal that would see a Grand Theft Auto game come exclusively to Netflix. It's unclear who might make this game, what
The
type of game it would
fuck?
be, whether it be mobile or
Netflix
somehow
gaming?
playable on TV. We don't know anything. Hell, the whole thing could be bullshit. And you know what? I kind of wouldn't be surprised if it was, since it's not like Rockstar needs to sign a deal like this for cash. They have more money than all the pharaohs combined, adjusted for inflation, of course. So I don't know, you can kind of put me in the skeptical column when it comes to this report. Take-Two Interactive are the publishers of Grand Theft Auto, and they've been projecting a quadrupling of income next year as they brace for GTA 6's release. CEO Strauss Zelnick also spoke about the longer-term plans for the publisher as they move into what he's calling a growth phase. Take-Two had previously undergone a cost-cutting and restructuring program that he says was successful, and that Take-Two are now right-sized. One of those really awful corporate euphemisms that just means we sacked a bunch of people and now we're making even more profit. Which sadly brings us to the unfortunately recurrent segment in This Week in Video Games, the part where we discuss the layoffs. Man, I really wish we could go back to those heady days of no fucking thanks. It was way more fun laughing at companies KOing themselves with monkey JPEGs than it is to have to list hundreds of game dev jobs lost every week. And yet here we are, and the first cab off the rank really hurts. Digital Extremes, makers of Warframe, they are not only cutting staff, but they're also getting out of the publishing business, and they're cutting ties with Wayfinder, the MMO light that they just released from developer Airship Syndicate. So we all know DE for Warframe and Soulframe maybe, which is their next major in-house project. In addition to that though, the studio also had a publishing arm which put out a few titles including Survived By, and more recently, Wayfinder. Wayfinder didn't do so good. It had the cataclysmically bad launch window that most live service games have, combined with the fact that it was an early access release with plenty of bugs and issues holding the game back. As a result, the game never really got any momentum, and right now it's averaging a peak concurrent player count of 600 people on Steam, which is not great. DE announced that they'd be handing publishing rights of the game over to Airship Syndicate, who in turn have publicly confirmed that they plan to continue working on the game, which is honestly great because Austin reviewed it and he said it had some great bones. Link below the like button. It'd be a real shame to see this one die so quick. But Digital Extreme's external projects division is gone. Some 30 people lost their jobs this week. One of them spoke to Polygon saying, quote, "I'm sick to my stomach. I don't know how I'm going to pay my rent," end quote. I wish I could cover this story in more detail, but unfortunately there are just too many other layoffs to cover this week. Like Free Radical Design, for example. This is the studio that made the legendary Time Splitters back in the day, and then the GPU melting Crysis game when they became Crytek. That studio was closed in 2014, but in 2021, Embracer Group reformed them under the Free Radical Design label so they could make an all-new Time Splitters game. Well, as we all know, Embracer Group are desperately hawking everything not nailed down at the moment, and it seems as though Free Radical Design might be their next cost-cutting casualty, with staff at the studio being informed last week that the studio could soon close. That notification is a requirement under UK law, which means that 30 days after that, Embracer is free to shutter the studio. As a result, VGC are reporting that at least 15 people employed at the studio have begun looking for other work. Alright, Unity's up next, fresh off their recent bit of brand kamikaze action, you know, where they tried to screw over every single developer that uses their engine with a ridiculously ill-conceived installation tax. Well, with that clangor now firmly in their past, they're on to the next one, layoffs. They announced that they intended to lay off staff as they're still losing money year on year. 125 million this year, down from 250 million last year. So far, the only executive I've seen lose their job is CEO John Riccitiello. I would be very interested to see how many more of them lose their jobs as part of this cost-cutting initiative. Spoiler alert, it's probably going to be zero. Now, if there's one company that we know is really doing it tough and that really needs to do some belt tightening, it's Amazon. You think Jeff Bezos' transformation into Pitbull comes cheap? Look at those glasses, man. They're worth at least a few thousand. Point is, Amazon only made $244 billion in profit last year, so they gotta make some tough decisions to bring their costs down. That is why this week they sacked 180 people from their video games division. That is not a joke, by the way, they actually did that. This reporting originated with Aftermath, a new site that arrived on the scene last week. They reported that Amazon were about to axe 180 jobs, and then Amazon confirmed it to Aftermath. Quote, "We listen to our customers, and we know that delivering free games every month is what they want most. So we are refining our Prime benefit to increase our focus there. With these changes in our business approach comes some changes to our resourcing, resulting in the elimination of just over 180 roles," end quote. That being from Chris Hartman, VP of Amazon Games. These workers join the 27,000 other workers that Amazon laid off in the past 12 months. Again, $244 billion in profit last year. The hits keep coming, though this is the last one for the week. Ubisoft, despite earlier saying that they wouldn't do job cuts and would rely on natural attrition for their cost-cutting goals, this week announced that they'd be laying off 124 people, localized almost entirely in their Canadian operations. This does follow a very difficult and patchy period in Ubisoft's history, with the publisher struggling to evolve key franchises, break into mobile, or stand up new IPs. Just recently, Ubisoft announced a delay of a major title in development, but weren't specific about which one that was, and they also kinda delayed Skull and Bones again, since they had earlier vaguely hinted that it might have come out this year, but in a recent earnings call they confirmed that it won't arrive until early next year, unless of course it gets delayed again, which, you know, probably will happen because it's Skull and Bones. In more encouraging news, Ubisoft celebrated the 10-year anniversary of the best Assassin's Creed ever. I'm talking of course about Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. Ubisoft revealed that over 34 million people have had those pirate shanties stuck in their head, especially that one about the whiskey. And with these sorts of numbers, you really gotta hope that the rumors of a Black Flag remake end up being true. In other news, how'd you guys like that Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 campaign? Did you find a spare 3 hours to knock it over? By now you might have heard that Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3's single-player campaign is pretty much the worst in the franchise's history, a fact not altogether surprising since apparently this entry wasn't initially planned as a mainline offering and was originally positioned as an expansion for Modern Warfare 2. Jason Schreier of Bloomberg said he spoke to people close to the development process, and they report that Modern Warfare 3 was developed in around 18 months compared to the typical 3-year development cycle that Call of Duty games have. This understandably led to some staff having to work intense hours to get the job done, but no one seems to be alleging a widespread culture of crunch to get the game over the finish line. Sledgehammer representatives have pushed back on this, saying that reports that the development timeline was shortened were wholly inaccurate, and that some developers may have thought it was just an expansion rather than a premium release, because it was a, quote, new type of direct sequel, end quote. Not sure how the developers could be confused about that, but anyway. Regardless, the reviews paint a grim picture and definitely take some luster off a franchise that Microsoft just spent a lot of money to acquire. That wasn't all Microsoft bought though, they also got their green mitts on Blizzard, and Schreier was at BlizzCon speaking to Blizzard leadership about what was next for them as they transition into this new Microsoft era. Blizzard president Mike Ybarra seems very optimistic about the whole thing. He told Schreier, quote, going to Phil Spencer and saying, hey, can we do this? I think he would look at me and go, run your studio. I do think our decision making will be faster, end quote. Schreier also reported that we should be expecting World of Warcraft expansions to be arriving much faster. In a fascinating and underreported extract, Blizzard revealed that they now have effectively 3 teams working on WoW, a live team as well as 2 teams working on expansions in parallel.
This chapter.
They can kind of leapfrog over each other every year, similar to the way that Call of Duty's 3 studios do. Blizzard have promised on many occasions that we should expect a faster cadence for WoW content, but it looks like they're finally set up to make good on that promise. It certainly wasn't all good news for Microsoft and Blizzard though, as this week saw the formal dissolution of the Overwatch League. After initially selling spots for $20 million a pop, Blizzard's mismanagement of the Overwatch IP saw interest in the league dwindle away, and this week the teams themselves voted to end the league. This triggers a termination clause, meaning that Microsoft will have to pay out $120 million across the 20 teams, compensating them for lost investment and ongoing revenue. Man, imagine buying a company for $69 billion and the first thing you get is a bill for another $120 million. It's a sad end to what was at one point the most hyped up esports event on the calendar, with dreams to establish city-based teams similar to something like the NFL. That's all gone now, and it's highly likely that Overwatch esports tournaments will be hosted by the ESL, but that is still as yet unconfirmed. A quick lightning round to finish off. Larian Studios say they're making great progress in getting Baldur's Gate 3 running on the Xbox Series S. Larian boss Sven Vinke tweeted out that the latest build was using 34% less VRAM, which is a lot, to the point where other developers were scratching their heads like, how the fuck did you do that? Baldur's Gate 3 still doesn't have an exact release date, despite reports earlier this week that there was one, reporting quickly doused by Larian's head of publishing himself. Hopefully it isn't far off, and this latest news from Vinke about the state of the port is very encouraging indeed. Veteran voice actor Elias Tufexis revealed this week that he was, at one point, one of the player voices in Starfield. During development, the game did have a voice for you, the playable character, and Tufexis was one of those voices. When Bethesda pivoted to a silent protagonist, they recast him and Sissy Jones as some of the main NPCs in the game. Pretty cool move, since Tufexis says that in those instances, it's more typical for talent to receive a polite thank you before being shown the door. Nintendo are expanding their digs, but their plans have been delayed because they want to make their new center even bigger. While the rest of the industry is laying people off left, right, and center, Nintendo announced that their new development center is going to be completed a year later than initially planned because Nintendo have increased the scale of the proposed building, citing a need to hire more staff in the future. A games publisher actively hiring and promising to hire more? Haters will say it's fake. Staying in that part of the world, good news for Xbox, it's big in Japan. Not really, but it is getting bigger. Phil Spencer was speaking to Famitsu, and in that interview, he said that the PC gaming market in Japan had doubled since 2020, and the number of Game Pass subscriptions in Japan had quadrupled. Those are very vindicating figures for Spencer, who's made a big push of trying to break into the Japanese market after the Xbox brand having effectively no presence there since day dot, utterly trounced by both Sony and Nintendo. Strategic partnerships with the likes of Sega, Square Enix, and Capcom seem to be bearing fruit. Good job, Phil, and keep it up. Speaking of Xbox, breaking news, new booty just dropped. Man, I've been waiting to say that line all week. This week, Microsoft announced the appointment of Alan Hartman as the new head of Xbox Studios. Hartman was formerly over at Turn 10, makers of Forza Motorsport, but he's now taking over Matt Booty's old job. Hence, new booty just dropped. It was a long walk to get there, but I think the payoff was worth it. So what got announced or delayed this week? Well, first up, we got word that King Arthur Knight's Tale is headed to current-gen consoles on February 22nd. This is a turn-based tactics game from Neocore that got a really great reception when it released on PC last year, and next year it'll be available for both PS5 and Xbox Series consoles. Wolong Fallen Dynasty is getting another DLC pack in December. It's called Upheaval in Jingxiang, and it's another chapter in the increasingly sprawling Wolong saga. This is their third DLC expansion after all. It is paid DLC and it arrives on December 12th, but Team Ninja have also just rolled out a Neo 2 collaboration mission available free to all players. Last week we got Risk of Rain Returns, the remaster of the original. This week we got the announcement of Risk of Rain 2 Seekers of the Storm. It's an all-new expansion to Risk of Rain 2, the first that Gearbox have solo developed since they had the help of former developer Hoppu Games on the previous DLC. This one adds all of the things you'd expect: new survivors, new levels, new enemies, new power-ups, and more. It's a high bar for Gearbox to clear since Hoppu have done absolutely phenomenal work on the series to this point. Hopefully Gearbox can keep it going because it still feels like Risk of Rain has a lot of life left in it yet. Seekers of the Storm has been revealed but no release date announced. I'll keep you posted. Hades is headed to mobile. Good news, right? Well, yes, but there is some bad news too. First up, it's exclusive to Netflix. To be able to play it, you need a Netflix subscription, and then you need to access the game via the Netflix app on mobile. Even more disappointing, it's exclusive to iOS devices, meaning that Android is completely frozen out on this one. Also, no Windows Phone port. Very sad times for the 4 people still ironically rocking one of these devices. Still, Hades has always been best played on handheld, so it's kind of cool that Apple kids will get to enjoy this one. It arrives sometime in 2024, no date yet, and I do wonder if this precedes an announcement of a Netflix-produced Hades TV show, because let's be real, that would be incredible. I think if Netflix executives understood the power of Rule 34, they would have greenlit this years ago, so it's nice to see them finally playing catch up. 2 delay announcements this week, both of them coming in rather clutch actually. The first is for the Turok 3 remaster from Night Dive. It was meant to drop this past week, but the studio have announced a delay to November 30th. They didn't explain why, but you got to assume it's to put on some finishing touches, fair enough. The other delay was for another game that was meant to release this past week, Broken Roads. This is the Australian themed CRPG, which I'm calling Dingo Elysium. Anyone? No? Okay, alright, forget that. Let's just move on. So, this was meant to arrive last week to the point where review code had actually gone out to reviewers and people were playing it. But at the 11th hour, the studio announced a delay, and not a small one either. They're pushing it into 2024, and they haven't even provided a new date yet. The team say that the final product is a lot bigger than they'd first set out to make, clocking in at over 30 hours of gameplay and 400,000 words of dialogue, and so they needed more time to polish it up before launch. That's cool and all, but obviously something's gone at least a little haywire when you delay your game after review code is already out. Still, I respect the team for making this call. This past month alone, we've had 2 titles, City Skylines 2 and Tintin Reporter, both warn their audiences that the game runs like shit, promising to fix it post-launch rather than delay the game. That's a pretty shitty move, so as disappointing as a delay is, I'll happily take it over the alternative. So what came out last week? Only a handful of releases actually. First up was Risk of Rain Returns, a remaster of the original game, but updated to include content pulled from Risk of Rain 2, as well as an overhaul of the multiplayer, making it, playable out of the box rather than reliant on third-party services. Risk of Rain Returns has launched extremely strongly with a peak of 45,000 concurrent players on Steam, or approximately 28 Redfalls. On Steam, there are already over 7,000 reviews in, 83% of them positive, and critics are even more impressed with it sitting at a mighty 87 on OpenCritic. Gaming Bolt scored this
by
one a 9 out of
itself,
10, saying, quote,
and then
whether it's your
do
first
the,
one or your 50th, Risk of Rain Returns offers
yeah,
roguelike action like
that's
few
better.
other titles. The HD visuals and new
See you,
content
Granny.
are great,
Sorry.
but the game's
You're
excellent
asking
core
way
is
too
polished
much.
and enhanced even more, end quote. I'm actually playing through this one right now on my new
Oh,
Steam Deck
actually,
OLED,
I could put
and
them
I
to
can
sleep.
confirm that it is
Can I?
indeed excellent. The game, that is. I mean, the Steam Deck too.
Sleep Dart.
But I can very much see Risk of Rain Returns being another one of those games that I just leave
I have 2. I
permanently
should have bought
installed.
more.
Like a
Fuck.
Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name, released last week for all platforms bar the Switch. This is a one-shot spin-off that continues the story of Kiryu, albeit in flashback form before he starts rocking that grey hair we all saw in the Infinite Wealth trailer. This one also keeps the real-time brawler combat that fans of the series could only recently get from the Judgment games, since the mainline entries have moved to turn-based combat. Like pretty much everything else RGG puts out, the fans have gone nuts for it. The title's sitting at overwhelmingly positive 95% on Steam. However, critics are a lot cooler on it, putting it at a strong 79. IGN scored this one a 7 out of 10, saying,
Unconscious.
quote, like
Did
a
you kill your
Dragon Gaiden's
boy?
combat hits with
No,
flash
he's
and fury,
unconscious too.
its story is sharp, but setting and side activities feel a bit on the stale side.
God damn
end
it.
quote. GameSpot offered a similar sentiment, but a little more enthusiastically put. Quote, RGG Studios' latest action brawler is a captivating and emotional look at Kiryu's life that offers a greatest hits of the series' gameplay, end quote. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 was the biggest release of last week, but we covered that one off earlier. Only other release was Spirit Tea, that Spirited Away-esque cozy game that sees you managing a bathhouse for the gods, pumping the bellows, serving hot meals, and performing general maintenance while trying to live a life in the quirky town below. I played the demo and loved every second of it. Not many reviews for this one out yet, sadly.
Granny.
Only 74
They're done.
reviews on Steam, but it's sitting at 94% positive. And only one critic review, that of VG247. They did score it a 5 out of 5 though, saying, quote, there's just so much to love about
So you have a
Spirit
gift
Tea,
for
and
me
I'm very glad
upstairs?
to be able
Thank
to say
you.
that this adorable rural life sim has been well worth the wait, end quote.
Thank you,
Best of
Granny.
all, this one's on Game Pass, so if you're at all interested to give it a spin, I suspect you won't be disappointed. So what's coming out this week? Nothing massive, but some cool stuff nonetheless. Stuff like The Last Faith, an awesome looking 2D Souls-like Metroidvania with some
another one
top-tier
over
character
there.
designs and animations. This is one that I profiled a while back on my Put This
just
on Your
need
Radar
runes.
segment. People really dug it. They loved it even more when they got the chance to play the Steam demo during the Steam Next Fest. Now you can play it for real when the title launches on all platforms today. Teardown is very special. This is a heist game, but unlike Payday 3, it actually works and you can play it. It's voxel based, and the idea is to
Granny,
plan
you
out
got
the most
mad at me?
efficient
She told
heist
me to get
possible
out.
by blowing up as much or
Hey.
as little as is necessary. It's
no
incredible to
peeking.
watch. Just seeing the responsiveness of this engine is wild. The shit that can happen is insane.
Oh,
and the
okay.
campaign has over 40 missions for you to muck around
close
in
your front
addition
door.
to other
Get
game
rid of
modes.
this.
I still don't think this one is talked about as much as it should be, but hopefully the console release helps that. It's hitting PS5 and Xbox Series consoles today. Dredge is getting its first DLC release tomorrow. It's called The Pale Reach, and it offers another 1 to 3 hours of content available at any time throughout your playthrough, delivering an all-new chapter in the storyline along with new equipment, new fish to catch, and a new boat that is able to ram its way
Oh,
through
we
the frozen
need
ice.
that.
Very nice.
Oh, yeah,
Seems
show
like
me
a
the
small
loot.
but dense bit
All
of
of it.
content, not unlike the main
Sleep
game
darts,
itself.
perfect.
Since Dredge was really, really excellent. If you haven't checked it out yet, then this is a very good excuse to do so. Assassin's Creed Nexus is a VR game
Anything
exclusive
up
to
here on this?
MetaQuest headsets. True story. Ubisoft emailed me about this and were like, do you want to play a preview build? And I was like, no thank you. I prefer to keep my lunch in my stomach.
That'll do.
I can handle a bit of movement in VR games, but this has like massive aerial free falling and dodge rolls, and I was like, nope, hard pass and all that, thank you very much. Still, if you've got the stomach for it, it'll arrive exclusive to MetaQuest 2 and 3 tomorrow. No word yet on when it might arrive for other platforms. Earlier this year, Jagged Alliance returned after a 20-year hiatus. Jagged Alliance 3 released to very strong reviews and great feedback from the strategy community. It now makes its way to PS5 and Xbox Series consoles. Those ports drop tomorrow. Speaking of tactics games, one of the two bigger releases of the week is Persona 5 Tactica, a tactic-style spin-off featuring the iconic Persona 5 cast. Early previews for this one have been extremely encouraging, which is not at all surprising given that it's Atlas at the helm, and while they may put out some patchy releases across their portfolio, they do not mess around when it comes to Persona. Both 5 and Royal are among the best
Granny Rags,
RPGs
I
ever
got
made,
you.
and Persona 5 Strikers was surprisingly excellent despite its shift to an entirely new combat style. This more tactics-inspired spin on the franchise looks right at home, and you can tell that Atlas has spared little expense when it comes to things like presentation and cutscenes. Best of all, it's hitting all platforms at the same time, a welcome change for a franchise that's often much more staggered in its approach to port rollout. This arrives for PC, Switch, PlayStation, and Xbox on the 17th. The other big release this week is a remake that seems to have Nintendo fans a little teary-eyed with nostalgia. Super Mario RPG launches for the Nintendo Switch on the 17th, a top-to-bottom remake of the classic RPG that
Corvo, go on
kickstarted the
top
whole
the lamp.
"what if Mario could do more than just jump" thing. The remake isn't
Okay.
just a visual overhaul, though it does look pretty damn great. It's also got some big gameplay changes, adding new features
Can't go
to
on top
combat,
of the
new
lamp.
quality of
It's
life
kinda dumb.
improvements, and so much more. Nintendo did a round of previews for this one, and everyone who played the original walked away giddy with the excitement to see how much Nintendo were doing with this one. Sadly, I'm a little too busy to play this one this week, but I'll certainly be adding it to my pile of shame since I never actually played the original, and that feels like a gap I ought to plug. Warhammer Age of Sigmar Realms of Ruin is a new RTS game set in the other part of the Warhammer universe, the one that doesn't get as much love as 40k these days. And can I just say that it's pretty cool that we're getting an RTS game of any description. This is a genre that's really fallen by the wayside this past decade. Hell, the last one I can recall seeing getting any major attention was Dune Spice Wars, and even that had a whole bunch of 4X stuff going on in it. Realms of Ruin looks to be a lot more by the numbers in the best possible way, and it's great to see this sort of game getting made in 2023. If this one interests you, it's hitting all platforms bar the Switch on the 17th. That Expanse Telltale game has now wrapped up all of its episodes and will make its way to Steam on the 20th. It got decent reviews, probably not a must play if you're not a fan of the source material, but Belter loaders are sure to get a kick out of this one. And finally, Worldless arrives on all platforms on the 21st. This is that charming looking 2D platformer that also has 2D combat. I profiled this one a few weeks ago in my Put This On Your Radar segment, and now it's out. Speaking of which, put this on your radar. CRPGs are undergoing a much-deserved renaissance at the moment, thanks to not only Baldur's Gate 3, but before that, Disco Elysium. This is Sovereign Syndicate, and it definitely appears to be much closer to that Disco Elysium mold. It's a narrative-led, choice-driven CRPG with a twist, in that instead of being reliant on a dice roll to determine outcomes, you'll use tarot cards
Can I
instead.
hide under
The game
tables?
features an open world set in a steampunk rendition of Victorian London with some simple but effective
Yeah.
art design on display.
Nice
It also
and comfy,
features 3 playable
beautiful.
characters, a human, a minotaur,
Holy
and a
shit.
robot that kind of looks like Blitzcrank. Each of these characters has their own unique backstory, and people will respond to them differently as you meet them. Because yeah, if I met a Minotaur, I'd probably respond a little differently than if I just met a regular-ass human being. This one is a self-published title from Crimson Herring Studios, and it just locked in a release date, January 16th next year. If you'd like to check it out or maybe wishlist it, I've profiled it over on my Steam Curator page, which also has links to all of the other Put This On Your Radar stuff I've recently covered. I'll leave a link to all of that below the like button. Sort of free stuff time now, and one thing I will shout out is that Black Friday is coming pretty soon, but most retailers will start their Black Friday sales early. Sony, for example, just announced that the PlayStation Black Friday sale will kick off on the 17th. So if you're looking to scoop up some bargains, then the next week or two is a very good chance to do that.
Oh, shit.
If it's straight up sort of free stuff you're looking for, then we've got a smattering of that too. Epic are right now giving away Golden Light, which is a very weird looking survival horror FPS. And later this week they'll be handing out Surviving the Aftermath, a post-apocalyptic city builder. Think The Last of Us, but top down and without the zombies. Prime Gaming are giving away a brand new release this week. It's that Invincible Presents Adam Eve game, which I spoke about last week. It's a visual novel based on the Adam Eve spin-off. If you're hankering for even more Invincible stuff with the release of Season 2, then Amazon have got you covered. Finally, Game Pass are having a pretty solid week. Dune Spice Wars hits the service for cloud and console. Rollerdrome makes a surprise appearance, which is fantastic because Rollerdrome is absolutely superb. Please, if you haven't played it, go out of your way to play it. It is that good. And finally, Persona 5 Tactica
Why are you
launches
blocking
day and
the
date
door?
on
What the
Game Pass,
fuck?
a very far cry from the days of Persona games being like a 3-year PlayStation exclusive. For our feel-good story for the week, I thought it'd be nice to do a bit of a warm-up
Alright,
round
stay
for the
right
Game
there.
Awards by taking a look at
Don't
the winners
move.
of the recent Golden Joystick Awards. This happened last week in the UK. I'm told that event organisers put on an open bar from 1 PM and then the ceremony kicked off at like 6 PM. So you can imagine how loose things were by that point. Regardless, gongs were gonged, awards were handed out, and speeches were made. It was awesome to see Sea of Stars win Best Indie Game this year. The team behind that was so incredibly passionate and did such an amazing job. Really awesome to see them get that kind of recognition. Best performance went to none other than Ben Starr. Sadly, it was not for his iconic Mario audition, but rather his role as Clive Rosfield, the unreasonably attractive leading man of Final Fantasy XVI. There were some incredible voice performances this year, and Starr's work was truly outstanding. Very well deserved indeed. Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty got the Best Expansion Award. I'm not sure what the competition was for that category, but that seemed like a pretty easy W for CD Projekt Red. Best Nintendo game went to Tears of the Kingdom. Best PlayStation game went to Resident Evil 4 Remake, which is weird, but Spider-Man 2 wasn't eligible for the vote based on timing. And Best Xbox game went to Starfield. Personally, I think Hi-Fi Rush deserved a look in, but hey, I have not yet played Starfield, so I couldn't say. The biggest winner of the night, though, was of course Baldur's Gate 3, which won a grand total of 7 awards, including Visual Design, Community, Best Supporting Performer to Neil Newborn, the voice of Astarion, PC Game of the Year, Best Storytelling, Studio of the Year, and of course, Ultimate Game of the Year. There were over 20 Larian developers at the event to celebrate in person, and it's truly incredible to see a self-published Dungeons & Dragons CRPG become the phenomenon that has become. And as impressive as this award sweep is, I expect we'll see a full repeat of it very soon at Jeff Keighley's Shindig. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that is all I have for you today. Not really sure what else to say, so I think I'll just end it there and say thank you very much for stopping by. I always really appreciate your time, and I will see you again this weekend. Bye-bye. Do you ever wonder how shit works? I mean, for real, do you ever look at your PC and think, what the hell is going on inside there? Do you ever see that famous Einstein equation, E equals mc squares, and think to yourself, that's nice, I wonder what that means? Did you ever play Outer Wilds and think to yourself, it would be so much cooler if I knew the first thing about quantum mechanics? Well, if you answered yes to any of these questions, then can I suggest you check out this video's sponsor, Brilliant. Now, you might have heard of Brilliant. They provide really accessible, really interactive ways to learn about things like science, mathematics, engineering, computer science, and so much more. It's really interesting to me because growing up, I was always drawn to the arts, and I kind of shut my brain off to a lot of this STEM stuff. But the older I got, I was like, I would really like to understand exactly how GPS works. Not because I need to know, just because it's interesting to know. That's where Brilliant comes in. They have courses big and small, simple and in-depth, all of them illuminating something that seemed at first impenetrable, but really you just needed someone to explain it to you properly. Or you needed to learn by doing, which is another thing Brilliant excels at, since its courses almost always contain some interactive element that'll let you apply and test your learning on the spot. This stuff isn't just interesting, it can be really useful. If you work in data programming, for example, then the stuff you learn here can help you be better at your job. And just having a sharper, more curious mind is going to hold you in good stead no matter what you're doing. One thing I really like is that Brilliant kind of gamifies your learning, breaking your progress down into manageable chunks, giving you experience points and achievements for completing courses, and gradually upping the complexity as you get more proficient in the topic. Best of all, they have a mobile app, allowing you to log in and start learning whenever you've got a spare 5 or 10 minutes free. Sure, you could boot up a mobile game, and I absolutely do, but now I also boot up Brilliant from time to time. I find it just as fun and interesting, and it's actually useful. You can try Brilliant for free for 30 days, absolutely no cost, but if you do want to get an annual subscription, the first 200 people who subscribe get 20% off their annual subscription. To sign up, visit brilliant.org/skillup, start learning free for 30 days, or get 20% off your annual subscription for the first 200 signups only over at brilliant.org/skillup. Thanks Brilliant for sponsoring the video, and thank you for watching it. This video is brought to you by channel partner 4 years running, Squarespace. Stick around to learn more about them, as well as a special offer they're making available through my channel.
Jusant, a French nautical term for a receding tide. The game opens with this definition, and it seems at first a little peculiar given this appears to be a game about climbing, not seafaring. But that meaning becomes immediately apparent as you arrive at the foot of a dry, solitary island decorated by coral. Where you're stood was once the seabed, but where has the water gone? Time to find out. Jusant is a game perhaps defined by its simplicity. There is almost no UI, menus, dialogue, nor characters other than you and your strange amphibian companion. It's thrifty, but I suspect deliberate, as the omission of these elements make this a very focused experience. Jusant is about you, this island, and the climb. No more, no less. You'll ascend one hand or foot after the other, literally. Your left trigger grabs with your left, the right grabs with your right. This makes climbing an appropriate effort. I can't simply push forward on the stick and mindlessly scale walls. I needed to be mindful of my grip on the controller, always ensuring at least one point of contact, mimicking the same coordination required for the real deal. It's again simple, but mastering the technique will allow you to scramble these walls with significant speed, a skill that became crucial during the more challenging climbs. Your stamina can be regained by holding down the joystick, permitting a moment of reprieve for the character, but also for you to relax your fingers and plan the next move. Climbs become longer and more demanding as you might expect, some requiring you rest before almost every leap or handhold to prevent slipping up. You've got a few tools to help though, notably your strange pet of unknown origin. Flora will bloom in response to its call, providing you with crucial handholds. There are belays that you can plant at any point to use as an anchor for rappelling, running along cliff faces, and acting as a sort of self-managed checkpoint system should you miss a jump or lose your footing. But you've got limited belays and a finite length of rope, so there's still an element of strategy required in where you place these to avoid restricting yourself. While the tools offered here aren't numerous nor deep, it's enough to bring awareness to your surroundings, plan your route with care, and manage resources along the way. Dishonored isn't necessarily a difficult game, but every level will distinctly challenge your approach through the introduction of new mechanics. The scorching heat of the sun on one face of the island causes plants to wither, urging you to move with haste or cling to the shadows. Harsh winds can propel you upwards, but their direction and frequency fluctuate, demanding you wait for the perfect gust. Dishonored is a lesson in patience. It's a game that'll encourage you to slow down, to take one step at a time, to think before you leap. But it balances that patience with a sprinkling of fear. The sheer scale of these climbs ensure you'll spend moments clutching your controller as you hop between scurrying rock beetles, or swing across vast expanses with bated breath.
Oh shit.
You then finally reach the top of a climb and peer down
Oh,
at the
I killed
obstacles
him.
you
Oh,
overcome,
shit, fuck.
awash with sense of achievement and the confidence to continue your ascension. It's an ebb and flow of emotions, not just through gameplay, mind you, but also through the stories this world has to share. The story of the drought is told through the abandoned settlements, markets, tea houses, facilities, and docks. It's heartbreaking to see these once populated waterways and canals now barren, left with nothing but the coral and remains of neglected boats. Seashells you find out in the world still carry faint echoes of the past, allowing you to close your eyes and relive what was once here through the ambient soundscape lingering within. Your only reward for exploring these ruins are recorded exchanges and notes left behind by those long gone. It's not much, but it's enough to interpret the events that took place here, who these characters were, and where they're headed. This was a civilization of climbers, not unlike yourself, that migrated up and down the mountain in accordance with the ever-changing waterline. You get the sense they were a prosperous people, concerned with little more than fishing, trading goods, and raising their young. But with the tides now receded, they appear somewhat divided. Some wish to stay and pass on peacefully within their homes. Some ventured forth into the lands beyond to seek an oasis. But the youth look to climb the island in search of mythological beings that'll bring the return of water. It's these youth you'll follow closely through their journal entries. Despite being mere words on a page, I did find myself invested in the story of these starry-eyed adventurers. It's written in a befittingly casual and childlike way, making them relatable and allowing you to clearly visualize their personalities. They are the vehicle through which this narrative unfolds, as you experience secondhand their conversations and discoveries made during their journey upwards.
That's great for getting to the
However,
lamppost.
without tangible characters to interact with, it does result in you feeling like a bystander to this story, that nothing you do will have an impact. What use is there in restoring this world if there's nobody left to live in it? I had hoped the story's conclusion would address these lingering questions, but it unfortunately doesn't quite pay off the way I anticipated. Still, this kind of storytelling leaves room for interpretation, for mystery, which nonetheless kept me intrigued the whole way through and seeking every morsel I could. Jusant's art style is minimalistic and pleasing to the eye. It has a real softness to it overall, through its dull-set lighting, subdued color palette, and rounded geometry, appearing like a claymation scene at times. Each of the game's levels have such distinct visual identity, whether through a dramatic change in scenery or wild weather conditions. I suspect Jusant will be most recognized though for its wonderful soundtrack. Somber tunes using the game's leitmotif reflect the sad state of these forgotten landscapes. The low drones and chimes are reminiscent of Tibetan singing bowls, often used in meditation, sinking you into a tranquil state as you wander sunless caverns. It then juxtaposes these moments of calm with the climbing sequences where the tempo rises dramatically, culminating in a crescendo of piano, percussion, and string that spurs equal parts anxiety and determination as you approach the peak. The music here from composer Guillaume Ferran is just superb. It's almost worth experiencing this game for this alone. It really left a lasting impression on me, and I suspect I'll be listening back to this OST regularly to unwind or feel inspired. Jusant is available on PS5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC, but it's also on Game Pass if you want an inexpensive way to try it. It's worth noting that this isn't a long game, only about 5 hours to complete, give or take. There's a few little collectibles and points of interest hidden about, but otherwise it's a short and fairly linear title that can be cleared in an afternoon. It's developed by Don't Nod, the studio behind the Life is Strange series, a series that is all about dialogue. So it's neat to see them deviate from their usual style here with a game so light on story. You get the sense this was sort of a smaller scope passion project, yet I think they've succeeded here with a quaint game that will still evoke emotions within you without a single spoken word. While I think its story doesn't totally deliver on the thread spun by its breadcrumbs, Jusant is still a delightful sensory experience that offers respite from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. If you're in the headspace for that and looking for a pleasant way to spend an afternoon, consider climbing to the clouds and beyond in Jusant.
Possession's going to be really good for separating.
One question
enemies.
I often get is how to break into the world of content creation. There's a lot of ways to do it: streaming, community building, YouTube, games media, many ways to cut your teeth. Obviously, my stuff eventually ends up on YouTube, but what if YouTube wasn't the right fit for you? What if you wanted to build your own independent gaming outlet or blog, allowing you to talk about games how you like, building a portfolio of work as you did so that you could one day leverage into different opportunities? Well, if you're just starting out, then could I suggest Squarespace? Squarespace lets you build professional looking websites in minutes. You just select from their extensive list of pre-built templates, customize those templates to your desire, and boom, you are in business. It really is that easy. Squarespace's intuitive tools and huge library of templates make it super easy to get started. If you can handle formatting a Word document or a PowerPoint slide, then you are already well and truly equipped to make a fantastic looking website through Squarespace. Once it's live and your content starts going up, Squarespace has all sorts of back-end tools to help you track and grow your site. Detailed analytics tools showcase what your audience is clicking on, and SEO tools and social media integration make it easier for your audience to find you. It's a simple end-to-end solution that could be the start of your content creation journey if the written word is what interests you. If it is and you want to get started, then visit squarespace.com to start building your website through their free trial. And if you want to get serious, then use offer code SKILLUP for 10% off your purchase of a domain name. Thanks Squarespace for sponsoring the video, and thank you for watching it.
Got some ruins around here.
What were his crimes?
Who can say? Land is reserved for an overseer, or even the high overseer himself. Did you get caught in the lockdown?
Search the place top to bottom, and nothing to eat but the swill we hand out free. Of course we can.
One time, one of the second floor shutters got stuck.
This video is brought to you by Brilliant. Start learning about science, math, engineering, computer science, and so much more thanks to Brilliant's accessible and interactive courses. Click below to try it for free or be among the first 200 to sign up and get a 20% discount on an annual subscription. More details after the video. Gamers, not gonna lie, not really feeling it this week. As you might have heard, the news broke yesterday that Bungie were doing a round of layoffs. Now I'll make the point that this story is developing, and based on the timings of when this show is finalized versus when it goes live, I do expect some new details and clarifications to have emerged. I will of course provide an update on all of those next week. For now though, here's what we know. Yesterday, Jason Schreier of Bloomberg broke the news that Bungie had informed staff of 3 things. The first 2 are fairly unimportant. Number 1, Destiny 2, the Final Shape expansion is being delayed into June, an approximate 3-month delay versus its previously communicated February release date. This is not unheard of, as Destiny has delayed expansions in the past and they've been the better for it. It's also not remotely surprising in the world of game dev, where basically every game gets delayed. For the Destiny community, it does mean a very, very long final season stretching from December right through to June. But let's be real, that's neither here nor there for the current trajectory of Destiny. If you were going to take time off before Final Shape, you were going to do that anyway.
Oh, shit.
And everyone's still going to be coming back for the Final Shape because we all need to see this thing through. So a delay really doesn't change our plans much. Secondly, and somewhat related, Marathon, Bungie's upcoming extraction shooter, has also been delayed. It was slated to drop sometime in 2024, it will now drop in 2025. Again, not unusual, but a little more interesting given the rumors that Sony are pulling up a little from their nosedive into the live service morass that has sunk so many other publishers and studios this past generation. Are Bungie and Sony seeing a landscape that is increasingly hostile to live service experiences and altering Marathon's composition to compensate? Or does the game simply need more time in the oven? We don't know, but we do know that it's been delayed. That's it for now. The most important, most shocking, and most disappointing news is that Bungie have commenced a round of layoffs. Subsequent reporting from Jason Schreier revealed that Bungie has cut roughly 8% of their workforce, or 100 staff. That's across almost every discipline at every level of seniority, except for management, of course, because heaven forbid they might need to take some accountability and responsibility for the job losses they deem so utterly necessary. When the news broke, I was trolling Twitter, and it felt like my entire timeline was full of Bungie staff announcing that they had just been sacked. Liana Rupert, aka Hippie, was one of the most public faces of the company, and she announced her termination, quote, "Well, my heart is breaking for all affected. I am now looking for opportunities. I have 21 years of games industry experience in media, production, and community management. I'm processing. I'm so heartbroken. I don't know what to do from here. This was my home. I feel lost," end quote. Griffin Bennett, the social media lead for Bungie, also announced his termination, quote, "I've been laid off from Bungie. A surreal thing to write as I sit here pondering what went wrong. I'm still processing it all, and while my first instinct is anger, I know I'd regret what I'd say. Thank you to everyone at Bungie who helped make my last 5+ years the best ever," end quote. I've got examples like this from other community managers, people in the art department, producers, HR, you name it. Basically every core discipline for the game, Bungie seems to have cut at least some staff. While all of this was spilling out over social media, one Carson Reed on Twitter said that he had heard from an internal source that Michael Salvatore, the veteran composer responsible for so much of Destiny's utterly iconic score, had been laid off. We all frantically searched for confirmation on this, and eventually it came from Michael Salvatore himself. He had a website that profiled his work with a particular focus on his contributions to the Destiny franchise. He updated that website, removing all of that information and replacing it with a simple "gone fishing." He would later release a statement through Paul Tassi confirming that he was let go and saying the following, quote, "The last 24 hours have been crazy and I'm still sorting through my feelings. Many of my good friends were also let go and I feel awful for them. My heart goes out to everyone who lost their job yesterday. Regarding myself, the overwhelming feeling I have is one of gratitude. Beginning in 1997, Bungie provided me the opportunity to contribute music to some of the most amazing games ever made. I've been truly blessed to work with so many awesome creative people over the years. I've learned so much from them, not only as a composer, but as a human being during my time there. One of the things I've always loved about being a part of the team was our willingness to take risks, which was always a part of Bungie's DNA. And when we would fall, we wouldn't retreat, we'd reload. This is at the heart of what kept me engaged year after year through success and failure. I truly wish the best for my friends who are still there, and I have no doubt that they will be able to right the ship. To fans, please don't hate on them. Give them a chance to blow you away like they've done so many times before. Peace to all, Mike." That man truly is all class. After having received confirmation that Salvatore had been let go, we also learned that 2 other members of Bungie's music team had been let go as well. Michael Sechrist was responsible for iconic tracks like Deep Stone Lullaby and The Farm, and Josh Mosser composed tracks like the Shadowkeep theme, the song that plays during the Rolk boss fight, and many more. Both composers are no longer with Bungie. Paul Tassi provided original reporting, quote, "The layoff decisions came directly from Bungie management, not Sony. This is not about Sony replacing Bungie employees with their own people," end quote. He'd go on to clarify a broader point that's now coming into view, and that's that Sony is undergoing a round of cost-cutting and restructuring at the moment, and as such they may have given Bungie a target savings number and left it to Bungie to execute on that, but Sony's involvement in all of this is still as yet unconfirmed. Tassi and Schreier also both confirmed that a number of staff let go had shares in Bungie that had not yet vested. And of course, if you get sacked, you forfeit those shares. That is a really fucking ghoulish tactic that these companies use to snatch people's financial security from them. The subsequent reporting from Schreier revealed a number of bombshell details about why all of this is happening. Some weeks back, Bungie told staff that they were projected to miss annual revenue targets by 45%, and that Destiny 2 player retention is currently significantly down. They also said that the upcoming Final Shape expansion was getting good, not great feedback, hence the decision to delay it. Bungie CEO Pete Parsons told staff that they'd have to weather the storm together, and staff were up for that fight. A week later though, 100 people were sacked. The response to all of these job cuts was a mix of anger and sadness, and leading the grieving process was none other than Bungie's CEO, Pete Parsons. Since he had just sacked a bunch of his community and social media managers, he thought it'd be a good idea to get on Twitter and post this, quote, "Today is a sad day at Bungie as we say goodbye to colleagues who have all made a significant impact on our studio. What these exceptional individuals have contributed to our game and Bungie culture has been enormous and will continue to be a part of Bungie long into the future. These are truly talented people If you have openings, I would highly recommend each and every one of them, end quote. Now listen, I've got no problem with Pete Parsons. I think he's proven to be a pretty alright guy. But mate, nobody wants to hear from you right now. You literally just sacked these people. Some of these people are going to lose their homes because of this. Their kids are going to have to relocate and change schools. And you're out here making it sound like some fucking weather event, completely beyond the span of your control. Like a Thanos snap that magically erased a portion of your staff from existence.
What the fuck are you doing walking in here,
really
bro?
Interesting to hear from
Chill
Pete
out.
Parsons and other executives at Bungie and Sony. I'd like them to come out and say, we're taking X% pay cut to take responsibility for the decisions that led to this outcome. Unless they're willing to say that, then they should just stay out of the conversation. Obviously, a 45% shortfall in projected revenue seems like a big number, sure. But I would remind you that Sony just bought this studio for $3.6 billion, that Sony is on track to make $6 billion in profit this year, and they are currently sitting on $14 billion in cash. That's $14,000 million in just cash sitting in a bank account somewhere. You mean to tell me that you couldn't deploy a little bit of that capital to help weather this storm? Don't buy into the shareholder-led propaganda that when the line goes down a little bit or even a lot, that workers should lose their livelihoods so that executives can still get paid millions of dollars and shareholders still get their tidy returns. And I mean, think about what this does to studio morale and retention long term. Just coming back to Michael Salvatore for a moment. Do you know how fucking talented this man is? How important he is to Destiny and the way we think about it? What an institution he is in our minds? If that level of talent and output is not enough to guarantee yourself a job, then who would ever think themselves safe and secure in their role? This man is nearly 70 years old, he would have no doubt retired soon, and yet he has been denied the dignity of that retirement despite having devoted most of his professional life to Bungie, creating music that was so good that it shone even in Destiny's many, many dark and disappointing moments. But the thing that's really, really fucked about all this is that just over 12 months ago, when Bungie was acquired by Sony, Bungie leadership specifically said that the acquisition would not result in any restructures or layoffs. In fact, Sony had apparently earmarked over $1 billion for employee retention initiatives. Such was their stated commitment to retain Bungie staff. Now, they're sacking those same staff members, all of whom are talented in their own right, all of whom could have been put to great use in building out the future of Bungie if management were interested in doing so, rather than just chasing a few percentage points in cost reduction on a spreadsheet. I think Bungie's former community manager, DMG, put it well when he took to Twitter saying, quote, "It's frustrating, infuriating even, to continue seeing people who strap in to do good work losing their financial security due to poor management. The continued echoes of poor decisions made that feel avoidable. In a few of these cases, knowing how much effort these folks put in during incredibly difficult development and sentiment times puts a sour taste in the mouth. Proactive, reactive work always at the end of the funnel and having to make do with what they had and now let go," end quote. It's a plague that has struck the world of game dev this year, with over 6,000 game jobs lost despite the fact that this has been a record year for video games. Console subscriptions, box sales, plenty of AAA, AA and indie bangers, and yet still every week we hear about new job cuts. It just never ends despite all these companies making thousands of millions of dollars in profit each year, but it's never enough to satisfy the myth of perpetual, never-ending growth. The line must go up or your livelihood will come down. So obviously the most important part of this story are those job cuts, absolutely. But there's also a discussion around what this means for Bungie and how do you get to the point where you're missing forecasts by 45%, have player retention this low, and apparently are looking to ship a fairly middling final chapter in your 10-year saga. That conversation is a whole video unto itself, but I do feel as though some of Bungie's decisions are catching up with them. Lightfall was a deeply disappointing expansion, at least on the narrative and content front, leaving many people feeling shortchanged and underwhelmed at what was on offer for the hefty asking price. More recently, the game has been riddled with crippling technical issues that have resulted in substantially more server downtime, as well as busted exotics taking weeks or months to fix. The vaulting of content continues to be a ruinous decision, shattering the ability to experience the Destiny 2 saga from its beginning and perpetuating a feeling of FOMO that many people just cannot stomach. The monetization of different aspects of Destiny continues apace. It continues to be utterly embarrassing that you can buy a season pass for Destiny and it doesn't contain that season's dungeon. Like, what a thing to have to explain to someone who is just coming to Destiny for the first time. It continues to be embarrassing that Destiny 2 is the only full-price game on the market that monetizes transmog. These decisions can be justified in a given moment, but they pile up and up to create a situation where the well of goodwill runs dry. That's dangerous at the best of times, but it's particularly dangerous in a year like 2023 when there are just so many other games to play. And I've really thought a lot about this year because I'm playing way less Destiny at the moment than I have in the past 2 years. And it's not necessarily because I'm bored of Destiny, it's just because there are so many other options. It made me realize that live services are at least in small part enhanced by the absence of alternatives. That's worked well over the past few years as COVID has decimated overall game dev output, but with the industry now caught up and delivering top quality content at a regular cadence, live services like Destiny face stiffer competition than ever before. Finally, it must be said that Bungie's multi-year neglect of PvP has just seen that part of the community essentially exit the game over the last few years. That is a crucial segment to say farewell to. These are the players who keep the lights on when all the story-driven seasonal content is done, and those players just aren't there anymore. Bungie have recently promised yet another renewed focus on PvP thing, but with 10% of Bungie's workforce now suddenly gone, you do have to wonder whether PvP will again be deprioritized while workloads get reallocated. Here's my takeaway from all of this. I think that the future of Destiny is in question. I know a lot of people, myself included, are really thinking about stepping off when the final shape is done, and I think that if Bungie want to keep people like me around, it's going to require a lot of sustained commitment. Sacking 10% of your staff, including legends like Michael Salvatore, does not fill me with confidence about the future of this franchise. I think those 100 people could have been put to work to make this game better and this studio better, and they won't get the chance to do that now, and I think that is a real shame. That's really all I have to say about this for now, but I will say that I've scheduled a chat with Datto, Aztecross, and My Name is Bive. These are 3 of Destiny's biggest content creators, and they'll be joining the Friends Per Second podcast this week to discuss these events, the current state of Destiny, the upcoming Final Shape expansion, and beyond that. That chat will be live this weekend as part of the podcast, so if you'd like to know the minute that goes up, be sure to subscribe and ding the bell. Alright, so there was a lot of other news this week, but to be honest, I really wanted to cover the Bungie stuff properly. I think we've done that, at least for now. So I'll circle back to some of the other bigger news stories next week so I can cover them properly. For now though, let's do a quick lightning round to finish off. Capcom have said that they've got one more in them before this financial year is over. Speaking during an earnings call, they said that they have one major unannounced title to come before the end of March 2024, and they expect it to be very big. Odds are it's the as yet unannounced Monster Hunter World sequel, but personally I'm still holding out for a surprise Dino Crisis remake reveal. I'm certain I'm wrong, but a man can dream. Speaking of Capcom, they've just announced that they are now working on the next iteration of their phenomenally successful RE engine, the engine that's powered most of Capcom's top-tier Metacritic smashing titles over the past console generation. RE engine always looked fantastic and delivered absurdly good performance, a stark contrast to the absolute dumpster fire that Unreal Engine 5 has proven to be thus far. No word yet on when the new engine will be done, but Capcom have released a codename for it, Rex. It's like they're trying to give us Dino Crisis fans blue balls. Come on now. With Spider-Man 2 out the door, Insomniac are now able to swing their full weight behind the upcoming Wolverine. We know basically nothing about it other than the fact that it stars Wolverine, assumedly hoping that Insomniac don't pull a Kojima on us and have us play as, I don't know, Jubilee or some shit. This week we did learn one thing about it though, and that's that the game will be set in the same universe as Spider-Man 2. Speaking to Kinda Funny, game director Brian Intihar confirmed that both stories were set in the 1048 universe, which is the same one used in the Across the Spider-Verse movie as well. Good news, since that's one of the good universes, as opposed to whichever one all those Fantastic Four movies get made in. You can just delete that universe, thank you very much. Sticking with superheroes just a bit longer, the Batman Arkham Trilogy is about to arrive on Nintendo Switch, and to celebrate, it looks like Rocksteady are adding the Robert Pattinson Batsuit to Arkham Knight. The edition was accidentally revealed on the Epic Games Store last week before hastily being taken down. It's unexpected, but cool, and depending on how the Suicide Squad goes, this may be the best new thing that Rocksteady puts out over the span of a decade. Oh man, that's pretty brutal, I really shouldn't have said that. Moving right along, Lords of the Fallen cost CI Games $66 million to develop, making it by far their most expensive game. Luckily, it seems to have sold a boatload. Reviews on it were definitely quite mixed, but you can tell that CI really put it all on the line with this one, so even those who didn't much like it could still appreciate its ambition. Hopefully CI can come back for another swing and build on the game's strengths. And finally, man, this is just too good. Just take a look at this. This is a crossover between Final Fantasy XIV and Fall Guys. It's playable in Final Fantasy XIV, and it's a new event at the Golden Saucer, which is the in-game casino that plays host to myriad minigames. There have always been these big Takeshi's Castle style games in the past, but none of them have looked as awesome as this one, and this is just too perfect. I'm sorry, but it is. A little bittersweet in the timing, given the massive job cuts currently taking place at Mediatonic, and the future of Fall Guys being very much in question. But it's also a reminder of just how wonderful a thing they made and how timeless it's likely to remain. So what got announced or delayed this week? Plenty of indies, that's what. With the AAA season winding down, indies are stepping back up into the spotlight, which is always nice to see. Take the Iron Oath, for example. It's a really awesome looking turn-based strategy title featuring deep RPG and class systems, grid-based combat, and a really nice art style. This one has been in early access since April of last year and has only ever had positive reviews behind it on Steam. The team just announced that they'll be hitting 1.0 on November 2nd, at which point the price will go up a little, so if you'd like to grab it cheaper, then now is the time. Manor Lords is an indie title that's been doing the rounds for a little while now, turning plenty of heads for the scale of its ambition and how well it seems to be delivering on it. It's a medieval strategy game that features city building, economic management, social simulation, and large-scale battles akin to something like Total War. It kind of has to be seen to be believed, to be honest, as the impressive presentation and the number of game systems on display put this on par with premium strategy offerings from the likes of Paradox or Creative Assembly. This week the development team announced a release date, and it's an unusual one, 26th of April 2024. It's unusual because indie titles usually announce their release dates just a few weeks out to create some sort of momentum. But I guess the developers and publishers are just so confident in what they've got here that they want to get that release hype building nice and early. I'm not typically into these sorts of games, but to be honest, this one's grabbed my attention and I look forward to checking it out next year. Something else I'm very keen on is Risk of Rain Returns, a remaster of the original Risk of Rain game featuring new classes and content pulled straight from Risk of Rain 2 while retaining that 2D pixel art and perspective. I actually never played the original, but I love the sequel, so this is perfect for me. I'll be checking it out on my Steam Deck when it launches on November 8th for PC and Switch. No word yet on Xbox or PlayStation releases, but you got to assume they'll come at some point. Remember how Night Dive announced that they were remastering Star Wars Dark Forces and everyone cheered? Well, you can keep that cheer going because they just announced a release date for it, and it's February 28th next year, 29 years to the day after the release of the original. Love that. Yet another game to add to the February pile. Arizona Sunshine 2 is the sequel to one of the most beloved and successful VR titles, but let's be real, there aren't many that fit into the beloved and successful category. Still, the first one was a genuinely good game, and they've been working on this sequel for a long ass time now. Perfect excuse to dust off your PSVR 2 or put your new MetaQuest 3 through its paces. This drops on all VR platforms on December 8th. And finally, Disney Dreamlight Valley is leaving its early access period on December 5th, but interestingly, it won't be going free to play as originally planned. You had to buy into the early access period, but the publisher Gameloft had always said that when the title launched, it would be free to play. They've since reversed course on that, making the game a premium title, but it will still have microtransactions. So, is this double dipping? It's Gameloft, so the answer is almost certainly yes. Be sure to check reviews for how the cash shop in this is dialed in before purchasing this for yourself or one of your little ones. So what came out last week? Well, Stray Souls was one of the 2 survival horror titles releasing last week, and apparently it sucks the big one. On Steam, it's mostly negative 25%, and critics are around the same. No aggregate score on OpenCritic, but most reviews have it at around 4 out of 10. IGN scored it that saying, quote, "With poor optimization, zero polish, and some of the dullest bosses I've ever had the displeasure of fighting, Stray Souls is its own worst enemy, destroying its own subtlety with inelegant scares and tedious combat," end quote. Sounds like a pretty safe skip. Ghostbusters Rise of the Ghost Lord arrived for both PSVR 2 and MetaQuest 3 this week.
Right?
Very few reviews for this one, like basically none, but it did get a review from Virtual Reality Oasis, an excellent VR channel I've followed for a long time. I really trust this guy, and here's what he had to say.
The new HQ is well done. The equipment feel and sound effects are spot on, but the story is weak. The lack of the original ghost-busting team, the weird ghost design, the Fortnite-looking avatars, the lack of variety in gameplay, and the repetitive missions just make it difficult to recommend. If you're dead set on trying the game, I would say wait until the game is on sale, or at least until there's a much clearer roadmap of content ahead that isn't just cosmetic skins. Some more interesting game modes and more interesting ghosts are urgently needed. Otherwise, players are going to be done with this game real quick, and the servers themselves will turn into a ghost town.
So there you have it. If you want to see the rest of that review, I'll leave a link to it below the like button. Be sure to subscribe to that guy, by the way, if you're into VR stuff. He really does make great content. Sticking with the Ghost theme for a bit, Ghost Runner 2 arrived for all platforms bar the Switch, and it seems to have delivered in much the same way that the first game did. On Steam, people are very happy with the title sitting at a very positive 90%, and critics are similarly pleased with it sitting at a strong 79 on OpenCritic. IGN loved this one, scoring it a 9 and saying, quote, Ghost Runner 2 is a sequel that builds upon everything that made the first game great, leading to 10 to 12 hours of absolutely action-packed, high-speed Cyber Ninja excellence, along with a great replayable roguelike mode as well, end quote. Only real outlier was PC Gamer, who scored the game a 65, saying, quote, this is the perfect example of the fact that quality and quantity are two very different things. This could have been an excellent game. Instead, it's one that's often good, but far too often isn't, end quote.
Look at that
Still,
second
chances
blink.
are, if you've enjoyed the first game and are keen for more, this will deliver. Mineko's Night Market is a cozy game that's all about loving Japan or something, but it doesn't seem to have left much of a mark. It's mostly positive 74% on Steam, which is pretty good, but the cozy crowd are usually pretty forgiving, so that's a lower score than you might expect. Critics are pretty lukewarm on it, with plenty of 5s and 6s, like that from the 6th Axes, who scored it a 5 out of 10, saying, quote, Mineko's Night Market goes down as one of my biggest disappointments of the year. The early promise is entirely squandered through inane conversations, repetitive minigames, and a feeling more akin to a mobile loop than a cozy game. The art style and plethora of cats are cute, but I'm afraid this is one to avoid, end quote. Other reviews generally read along the same lines, albeit they're a lot less harsh. Biggest release of the week, and I think one of the biggest and best releases of the year, Alan Wake 2 arrived for Xbox, PlayStation, and the Epic Game Store last week, and oh my god, this video game, this absolute video game, how do I find the words? Well, I've actually already found them, hence my 30-minute review on it, link below the like button. Listen, this is one of a kind. If you're one of those people that's a little bit frustrated with how safe a lot of AAA output is, buy Alan Wake 2 immediately and just be bowled over by its fucking weirdness, its meta-narrative, its characters, its mystery, and so much more. As I said in my review, this game has literally
John
one
if
of
he
the
has any
best
more upgrades
sequences
for me.
I've ever experienced in a video game. It is that good. A really remarkable experience defined by its creativity and uniqueness. It absolutely should not be missed. I'm not alone in that assessment, by the way, as Alan Wake 2 currently sits at a mighty 90 on OpenCritic, making it one of the highest rated releases of the year, just 2 points behind Resident Evil 4 Remake. Man, between Alan Wake, Resident Evil, and Dead Space, horror fans ate pretty damn good this year, didn't they? So there you have it, Alan Wake 2, a certified banger, and I suspect the last Game of the Year nominee to release in 2023, unless, of course, Avatar Frontiers of Pandora really surprises us. Will it? Probably not, but maybe, you never know. So what's coming out this week? Okay, listen, there's nothing massive on this list, but there are a total of 20 games coming out this week. That is what happens when the big release season ends. The small stuff starts trickling out, which to be honest is great because there's some really interesting stuff on the list this week. Stuff like Song of Nunu, a League of Legends story. This is a single-player adventure game set in a League of Legends universe, and it tells the story of Nunu and Willem as they journey across the Freljord. It has Braum in there too, and he's literally my favorite ever League of Legends character, except for maybe Thresh. The Riot Forge label has published a number of these single-player spin-off titles over the years, and they've almost always been excellent. Riot demands a very high standard from their third-party partners, and Nunu looks to be in keeping with that tradition. It hits all platforms today. Achilles Legends Untold is an isometric Souls-like action RPG that retells, with a little bit of flourish, the story of the legendary Achilles, a man so famous that we ended up naming a serious injury after him. Rest in peace, Aaron Rodgers. It's been in early access since May of last year and has racked up a mostly positive 75% review score since then. It hits 1.0 tomorrow and it'll arrive on all platforms bar the Switch. My Time at Sandrock is another early access title going 1.0 tomorrow for all platforms bar the Switch. It's the sequel to the much-loved My Time at Porsche, a cutesy sandbox building game with a twist. The twist being a fully fledged story and campaign full of lots of different game modes. It's had a really successful early access period, so if you're into that sort of thing, then there's every chance you'll love it. Blasphemous 2 arrived recently for Steam and absolutely tore it up, just as the first game did. Tomorrow it'll arrive for PlayStation and Xbox consoles. Do pick this up if you're a fan of really interesting, really well-made Metroidvanias or 2D Souls-likes. For the King 2 is an adaptation of the tabletop RPG. The first one went down a treat, and if you're keen for more, then this one drops on the second, exclusive to PC. Power Wash Simulator arrives for MetaQuest headsets tomorrow. So firstly, I'm unironically extremely excited for this. Power Wash was one of my favorite games of last year, and I've been dying to play it in VR. I also just bought a MetaQuest 3 actually, and besides a few rounds of Beat Saber, this will literally be the first game I play on it, so I'm quite pumped. Sadly though, this is only coming to MetaQuest headsets. Obviously the publisher, Square Enix, signed a deal with Meta to keep it off other platforms.
Shit, it saw me? What the
PSVR
fuck?
2. I do wonder how Sony feels to be on the other side of the fence when it comes to an exclusive Square Enix deal. Biggest release of the week, and I cannot believe it is finally here, RoboCop Rogue City. Now, funny story for this one, I requested a review code for it and the publisher was like, yeah, no problems. But I never got one, even though I heard keys were going out to other outlets. So I emailed them and I'm like, what's the deal, guys? And they were like, bro, we sent it to you. Check your spam folder. Sure enough, that's where it was. And so unfortunately, I missed the window to hit the review embargo, but I will be playing through it this week. This game, man, it's very weird, let me tell you. I played about 3 hours of the demo and was equal parts impressed and perplexed. It's nailing some things like the combat, but really bungling others, like the rendition of characters like Murphy's partner, Lois. It's a pretty mixed bag, as evidenced by the reviews which dropped overnight. At the time of writing, RoboCop Rogue City was sitting at around 70 on OpenCritic, a fair spread of scores ranging from the upper 8 to as low as 4. Let's take the midpoint and go with Push Square's 6 out of 10. They say of it, quote, RoboCop Rogue City does an admirable job of bringing the gritty universe of the films to life and of capturing the
fuck is that guy doing in there?
Enforcer himself. However, there are only so many cyberpunk lowlifes one can blast to bits before the repetition sets in, end quote. Weird. Based on my time with the game, repetitiveness certainly wasn't
what are
one of
you
the most
doing up
interesting
here?
things to call out. But hey, the game is meant to be some 30 hours long for completionists, so maybe they're right. Star Ocean: The Second Story R is a remaster of the second Star Ocean game, featuring touched-up visuals, new battle mechanics, Japanese and English voiceovers, and rearranged music. A real love letter to the franchise with a features list like that. It drops on all platforms by the Xbox tomorrow. Yet another JRPG skipping the Xbox console. Hate to see it. The Talos Principle 2 is hitting all platforms bar the Switch tomorrow. It's more first-person puzzling action from Crow Team. Yes, the same team who make Serious Sam. It's published by Devolver Digital because they know a great game when they see it. Hopefully this one lives up to the high standards set by the first game. Thirsty Suitors is a game about a girl with demanding parents who want to see her get married ASAP, but she's got other ideas, and through a combination of combat, skateboarding, and cooking, she's got to find a way to reconcile with her exes while keeping her parents at bay. This is published by Annapurna Interactive, who also know a banger when they see it, and it drops for all platforms tomorrow. This next one looks quite interesting actually. Vampire the Masquerade Justice is a first-person stealth action VR game set in the deeply troubled Masquerade universe. You can stealth, you can murder everyone you see, you can satiate your sanguine hunger. You can do all sorts of cool things. This kind of looks like a VR Dishonored actually, and that's a pretty great concept on spec if you ask me. The Masquerade franchise is famous for some pretty patchy release quality, so be sure to check reviews, but this one arrives for both PSVR 2 and MetaQuest tomorrow. DreamWorks All-Star Kart Racing. No word of a lie, I had absolutely no idea this existed until I saw it on the release list. But if you want a game that will let you pit Shrek against Kung Fu Panda in thrilling kart racing showdowns, then I guess this is literally the only game that will let you do that. Good news, it's published by Game Mill, the same publisher behind that recent Skull Island Kong game, so you know you're in for something good. This one hits all platforms on the 3rd. Quantum Error, okay, ooh man, so this one has been kind of doing the rounds a little on account of the Xbox version of the game being delayed owing to what the developers claim are the limits of the Xbox Series S. Only it seems as though memory availability is the least of this game's problems, as reviews dropped yesterday and looks like the game is a bit of a disaster. Only a handful of reviews of this one, none of them over 6 out of 10. The PlayStation Universe one is an interesting read. They scored the game a 25 out of 100 and said, quote, "The only interesting part of Quantum Error is the premise, hinting at some intriguing cosmic horror ideas. Unfortunately, it's buried underneath rubble filled with bad controls, janky performance, and humdrum gameplay. Unless a complete overhaul could be implemented, there's no way a patch could save this game from itself," end quote. This is a full price title, mind you, but I'm pretty sure we'll see it discounted like 80% in the coming weeks. So be sure to hold fire on a purchase if you are still dead set on grabbing it. 6 more to go. WarioWare Move It arrives on the Nintendo Switch on the 3rd. It's the same classic format of lightning fast minigames, only this time you have to get off your ass to play them. Sounds like a downgrade to me. If, however, you are more actively inclined, then I'd estimate this looks like a good time. They're probably one best enjoyed with friends. The Invincible is one that I've had on my radar since it was revealed last year. It's an adaptation of a classic sci-fi novel of the same name, made by a team of former CD Projekt Red developers. It's a walking sim, like Firewatch, in retro-themed lo-fi sci-fi, but the narrative influence, the art design, and the pedigree of the team involved have definitely piqued my interest. Response to the game's Steam Next Fest demo was a little lukewarm though, which definitely tempered my expectations. Either way, this one does look interesting, and if you'd like to check it out, it arrives on all platforms bar the Switch on the 6th. Football Manager 2024 arrives on all platforms bar the Switch on the 6th. The only thing I can think of more boring than sport is spreadsheets about sport. So I'm gonna sit this one out. Enjoy yourselves, Europeans and South Americans. Salt and Sacrifice is an excellent 2D Souls-like that is finally making its way to the Nintendo Switch on the 7th. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2 is also one I didn't know was coming until I saw it pop up in the release list. The first game was released back in 2021 and it didn't really pop off for a number of reasons. The developers haven't given up though, they've taken feedback to heart and they're coming back for another swing. This one featuring a full single player campaign, more levels, more game modes, and just more everything. Unlikely that this will knock Smash from atop its pedestal, but hopefully it delivers some good laughs. It arrives on all platforms on the 7th. And finally, the 20th game releasing this week is the delightful looking Tintin Reporter Cigars of the Pharaoh, a narrative adventure game that seems to be absolutely nailing the classic aesthetic while also bringing it into the modern era. It's got action, it's got puzzles, it's got fisticuffs, it's got Snowy, God bless him, he's such a good boy. It's hitting all platforms bar the Switch, which is a bit of a shame actually, because I feel like this is an all-ages title and the Switch is an all-ages machine.
This goddamn
But the
wall of
visuals
electricity,
actually do
I
look
hate
pretty
that
good,
shit.
So maybe they just couldn't squeeze it onto there. We'll check back in on reviews for this one next week. Hey, put this on your radar. This is Wordless, the debut game from developer No Name Studio. It popped up in my inbox a little while ago and I kind of thought to myself, okay, nice looking platformer, I'll add it to the list. It wasn't until I circled back to it that I realized that there was actually a lot more going on here, especially in the combat department. This actually has a form of turn-based combat in effect, not the sort of combat you'd usually see applied to 2D platformers. But the turn-based format doesn't look at all static either. On the contrary, the rich animations and particle effects result in combat that looks, at times, absolutely stunning, despite how simple and understated the visual
Maybe I can
design
use the
is.
rat tunnels to get
This
through.
one
I
looks
do
a
have
little special. The
possession.
more gameplay I watched, the more I was like, you know what,
I'll have
now?
to knock him out.
Just
Hold
became
on.
more impressive the more I watched of it, so I do recommend checking this out for yourself. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. If you'd like to check it out or maybe wishlist it, I've profiled it over on my Steam Curator page, which has links to all of the other Put This On Your Radar stuff I've recently covered. I'll leave a link to all of that below the like button. Sort of free stuff time now, and this is the first week of the month, so the sort of free stuff is coming in thick and fast. At least it will be very soon. At the time of writing, we're still waiting for details on the monthly PS Plus refresh, as well as the new Prime Gaming offerings. But what's on offer right now will disappear in the next day or two, so be sure to grab it before it's gone. Epic are still doing their weekly thing. Right now, they're still giving away the 2D / top-down puzzler Tandem, as well as the Evil Within 2, the cult survival horror classic that would make for a nice follow-up to Alan Wake 2 if you're in the mood for even more survival horror this scary season. Later this week, those two games will be replaced by two others. The first is Fist Forged in Shadow Torch, a surprisingly great 2D action Metroidvania with nearly 90% positive ratings on Steam. The other is the delightful and irreverent Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion. Fight the corrupt vegetable government and their villainous regime of taxation. I don't know. Only other thing we got right now is the Game Pass refresh for November, which is looking particularly chef's kiss. Football Manager is on there for, you know, you people who like sports ball. War Tales Arise for cloud, PC, and console. This is an excellent strategy role-playing game that I really recommend checking out if you're into that sort of thing. Thirsty Suitors is on there. We mentioned that one earlier. Spirit Tea is an upcoming cozy game that looks delightful. And Wild Hearts is a truly excellent monster hunter game that was unfortunately undone by poor performance, especially on PC. It looks as though that title is now going into maintenance mode and won't get any new content, which is such a bummer. But there's still plenty to enjoy while we wait for the next Monster Hunter sequel. Finally, Like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His Name is also on there. I had no idea that was launching day one on Game Pass, but it is, and that is awesome for RGG fans. Do note that if you're one of the 3 people who plan to play this using the English voice track, that dub will come post-launch. So this episode was a bit of a bummer of an episode. It's enough to make you reach for the bottle, and then maybe go driving. Wait, what? No, don't do that. Drink driving is very bad, and that is a message we need to convey emphatically, unless, of course, you're Nintendo, in which case you upload a literal drink driving game onto the eShop and give it a PEGI 3+ rating, meaning it is intended for kids. That is right. Our feel-good story for the week pertains to a game by the name of Need for Spirit Drink and Drive Simulator. This is real, by the way. Gameplay consists of a, quote, hapless professional driver tasked with delivering alcoholic beverages to various celebrations, all while battling the perils of abysmal roads and your very own addiction to the booze you're transporting, end quote. This game, and that's being very generous, was released on Steam some time ago, and you can buy it for $1.50 right now should you choose. I recommend against it. Recently, though, it was uploaded to the Nintendo eShop with that PEGI 3+ rating. It's likely that this rating was applied via a self-submitted process, so the developers of this game really thought they could get away with labeling this game okay for 3-year-olds. Nintendo did not agree, pulling the title from sale and flicking the game back to the ratings board for further review, which ended up putting a 16+ label on the game. Luckily though, there's a disclaimer at the bottom of the game's description that says, quote, delivers a humorous take on a serious subject, making it clear that the game does not endorse or encourage drink driving in real life, end quote. I mean, fair enough, I guess. We've all done a hell of a lot worse than that all the way back in GTA 3, but at least Rockstar didn't try and slap a PEGI 3+ rating on GTA. That takes some real balls. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that is the show. It's been a hell of a week, but we got here in the end. If you found this episode at all interesting or useful to you, then I'd love it if you could drop the video a like as always, because that's a huge help to any YouTube video. Do subscribe if you'd like to come back next week, or maybe even before then, for that chat with Dado, Bife, and Aztec Cross about the state of Destiny. I can also reveal that just as I finish wrapping this episode, we managed to lock in the game directors for Alan Wake 2. Both Sam Lake and Carl Rowley will join the FPS podcast this week to talk through how the fuck they managed to make a game like Alan Wake 2, with a special deep dive into that segment. You know the one if you've played it, but don't worry, we'll provide a clear spoiler warning so as not to ruin it for anyone who hasn't yet experienced it. Alright, that is it for now. A big thank you for watching, and a big thank you to this week's sponsor, Brilliant.
Do we have suspects?
Okay, so video game release season is over, which means we've got a bit of free time on our hands now. So what are we going to do with that? Personally, I'm trying to get my shit together. Excuse my French. After 3 months of being locked inside playing video games, I'm trying to get some sun, I'm hitting the gym, I'm catching up with my friends, if they still remember who I am. The other thing I've started trying to do is sharpen my mind a little bit, thanks to this video's sponsor, Brilliant. Now you might have heard of Brilliant. They provide really accessible, really interactive ways to learn about things like science, mathematics, engineering, computer science, and so much more. It's really interesting to me because growing up, I was always drawn to the arts, and I kind of shut my brain off to a lot of this STEM stuff. But the older I got, I was like, I would really like to understand exactly how GPS works. Not because I need to know, just because it's interesting to know. That's where Brilliant comes in. They had courses big and small, simple and in-depth, all of them illuminating something that seemed at first impenetrable, but really you just needed someone to explain it to you properly. Or you needed to learn by doing, which is another thing Brilliant excels at, since its courses almost always contain some interactive element that'll let you apply and test your learning on the spot. This stuff isn't just interesting, it can be really useful. If you work in data programming, for example, then the stuff you learn here can help you be better at your job. And just having a sharper, more curious mind is going to hold you in good stead no matter what you're doing. One thing I really like is that Brilliant kind of gamifies your learning, breaking your progress down into manageable chunks, giving you experience points and achievements for completing courses, and gradually upping the complexity as you get more proficient in a topic. Best of all, they have a mobile app, allowing you to log in and start learning whenever you've got a spare 5 or 10 minutes free. Sure, you could boot up a mobile game, and I absolutely do, but now I also boot up Brilliant from time to time. I find it just as fun and interesting, and it's actually useful. You can try Brilliant for free for 30 days, absolutely no cost, but if you do want to get an annual subscription, the first 200 people who subscribe will get 20% off their annual subscription. To sign up, visit brilliant.org/skillup, start learning free for 30 days, or get 20% off your annual subscription for the first 200 signups only over at brilliant.org/skillup. Thanks Brilliant for sponsoring the video, and thank you for watching it.
On top of the tub, Corvo. Nothing in here. Nice. How come I can't go on top of the lamp?
Probably can't even sell it for junk. Not worth the time taking it off the walls. Might go upstairs. See if the other two found something worth the trouble. Yeah, it's nice. Is that? Come on, let's get this guy. What's inside? One more try. They wouldn't have such a strong door if they kept some interesting things on his other side. I'm telling you, it won't budge. Not even a bit. I think I pushed out my shoulders. Stop your crying and give another show. Just imagine what could be behind it. That'll get you through the day.
What's this? Information from my missing guy. Let's have a listen.
Alright, so poetic justice.
It's me, Crowder. I'm making this in case you don't make it back. He was right. There is someone what you did. Once they take over the distillery, the whole bottle street here. You'll never believe who it is. At first I did. That's why it taken me so long. I wanted to be sure. What's that? Ah! No! No! Ah!
So Kral is dead. Too bad. He was one of less men. Still, you and me had a deal, and Slackjaw never goes back on a deal. Take this key. It ain't for the golden cat, no. This key's for the captain's chair. A hotel abandoned since the plague gutted this part of town. Take the stairs to the top. You can use the roof to get into the golden cat grotto. See that? Slackjaw keeps a bargain. Just as good as the men that run the city. The cat's having a big
Ooh, excuse me. Oh, I can go over the roof. Holy shit. Oh my god. I've been wasting my fucking time. Beautiful. Captain's Chair Hotel? What? The Captain's Chair Hotel. Okay, I guess I'll go there. Sounds fancy. Sleep darts? Fuck off, rats.
For 20 minutes. Oh, that's good. I deserve that one. Shall I tell you why? Stop dead. I cheated them, robbed them of thousands. Oh, ruthless. Don't hold back. I'll tell you everything. Pendleton's inheritance was worth hundreds of thousands at least. I told them it was junk.
Stay focused, please.
Retribution! Retribution! Oh, that was perfect. That's all I can say for today. All The safe, yes, of course. The combination is 696. Take anything you find. I think I felt my heart skip. Please, my heart won't take this. I'm scanning. I see the pendulums, yes, and I've been to the Brimsley's. They worship the outsider. I've seen it. I did it too.
Now Morgan's on the first floor. Need to get the men in position.
The ivory. All I can tell you is it's very... I'll leave the rest to your imagination. Custis is easier to manage. Some nights he just waits in this room stares and glares. It's funny.
Adam's office. Still? What did I forget? Oh, we got runes in here. Shit. Nice, we got them all over. God damn. Let's get that one. Wait, where's that one? It's in the room over there. I don't have any more sleep darts. God damn it. Fuck me. What are you gonna do? God damn it, I don't know how to knock you out. I should have saved. Fuck me. Forgot how to get to the courtesan's dormitory. Fuck.
The High Overseer, for all I care.
Some of my friends say I look like Lady
Bah.
Present yourself. Don't make me find you.
Fuck. What the fuck are you doing in here, man? Courtesan's dormitory. How the fuck do I get there? Here they are. There's Emily. Fuck. Fuck, I still fucking... How the fuck do I get up there? Oh, wow. get Slackjaw his safe combination. What up, Granny?
I hear them laughing, but then they'll see.
You brought me the numbers.
Golden Cat had some more runes, but oh wait. I don't feel like looking for runes in there. I think I'm good on runes. Fuck it. That possession is gonna be really helpful, though. I gotta get that up to level 2 at least. Need 5. Need 3 more. The Golden Cat. I have to kill them? Meet Emily. What the fuck do you want, Emily? Oh my... Fuck me. Great. Goddamn fucking damn it, Corvo. This jumping fucking... This fucking blinking shit sucks sometimes. God damn it. There we go. Suck my fucking dick. Eh, Corvo, jump! What the fuck was that? Wow, great. Great blink. Emily, what the fuck? Oh, I had to talk to her. She just fucking stands there like a dumbass. Hey, you see him not go through the door?
You mustn't come by though. I'll wait for you near the door. I remember the way. Don't worry about me.
You dumb fucking asshole. Just go. Fuck.
No, don't take it.
No, what the fuck? Get me the fuck out of here. Didn't kill anyone. Nice. Beautiful.
So you did the business, did you, Corvo? I'm not one to speak against my betters, mind you, but if anybody ever deserved their fate, it was those Pendletons.
What business are you talking about?
Oh, grown-up business, girl. I mean, your ladyship. Forgive me.
It's okay. I heard a lot of you're in a business on the Golden Cat.
Oh, I should concentrate on piloting this boat.
Young lady Emily, I'm Callista. I'll be caring for you and schooling you while you're with us.
Pleased to meet you.
As am I. Would you like to see your room in the tower?
Can I see it?
Yes, you may. You'll get to see it all. The entirety of the Hound Pits.
Good. I think I'll like it here. I'll go with Callista, Corvo. I'll see you later.
You do not fail to impress. Armed with a blade, you change the course of the city forever. And with the Pendleton twins gone, our own Lord Pendleton will assume their votes in Parliament. In one night, you've done more than most men do in a lifetime. I need to speak to you soon. But for now, Lord Pendleton requests your attention.
You fucking whore, give me gear.
Ask me for any gear you need.
How do I increase my sleep bolt capacity? Bullet bolt. I guess not. Whatever. Suck my dick. Don't move. I should kill you right now.
Corvo, the Loyalist conspiracy.
All right.
Gamble's journey. It's amazing how many officers.
Off to Caldwin's Bridge, sir. We'll get our sleep later.
Let's go.
Just climb aboard when you're ready. What do you think, Corvo? Caldwin's Bridge. Been in the city for years, but we lived in Dunwall Tower with the late Empress, so maybe you haven't visited the bridge before tonight. Something to look out for. See all them lights on the water? That's right. We'll be spotted for sure. You're gonna have to shut off their power.
bringing Sokolov back alive. He's smart. Maybe even smarter than Piero. Got the whole gun wall under his thumb with all that natural philosophy business. New technology, potions, and the like. Seems dangerous to me. But what do I know? Here we are. I'll meet you at the Arches under Sokolov's place when you're ready, Corvo. Assuming, of course, you've taken care of those floodlights.
What is a... All right, Sam. Oh, that's right, all the paintings. Let me see where this one is. Okay, this one obviously. And then the Boyle Party. Okay. And Poetic Justice is at the Boyle Party. Perfect. Nothing.
Well now, Mr. Cratchit, even a wealthy man. Gangs are cutting throats and smashing windows left and right. Worse. Excuse me. Plague is worse. You saying the Lord Regent's was a curfew?
You made me lose my fucking dart.
Okay, good. We can't lose any more men to the Arc pilots. Touch the charger before your ship is duty on it.
We're going all the way to the top. Where's the spotlights at? Did I miss them? No, they're over there.
One for the lights are working perfect.
Hope I didn't miss the... I didn't... No, I didn't. It's got to be up there, yeah. Okay, I think here it is.
No, sir. Not begging. I was just...
Yep.
I'm not asking to know what... Not up there. I was just asking if you heard this... Of course I do. Everyone else. Without someone on these strange things, you'd probably be dead by now. Can't one of our own doctors make a cure?
Oh, find Sokolov. I'm here to get his ass. I remember doing this, but isn't he like fucking on the rooftop somewhere? You didn't notice anything? You didn't notice anything?
Of course I heard that. I would
Oh shit.
everyone else. Strange things, you'd probably be dead by now. Can't one of our own doctors make a cure?
Ain't gonna catch me, dumb bitch.
We, the screams are evidence we have done our job. You know, guardsman.
He's up there. Shut the fuck up. He's sleeping. He's snoring. Got his ass.
Made a neat job of it. Dropped near it with
Oh, the George Washington painting. Location varies. No kills. Nice.
They set up a cell for Sokolov in the old kennel. Shackles and everything. It'll be a shock him waking up in the straw in an old dog poop. But from what I hear, he's woken up worse places. Guess we all have it.
Get his ass the fuck out of my face.
Well done. Well done. I doubt a dozen soldiers could have
You
done
shut up, I don't need your thanks. Just give me loot. I'll sleep. Wake me up with a blowjob. Then I'll think about another mission. With a nice handy. Oh, got her!
Making funny faces while you were sleeping. I decided to nap here in your room while Callista was taking her bath. She told me if there's ever trouble, I should always run here.
That's fine.
Callista will come get me when she's done with it.
Just don't play your radio. Your jam's too loud. I ain't gonna get my sleep. Alright, interrogate Sokolov. Pendleton, you pussy. Pussy Pendleton.
Royal physician.
You're part of this rabble.
You're part of my dick. That doesn't make sense.
I hear you're off to the...
Shut up.
You'll know it.
You look like a fucking Simpsons character. Shut up. I'm out. Oh, hold on. Loot. Wallace? Where's John? John, where you at? John. Whatever, let's go. I don't need him.
Royal costume ball, huh?
Yep.
Well, that'll be fun. But not for everybody. You ready?
So I gotta get all the paintings and deliver Miss Boyle to her kidnapper. Non-lethal.
Lord Regis pulling out all the stops for the Boyle family. I didn't think there'd be tall boys patrolling every night. Watch yourself, Corvo. They don't fool around. The good news is, once you get to the party, that mask of yours lets you blend right in. Enjoy your evening out with the local quality. Better you than me.
That's right, I could take control of fish too. Give me control. Let's go. Oh shit, we could go fly or swim through the cages. Oh, nice. Thank you, fish. That's very useful. Oh, straight to the mansion. Fucking nice. Let's go get Miss Boyle. Hey, it's a switch. Ooh. I wanna eat. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you. I don't know why I'm looting. I don't know. I think I have to do the mission. This guy. You shut the fuck up. You're taking me upstairs. Shut up. The painting location. Painting locations vary. Okay. It's probably gonna be highlighted green. Just loot everything. Oh, we got one here. No, 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 We had one there. Oh, pearl. Crusty pearl. Crusty crab. Finish this side before I check over there. Oh shit. Hey boys. Don't mind me, don't mind me. Get the fuck over here. You dumbass. You didn't hear anything. Thanks for the key. Oh god, your stupid friend saw that. No, he didn't. He's stupid. There's gotta be art in here. No? The fuck? We're all partying downstairs. We got some art in here. Oh! Holy shit. Loot. Nothing. There's nothing on this side. Somebody else here. Who the fuck is that? Ring the alarm. What? Who? Why? I don't hear the alarm. I think we're good. Fuck me. Alarm time. One painting. This is two. Get over here, rat. I need you. Help me find this painting. Let's go out here. Nope, we can't. Oh, we're going downstairs. Never mind. I gotta get one more. No, you don't. This fucking guy.
I know you're here somewhere, scum.
Wait, did I kill him? What the fuck happened? I did leave a bunch of bodies around, so I think they found those. Pick up the key! The key! Oh, rat hole. Where are the rest of the paintings? This is just randomly up here. Oh, Lady Boyle. She's hanging out over here. I don't need Lady Boyle though. I need the other painting. Did I get all 3? Fuck, man. I came in. Wait, where's the... Oh, shit. Yeah, I got one big painting here. I got one across the hallway over there. Fuck me. Fuck you guys, man. Leave me the fuck alone. It can't be downstairs, right? They're not gonna like if they steal their art right in front of them. So I got this one. I got this one right here. Where the fuck is the last one, man? Lady Boyle. Shh, shh, shh. Where's the painting?
What are you waiting for? Get it over with and let me go. Please.
Shh.
Please. I'm begging you.
Shut up. Oh, I gotta talk to that guy first. Fuck, man. I've ruined this whole thing. I can't. I gotta talk to this guy. Can I? Fuck, man. I don't think so. God damn it. Okay, so we come up here. There's no painting. Come in here. Big painting. This is number 1. Oh shit. Why the fuck is my dark vision deactivating? Painting number 2. Number 3's gotta be downstairs. What the fuck are you noticing? Assassin? I just jumped on the floor. What are you talking about? I was doing a party trick, party stunts. Who's noticing me and why? Is everybody still panicking? Why the fuck? We don't have a prowler. We have me. I'm here to party. Hey, guys. Where's the other guy? I need to talk to... Are you fucking me in my mouth? This is so annoying. Alright. Alright. Oh my god. Alright. I'm not touching anybody. They find bodies and start freaking the fuck out. Oh, Sam, shut the fuck up. Sam, shut up. I don't want to hear you talk right now. Alright, let's identify target first, get rid of her, and then do the paintings. The fuck? Excuse me, sorry. I mean, I have my sword out. Welcome, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Shut the fuck up, suck my dick.
What most people don't remember is the rats came to excuse
You are a scandal in that matter.
Thank you. Sure, you could just snitch and tell me who's Miss White. Get the fuck out of my way, bro.
Thank you so much. Now, how can I thank you? Are you playing Lady Boyle's guessing game? Well, I know for a fact that Waverly's meant to. But, additionally, Lydia's in black. Seem interesting. I love that you all got that.
Where's that other painting? I need the painting. I need the painting. Where's the painting? Oh, thanks. I need to get rid of this Boyle lady. Thank you. I just need to piss. I've never talked to the black one. In the black dress. Lydia, right?
You're very clever. Now tell me yours. Saved my life from what? Are you ill?
Come along, Lady Boyle. Yes, it does. You look sexy. Makes you look thick. Black, it's very flattering.
We found out what the whales could do.
Alright, you just need some loot.
This is the beginning of a golden age. Do you excuse me?
You remember who's who in Game 2?
Of course. You're you and I'm me. And I'm here to kill you. Alright, it's almost time for you to shut the fuck up.
Who brought it?
Whoops, excuse me.
I do hope it wasn't Mrs. Brimsley.
Oh, it's not her. Somebody else. I'm just walking toward this cellar. Say hi to the rat. Alright, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Oh, Lydia Boyle? Oh, you're Lydia Boyle. My man. Yep. Got you. Take her away.
Oh, my love. Someday you will understand.
Beautiful.
You'll never know how happy you've made me. Someday she'll learn to appreciate it.
Assassinated.
All she'll have her whole life.
I hope that doesn't count as assassinated. She's live in there, right? Okay. Gotta find those paintings. Excuse me. Yeah, all the paintings have to be upstairs. How the fuck did I get up there?
Claims he memorized the litany of the White Cliff in a night.
How the fuck? Oh, upstairs. Okay.
Welcome to the Boils. Sir.
How the fuck? How did he see me? Okay, got the painting. Two. And there is no fucking way. Where the fuck is this painting? Is there another, like, upstairs I'm missing? The fuck? Shit.
That might be worth checking. Come out, and I'll go easy.
No, you won't. You're lying. Here you boys go. The fuck does that do? Oh, the shutter. Man, where the fuck is this other painting? This shit's fucking in the back room somewhere. Oh, that's the balcony. I've checked the entire upstairs. It's not anywhere up here. What the fuck? Waverly bedroom. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, yeah. Not in here. And I can sense the paintings, all of them. No, you didn't. Shut the fuck up. Fucking pussy, shut up. Gotta be another door I'm missing or something. Where the fuck is this painting? Please just pick up the key. Thank you. Is it in the basement? No, it can't be in the basement. I came through there. Oh man. What the fuck? Shit.
castles on the enemy team.
After you.
Oh, he's right here. He's right here. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Good luck, boyos. I'm turning in the objective.
Nice. I'm distracting the enemy.
Get him.
Yeah, get him. Get him.
Nice.
Oh, we got it. Oh, see now we're gaming. I forget where am I supposed to deliver this? I don't see my objective.
No clue, but get it. No, I got a car. Yeah.
All right, whisk me away to great adventure.
Where are we supposed to take this?
I don't know. I don't
have a
know.
waypoint.
We need to hold on to it. Like, keep it safe.
Oh.
Now I abandon this car. Oh!
Bad guys here. Bad guys here. Oh no. Oh, they.
One of them is really low over there.
Oh, what?
Really low.
The door opens?
Yeah. Didn't you know?
Not low enough.
No,
Yeah, that's what doors kind of do.
Oh. He's right
There's one on top of my car.
I got
There's
one.
one on top of my car.
He shot me while on the top of your car. Oh, there's Tom. Look at that enforcer. Scum.
Wait, where?
Gross.
Oh, hey, how's it going? Was that you guys? Oh, no. There's someone on the other. Never mind. Oh, I forgot his tape. Oh.
This is high quality. Oh. You killed all three of us.
Hey, you guys wanna change clothing? You can take stuff off and put stuff on. And...
Oh, they don't let us buy the cat ears, you guys. Unbelievable.
No way.
I'm not even kidding you guys. We could have had cat ears squad. Yeah, this is so sad. I wish we had like way more options. Oh wait, I'm not wearing pants anymore. Neither is
Very
Matt's
relatable.
dad. The
Alright,
One
Kev.
Sock Squad.
Kev, we're the righties. He's a lefty.
Wait, I gotta join my dad.
All right, boys. Now we're gonna take out those enforcers, Jailkin and Tom.
Oh. We don't need the. You need the vehicle?
No, we have to correct it.
Okay, yeah, we might have to change.
Ouch! I was supposed.
I had to reload.
I saw it. I saw the opportunity. I took it.
They have a shotgun.
Okay, I'm running. Wait, come pick me up. Wait, oh
my.
They're just gonna stand there and die, right, Matt? Get them.
Well,
I
not if you keep running me into walls.
My body just got tossed from the vehicle.
I'm getting arrested. Come on, help.
What? How are you getting arrested? What?
I flipped their car. They flipped it back.
There's so much violence in this video game.
That car's gonna explode.
I killed both of them.
Very much gonna explode, Corey. Oh, Matt's dad leaves the group. I was kicked from the server for excessive team killing. Good.
That'll teach you a valuable lesson.
You love to see it. Whoa! Ho! This is for folk. I love how the Juggernaut armor is some kind of like extremely strong super armor in the Modern Warfare world, when in reality it's basically just an EOD suit with like an extra plate of Kevlar on it and a couple magazines. A holder strapped to it. But exactly, it's cool, so who gives a shit? I also remember this mission being particularly tough on Veteran, mainly because of the time limit. I think the time limit went down the higher difficulty it was. That might be wrong though. It sure does. Veteran timer was 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Lovely. I love Veteran difficulty. It was quite the fucking hotel. I definitely shot him. You're a liar, I tell you. Press V to kill Makarov.
Left-leaning perspectives get, the more likely they are to get louder. It's just a matter of process. We don't disagree that the Biden's not enough. We don't disagree that the Dems need to do better. I just think that this strategy for making them better and for providing better outcomes, in addition to the existential threat the Republicans pose, is different. Like, we differ on that, but I think it's a meaningful difference. And I feel like you've consistently tried to equate the Dems and the Republicans in a way that I find very
So I only needed two
now.
paintings.
I think that the two parties are very similar in geopolitics and in their bourgeois tendencies. So economically, economically and foreign policy wise, I still think there's a difference. I still think Biden's better. Practically ended the drone war, so that's cool at least. But again, genocide in Gaza.
Now he just sells those drones to other countries or lends them to other countries to do it. I don't know if he ended the drone war. I think he just abdicated responsibility by giving it to somebody else. Right?
Well, we sold weapons previously, but whatever the case is, like I agree certainly that there's a closer parallel there. When it comes to preserving the stability of democracy in this country, there's no comparison, and we need that democracy because, again, they will kill us if we lose. We won't get a chance.
Economics is social justice. People that are LGBTQ are vastly overrepresented in poverty statistics. The same is true for minorities, immigrants, and migrants. These are all the people that desperately need our help right now. And by allowing these feckless fucking Democrats to sell our fucking... What do you mean I keep not engaging? What do you want me to engage with?
You keep saying in response to me, I literally just said I don't think Democrats are enough, but now you're saying, well, Democrats aren't enough. I know that. I agree with you. I am proposing a strategy that I think not only works, but has worked, visibly worked, in recent times with regards to making things better. I think there are meaningful differences we can push for. All I'm advocating for is the right way of doing this. And I also don't think the Republicans can win. Again, they will kill us. They will end democracy. We will not even get another chance. It is like proposing any solution to our problems
how likely
encourages
do you really
Republicans.
believe that is?
No, I fully believe it. I think there's a real chance.
So you think Trump wins, it's done. Democracy's over. Full stop. There's no
camps fire up.
It's very possible that he doesn't fully succeed.
From where I'm sitting, when I'm looking at it, am I denying that Trump has those ambitions?
See, this is what I mean by the death of the revolutionary practicality.
I don't know. I feel like it's pretty fucking unlikely.
Lenin knew to ally with liberals against the fascists in Tsarist Russia. Mao knew to ally with the government against the Japanese. Anyone. We have to know which the greater evil is. You need to know both which the lesser and greater evil is. In your case specifically, yes. I don't think it's guaranteed. Like, it's not 100%. Nothing is, but I think there's a very reason.
Gut feeling or analytical feeling or whatever you want to call it.
I think I killed a tall boy.
Chances that there's not enough. Chances that we're not getting a 2028 election.
We'll do this again real quick.
What's the Bosch forecast there?
Total random guess, but I'd say like maybe 30%.
Fuck.
30% chance. There's no.
At least I know where the paintings are.
Election.
Yeah.
There's only two.
I mean, it's a very unqualified guess, of course. That's the best I can do.
I asked for that. I'm not.
It's a ballpark.
Fire on it. I understand. I asked. For
Obviously,
a
there's aspirational
in
in the Republican Party to make that happen.
That's also a far cry from the fucking constant fear mongering of like the camps will open on day one and democracy is over.
In fairness, 30% is a pretty scary number.
30% is a scary number, but you want to know what I think? You want to know what my prediction is? More of the fucking same.
Okay.
More of the fucking same.
So
more
again,
transfer of wealth from the fucking lower class to the upper class.
This is what I mean by reactionary politics through abstemiousness. You think you're being elevated, smart enough to see the bullshit like a South Park character. You are failing to identify the broadside of a barn. Like, every successful socialist movement ever has been able to tell the difference, and every one that ended up dead couldn't. The Stalinists in Germany back during the 1930s couldn't tell the difference between the Nazis and the Social Democrats, the social fascists. Which mass graves do you think they were buried in? We can't afford to make these mistakes. It's pivotal. The Republicans are screaming from the top of their lungs what they want to do. There is no equivocation. They have been calling for the removal of the FBI as an institution.
They have been since I was born. What's your point?
No, you are not paying attention if you think that. You're vaguely gesturing, you're waving, I vaguely remember them being there? No, you have no idea.
I don't vaguely remember.
No,
it.
you're
I
then you don't. Then you
completely and
remember
utterly
nothing.
remember it.
Then your mind on this subject is a void. This is incomparable. This is like you think the Patriot Act being passed compares in any way to the protracted multi-year-long campaign on every level of the GOP coordinated to delegitimize the election? They did
Well,
an
not just the
insurrectionary
Patriot
attempt.
Act. The creation of unitary executive theory and its application by both parties since George W. Bush is another thing. I mean, the fact that the president can declare war without congressional approval is a modern
Okay, just
construct.
again for clarity's sake here, okay? Right now we have a democracy where you can vote and the person you vote for can win. The world that he wants to build is one in which every single member of government that is either elected or appointed fundamentally cannot accept a victory from a Democrat. They were pushing to rewrite state laws on election counting that would allow them to throw out opponents' votes. Except they don't even need to do that. They've been doing
a question.
I understand gerrymandering.
you can't keep a quick. You're describing the difference between like stubbing your toe and getting bricked with a hammer as like, well, they both hit me. You have no idea what you're talking about. What you're engaging in right now is not enlightened leftist perspective. You're engaging in bottom of the barrel, South Park, Cartman-ass tier, zero IQ, centrist, moderate, hasn't learned a thing about politics in their entire life, bullshit equivacy. How dare you? You claim to care about the legacy of your Union parents? You would literally preside over a death camp and go, well, you know, Biden probably would have done this too. Like, it's disgusting. It's senseless. If you genuinely believe that there is a comparison to be made, I beg you to educate yourself because there is none. It is not comparable.
I think that there's an obvious comparison to be made, and I've brought up the reasons why over and over tonight, and you seem to get more and more frustrated every time I do, but I don't hear an answer to it. You keep saying things are getting so much better. I'm saying while things got better on one hand, they got far worse on another. And you seem to want to divorce. You seem to want to divorce your tactic from that problem.
Oh,
When
you're the
the
one I
truth
need to
was-
talk
You
to.
don't need to
Okay,
divorce
that's
the-
right.
The truth is, I don't have a hazy memory when it comes to what it was like to live under George W. Bush or Barack Obama. I'm not fucking 12, bro. All right, I was a tax-paying
Only
9-to-5 worker during both of those presidencies. So, let's be real about this shit.
You're literally doing the bit too right now. You're like, well, I wore my blue jeans. To
Yeah,
work.
well,
You don't know
I've
shit,
actually
dude.
lived through some of this shit, so maybe I remember how it went. Yeah, I know that fucking
what
triggers
you
young
think
people.
is wise cynicism. Like you think you're like, what, Rick Sanchez? You just don't know shit. You do not know. This is why you keep running back to the same. Well, Biden's bad. I know. Great. Tune into my streams. Find out more reasons he's bad. You think you're brave or evocative for pointing out that things have gotten bad?
You need to write a book like
everyone knows this.
How Biden is the worst thing to ever exist, and why you should vote for it. That would be
99%
that'd be a
Hitler,
hot
buddy.
take seller.
Look,
yeah, I know.
it's fundamentally disqualifying in a conversation about politics for you to pretend that there's an equivacy between previous and current Republican attitudes towards the dissolution of democracy. This is not this would be like you saying, well, they're both equally bad on climate change when one of them doesn't believe in it, except you did do this, of course, I'm making fun of you. One of them doesn't believe in it and the other person is just not good enough on it.
It cooked a
There's no
dog.
point in making comparisons. You clearly have a very strong emotional attachment to being a disillusioned,
That's a big
doomer,
rabbit or
like,
something.
cynic for whom nothing will ever be good enough. And that's
As you
fine,
are,
but don't
so I
pretend it's
was.
politics.
As I am, so you shall be, my friend.
I'm
I'll be
whipping
here with
around to
open
like
arms
fake
when you
calm
get.
after freaking out when I called you a
when you
kid
get-
isn't
when
going
you-
to
hey.
make people forget about the earlier part.
I know.
Democracy.
Do it themselves.
Yeah, let go
I
do
don't
it. Tell
think
me
they
how it
would.
works out for.
Over and over, and it doesn't like take me out of debt. Basically, I'm saying like it's pretty stupid of you to blame the downfall of the economy
no,
on
wait.
Democrats winning over Republicans
hold on.
because those aren't necessarily related. And then he's like, oh well, it's not. And then by saying you need to manage your finance better, what I'm essentially saying is you need to fix the problem where it actually stands. But obviously, the main point there was to be a dick. His argument seems so suicidal. Why would you choose to live when you'll die anywhere? It's this is basically like the this is like the end game scenario of like what I recognized in the Chapo Trap House podcast, where it felt like they were more interested in demonstrating intellectual superiority and smugness over normies by being like too cool to get angry about.
Oh, this is the part I was up to.
Put sunglasses on.
Why do I keep rewinding all the way back?
Anyway,
here?
you know, I'm all an American. It's not a full solution to the problem. Government. But I have not. Zapatista, they were dissolving their autonomous government. Okay, I'll read this sometime. I have time. This is separate. What is this? Oh, I've seen people talking about this clip, but I have not seen it myself. I only recognize this guy for his beard. What's going on?
Appreciate your demeanor today. It's quite different. But after you left here, you got pretty excited about the keyboard. In fact, you tweeted at me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And let me read what the last one said. It said, greedy CEO who pretends like he's self-made. Sir, I wish he was in the truck with me when I was building my plumbing company myself. And my wife was...
Just to let you guys know, this is exactly what I would do if I was a senator. I would find people who have tweeted mean things about me, print out the tweets, and read them out loud to the chamber in a condescending voice.
Running the office, because I sure remember working pretty hard and long hours. Pretends like he's self-made. What a clown. Fraud.
Okay, I got all the photos.
Always will be.
Tiny dick, small brain, smooth brain, pussy boy, pussy beta bitch, boy, mom, fuckable mom, fat pussy mom, gonna cry.
Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me. Any place, anytime.
Now, is it true that on August 7th, 2021, you said I could, quote, catch these fists? The reason that the reason I have brought you to this hearing, the reason you've been served this subpoena is so so you can prove yourself.
Sir, this is a time, this is a place. You want to run your mouth? We can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your
The guy he's talking to looks like fucking the guy from What We Do in the Shadows. Fucking does this guy not look like he's straight out of the 1960s or 50s or something? Like the from the thick gray suit to the egghead to the old-fashioned glasses. This guy looks straight up like some early Cold War. Yeah.
Oh, I made it.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Yes,
Oh,
I'm-
hold, stop it.
Is that your
All right.
solution,
Hold it. No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You know, you're a
Bernie!
United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay. Sit down, please.
Bernie!
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold
Chairman?
it. Hold it. If we can't, no, I have the money.
Bernie!
I'm sorry.
This is
Hold
what
it.
he said.
You'll have your time.
Okay.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't. This
Nice.
is a
I
hearing.
got two. Oh, I can see the
God
2 out
knows
of
the
2
American
paintings.
people have enough
Nice.
contempt
Perfect.
for Congress. Let's not
I don't
make
like
it
words.
Fuck, he's so fucking funny, dude. God knows the American people have enough contempt for Congress. Oh my god.
You,
And that's
you
what-
I don't like you, because you
Hold
just
it.
described yourself.
Hold it. You have the mic.
Yeah.
You have time.
All right.
Make your statement.
Then
Can I get a full video here, please? Does anyone have I mean, I know it exists.
everybody knows that it's here in the
Holy shit. Oh my god. Mullen O'Brien, the leader of the major union International Brotherhood of Teamsters, have a history of combative moments. Mullen, a hard-right conservative, has repeatedly challenged O'Brien to physical fights. Okay, so these two are just... Somebody needs to introduce these guys to, like, I don't know, internet blood sports or something. They need to challenge each other to a boxing match on stream or whatever. Oh my god. They just hate each other. This is what American politics needs, okay? This is what we miss in modern day depersonalized, inhuman politics. We need dudes that just have fucking beef. It's not even about politics. They just don't like each other. They're constantly threatening each other to duels. That's what we need. This is what the American people have lost since its founding fathers. You know, we need politicians just angrily challenging
John, where were
each
you
other
last time?
to
I needed
duels.
you.
And they shouldn't do it. It shouldn't.
Don't
be
leave me
legal,
again.
But I just want to hear them challenge each other to it. You know. This is the
Now
whole
let's
video.
talk about Mr. O'Brien.
Oh, boot stealth, perfect. No
You
wonder.
stand your butt up.
Oh, hold
he was
on.
gonna
No,
use
stop.
away making some
that your food?
magic.
Can I respond?
Oh, no, you can't. This is a hearing. And God knows the American people have enough contempt for Congress. Let's not
I don't
make
like
it worse.
thugs and bullies. And that's what-
I don't like you because you
Hold
just
it.
described yourself.
Oh, whoa, hey guys.
You have time.
Go to the locker
All right,
room
just
and
stay.
kiss and make
Then
up.
let's do this,
Slap
because
on
I
the
did
butt
challenge
cheeks.
you, and I accepted your challenge, and you went quiet.
No, I didn't go quiet. I was.
hold on.
You challenged me to a case.
Bernie's like, okay, we've solved it. The next words out of this guy's mouth. Fucking. You backed out.
Match, acting like a 12-year-old schoolyard bully.
Excuse me, hold it. No, excuse me.
I will say exactly.
Senator Mullen, I have the mic. You have questions on any economic issues, anything to say, go for it. We're not here to talk about physical abuse.
You brought.
We're not
So yeah, this is a union leader and a conservative politician, right?
Shut
this
up,
is
I don't wanna
literally
talk to
like
you.
the bedrock of politics. This is I am not joking when I say that this happening, the presence of bullshit like this, is good for politics. There's something that I find so distasteful about the fake civility that's on Washington, this like bipartisan bullshit, okay? If your opponent stands for everything you hate, you should hate them. You know, fuck anyone who says otherwise, all right?
Okay, of course I
And
do.
let me show you his hearing, because I want to expose this thug to who he is. And
You're not pointing at me. That's disrespectful.
I don't care about respecting you at all. I respect
don't
people that
respect you at all.
respect. So
All right, hold it.
let me.
Hold it. No,
You don't want to
Yeah, hold
be
it.
the most
Hold
elite
it,
people.
please.
Act it.
please. This is a, excuse me. This is a hearing to discuss economic issues. All right? If you have questions with Mr. O'Brien or anybody else on what he has said, go for it. But we're not here to talk about fights or anything else.
I'm quoting exactly what he said.
You can
and
say
this
what
is-
you want.
this is
I have
your-
his
this is
tweets
your
printed
witness,
right here.
And let me. I'm exposing him.
You can
as a
talk
person
anything you
who
want.
he is. So in
No fight-
2013, in 2013, O'Brien was suspended by the Teamsters for intimidating your own members. In 2014, you were part of, what would you say, organizing the harassment and intimidation of the Top Shelf crew.
Chef, not
Top Chef. Okay, and then, and I think in the reports they said sexual, racist, and homophobic slurs and death threats. 14 tires were sliced, and 5 Teamsters were arrested. And you said, "Well, I had nothing."
Yeah, that sounds like a good fucking union meet. Hell yeah, brother. How'd your union meet go? Oh yeah, they blew up 3 cars, 15 arrests, 2 dead, many racial slurs, some of which have never been heard before, totally new.
Do with it, but however, in that same statement, he said, "But if I get called to testify, I'll plead the fifth." This is a witness you brought in here. In 2017, you were removed as lead negotiator by then President Hoffa.
This is literally Everard versus Harry. Yeah, it really is. The closer real life politics gets to Disco Elysium, the healthier we are as a country.
For UPS for your actions. And then in 22, when this guy was elected, what he said after he got elected was he wanted to bring the mob mentality back to the Teamsters. This is your guy.
And you're obviously going to give him a chance to respond to your question.
Absolutely, because this is my question. Because you called me out. I didn't call you out.
Yeah, you did.
You said anytime, any place.
That's
what you said.
that. Let's get the record
Okay.
straight.
Miss, hold it. No.
Hold on.
Mr. Senator Mullen, do you have a question for the witness?
Yeah.
Okay, let's hear it.
So, anytime, any place.
Dude! Immediately! No hesitation!
No, that's
April,
That's not.
is a charity event.
No, that's not. That's not. No.
No, it's a he.
No, we-
Sir, he said it, and this is.
He is here to
You
tell.
just set
No.
parameters and what the questions can or cannot be asked. And I'll ask.
No,
you
you're not going to.
questions.
We're not going to be talking about
we actually
physical
did.
confrontation.
Oh, this is about charity for a union charity because this
This
is.
is-
I made a joke! I made a joke that he was gonna stream a fucking boxing match, and he's ironically the senator is like, yes! Yes! Holy shit! I need this to happen so badly, and I need the union guy to win. If the union guy loses, I don't need this to happen at all, actually.
Firefighters.
Do you have a question on his testimony?
April.
Grow up,
April
will you
next
please
You have
grow
a
up? You're an
question
embarrassment.
on his. Let's not
You
be.
said it.
You're an
You
embarrassment.
said
You're
it,
an
and I'm just
embarrassment.
simply answering it.
You
Senator
reached
Mullen,
out
go
to
hold it.
everybody.
Hold it.
I-
Senator Mullen, you made some charges.
Charges.
Mr. O'Brien, do you want to respond to
Yeah, go
the
ahead,
question?
please.
Yeah, I mean, look, the reality of it is, you
Accept
know,
my challenge,
Mr.
tough guy.
Mullen.
I can't.
Holy
I can't
shit.
deal with this right now. I can't. I can't. I can't. It's too fucking good. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god.
Tough guy.
Answer. Hold it. Answer the questions.
All right, y'all won. If I, he made a lot of statements, right? And his statements are fiction at best.
Fiction. I read them.
Can you?
What?
Oh my god. Holy shit. Fucking destroy.
Hold. Answer the question.
Broadcast station, we need that.
Y'all won. If I, he made a lot of statements, right? And his statements are fiction at best.
Fiction. I read them.
Can you?
What?
Hold. Answer the question, please.
I can't understand him, to be honest with you. He rambles so much. What was your question, actually?
Well, you said I made a lot of statements.
No, but what's your question? I don't understand your question. Could you repeat it?
You said anytime, any place.
What's your question?
Accept the challenge.
What challenge?
You said anytime, any place. I'm accepting yours, so why don't you come
What
back?
challenge? What challenge are you talking
April 30th. How about we do it for charity at the Smoking Guns in Tulsa, Oklahoma?
No, we're not going to be
what was the
talking about
challenge?
physical
What was the challenge?
confrontations here.
You want to fight me?
What'd you... You say by anytime, any place.
Let's have coffee. Discuss our differences.
Oh, that's what you
yeah,
said.
that's right. Exactly.
All right, well, let's sit down and have coffee.
Let's do it. I'd love to.
But
It's funny how you're backing out.
Okay.
Well, I don't back on anything.
You did.
You're the one. You're a 100.
Senator-
Should be the most influential people in this country, making changes.
Senator
You're
Hassan-
focused on.
Okay,
You're
thank
focused
you.
on
Why did
debate
you-
that's not
why
even
did
relevant.
you text
You're
me
an
and they
embarrassment.
got
You're an
silence?
embarrassment.
They went silence after
An embarrassment to the
text.
state of
This
Oklahoma.
hearing is about the condition of the working class in America.
You
That's
brought
what
a
we're
thug
talking.
into this-
You're the biggest thug here.
You brought him in.
All right,
You're the
being-
biggest thug. Even
Look,
your
I don't know
colleagues call you.
why
a
you do
joke.
what.
Dude, fuck.
The biggest thug here.
You brought him in.
All right,
You're the
being-
biggest thug. Even
Look,
your
I don't know
colleagues call you.
why
a
you do
joke.
what you're doing, Senator Hassan.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Senator
Chair.
Hassan, you got a
Senator
question?
Mullen, please yield. I've been recognized
No,
by the chair.
Back to quoting.
Now,
Microphone is yours.
You think you're gonna? You look like you're gonna throw up or cry, bro. My fucking cheeks hurt so much from smiling. Oh my god. This is, Chad. Is this real? Oh my fucking god. It's too good. Finally, it took a while, but we got him. Bernie calling for a ceasefire. Oh my fucking god.
And I can help you beat him. He makes for
I.
audiogram secrets. Some destroy him if others
If this was on C-SPAN all day, I'd put you out of a job. Oh, my job would be completely fucking redundant if this was the caliber of political debate in modern American politics. This is beyond the pale. Holy shit! Oh fuck, dude! Oh my jaw hurts. Oh man. Sean O'Brien is a fantastic record when it comes to pushing for people's rights. He's goated. Yeah, I knew that the moment he pulled this one out.
His statements of fiction at best.
Fiction, I read them.
What?
Oh, that's. Oh my god. Bosh, yeah, these two guys get into huge arguments every single hearing when he's called as a witness. Bald guy's pretty base, and Bernie usually defends him well. It's not like Bernie's condemning him or whatever. Like Bernie's, this is literally like a perfect comedy trope. Like the two vindictive idiots and the straight man. Like they're literally doing theater. You know, comedy comes in threes. Like. It's like vaudeville shit. Jesus. The whole video is apparently 2 hours 10, but I assume since that was what was clipped, that was the interesting part.
Layoffs in
Witnesses local 20 activist feed.
Americans in.
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
No, we're not going to be
what was
talking
the
about
challenge?
physical confrontations here.
You want to fight me?
What capacity too for participating in it, and I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today. It's really a great.
Oh my god, they closed on that? That was the closer? They were like, alright, we had a good time with this guy. Now we're done. Fuck. Hey, editors, this is a main channel segment. It's very important to me that this is a main channel segment. Justin Trudeau actually did fight a conservative in a boxing ring? Really?
Got the power going.
Huh. Cool, I respect it. A cancer charity fight for the cure. Okay, yeah, it seemed... Alright. Yeah, who won? I didn't look. I'm not opening it again. Somebody said this guy's really short. Oh shit, no kidding. Damn. Holy shit. He's got the heels. He's got the lifts and the box. I don't know about his chances in the ring, lads. He's going to be lacking reach, you know? No height shame. It's a little tiny bit, just for fun, just a little bit. Oh man. You don't know how agile he is? Yeah, he has a dex build actually. Okay, I'm sorry that I'm so happy that actually kind of took the desire to stream out of me a little bit, but there was one other thing that I wanted to do before I read donations and I did stream. That's I'm riding high right now after that one. That one feels real good. Oh, what is this?
Trust fund. Continue to try to.
Holy
God,
shit.
Looks like a Rocky Horror character. Jesus Christ, look how much makeup you... Lads, don't ever let anyone tell you only women can wear makeup. Holy shit.
Who is Mr. Trust Fund? Continue to.
He looks like that one bitch. Fucking Laura Gooner. What's her name? Not Bobert. Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer.
Reclaiming my time. No, I'm not going to give you your time back. We can stop the clock. you all continue to. You look like a Smurf here, just going around and all this stuff. Now listen,
Mr. Chairman, you
no,
have.
I'm going to tell you something.
Hold on. If we're not on time,
we spew disinformation.
You have gone on TV and said the president did something illegal. You're doing stuff with your brother. The American people have the same question. Why should they believe you? Why should they believe you? Why should they believe you? There's a different rule for the president. There's a different rule.
You're gonna love me on this
Why
one,
should they
Sam.
believe what
Didn't
you're
kill a
saying,
single
Mr. Chairman?
soul.
Why? You go on Fox
Knocked
News
out
and
Regent,
say
though.
loans
You
and
go on.
Put my
deals
fat
are waivers
forearm
and
around his
taxes.
neck.
We don't know that's what you're doing or not. We don't
Ooh,
know.
poetic
We have
justice,
no
I
idea.
got
We're
it.
supposed to take
Oh,
your
fuck
word
yeah.
for it. But when the president
Nice.
says
You've already been
something,
proven
not
it.
right.
Shit, fucking.
We gotta get Sokolov paintings now. Gotta get the rest
What's
of
his name?
those.
The little piggy who shot. the
Collected
little
all
link, link,
Sokolov paintings.
Blat blat. Fucking.
And clean hands.
Rittenhouse.
All right.
For some fucking reason, as soon as it cut to this guy, I don't know.
All Sokolov.
No, actually, you know who he looks like? He looks like Glenn Greenwald. He looks like Glenn Greenwald is who he looks like. Yeah. Nice suit.
But when the
Well,
president
you've
says
already
something,
been
kind of a
proven
little while out.
liar, Mr. Moskowitz.
what's that?
You've already been proven a liar.
Who's proven me a liar? You?
Yes.
Your word
Well,
means nothing, Mr. Chairman.
go to my hometown. There's a camera crew there today, an opposition research crew there today. trying
Mr. Chairman, this seems to
You're
have gotten
more
under
than
your.
welcome.
This seems to have gotten under your skin.
I'll pay for your ticket.
I think the American people have lots of questions, Mr. Chairman, and perhaps you should sit maybe for a deposition.
I
We can
I
ask
will
those
be
questions.
happy.
I love seeing shit like this, man. It makes me so fucking happy. That was one of the Dems who censored Rashida. Yeah, he looks like he would. All right, hold on. Hold on.
Congratulations.
What's up?
Fuck. Let me see if I can find the original. Okay. So you know how, excuse me, you know how in response to Israel's ongoing genocide in the Gaza Strip, there has been an enormous outpouring of public support for the Palestinian people and their suffering, massive protests across the West, even in countries that have begun to crack down on their right to do so. There haven't been as many pro-Israeli protests. Excuse me. I guess it's just harder to protest when your message is like, let's keep doing the genocide. You know, like that's not a great sell to a lot of people. I've seen a couple of images from protests. It usually just seems to be old, conservative, stodgy-looking white people. You know, there's a lot of Zionist messaging. It tends to be pretty chill because, again, they're not protesting an injustice, so why would you not be chill? There was just earlier today, I think. Was it yesterday? It was yesterday. There was just recently a March for Israel rally in D.C. where something wacky happened.
You look beautiful. You look beautiful. Why am I here? Why am I here? I'm here because the horror...
I think I'll watch the rest of this.
Like, that's just a pretty good thing to advocate for, Jen. You know?
Yeah, I finished watching this. Why am I rewatching it?
Let's end all the horror, end all the heartbreak, in the Holy Land. Let's end all of it. Let's end.
What's up? Eating what? I had a Pop-Tart and some yogurt. Oh my god. I'm gonna need to wake myself up.
I know a great deal, bodyguard. I recognize those marks on your hand. A gift from your friend,
What is this?
the one who talks to you when you visit his shrines. I visited those shrines too.
Wegen eines Rechtsbegehrens ist dieser Inhalt in deinem Land nicht verfügbar. Poop in the fart. What does this mean? What does it mean? Access to the subreddit was blocked in Germany because it's pro-Palestine. Dude, I'm so fucking glad I live in a country with actual free speech. I know Euroids get mad at me whenever I say this, but like, no, yeah, like you can fucking pretend otherwise, but holy shit, dude. Germany, France, the UK are so far behind the United States when it comes to freedom of speech. This is one of the reasons why I don't support hate speech laws, because like Germany has laws that can get you arrested if you're a Nazi, and like that's based conceptually. But if you have a bunch of Zionist dipshits in power, then they're like, ah, well, actually, since being pro-Palestine is anti-Semitic, is that not a form of Nazism? Like it's so easy to weaponize. Germany's free speech is so cucked, I've had to pirate games for my German friends because gory games are banned there. Yeah, I remember back when I used to play TF2, there was like a bunch of hubbub because they did like a TF2 update, and in Germany, like when people get hurt, there's no blood, or it's like gears and bolts or something. I don't know. Yeah, look, all I'm saying is that Germany's anti-hate speech laws clearly aren't doing shit when the AfD is rapidly rising in popularity. Maybe, like, applying the laws to specific types of speech is not actually a good metric for barring the worst political actors in your country because they can just, like, circumvent that specific speech while keeping the same principal beliefs. Can they even play Wolfenstein in Germany? I'm pretty sure in Germany you can have media that displays swastikas if it's being done for an
You don't want to look down a little further?
glorification of the swastikas. I think it's censored. Wait, really? In Wolfenstein?
Man, Katie.
As of 1 year ago, Wolfenstein 3D has been unbanned and officially released in Germany. Isn't Wolfenstein 3D the first one? Like,
what's up?
Not just the first Wolfenstein game, but like the first game? It took them that long? Okay. Wolfenstein: The New Order will be censored not only German. Dude, what are these laws doing? How can anti-Nazi laws possibly lead you to censor the Wolfenstein games? Do you know what the point of those games are? When you play like a Jewish golem who's like 6'6", who spends the entire game fucking slaughtering Nazis, like what? Okay, nothing. In the German Wolfenstein 2, Hitler doesn't have a mustache and they don't refer to him as the Fuhrer but the Chancellor. Who are they fooling, dude? That's so fucking cucked. I need to play the Wolfenstein game.
Yeah.
I can see why they censor this, man. This is really glorifying Hitler here. Him like stooped, like hobbling into the room and coughing like a goblin. Yeah, I can really see why they needed to censor this.
Fremde in meinem Büro. Würden Sie mir bitte verraten, wer in Gottes Namen das ist?
He vomits and pisses on the floor.
Schauspieler, mein Führer. Schauspieler. Diese Männer wollen für die Rolle... Winke hin, mein Schauspieler. Geschult in der Kunst der
He has pulled a gun on the actors.
Verstanden? Haben Sie keinen Respekt vor Autorität? Ihre Worte gewähren Einblick in einen höchst verräterischen Geist. I am so sorry, mein Führer. Sind Sie denn ein Idiot? No, mein Führer. Sind Sie ein verkleideter Schurke, ein Jude? Ein verräterischer Jude?
I'm really glad they censored this in Germany because, again, like, this really comes across as a pro-Nazi, pro-Hitler scene in the Western version, or in the American version, you know?
No, mein Führer. I'm from Arizona.
Wait, hold on. Maybe this is pro-Hitler. Okay, now the German version.
Plätze einnehmen, rasch! Mein Kanzler? Mein Kanzler!
No mustache, my chancellor. And look, the Nazi symbol's like a triangle. Yeah, I'm glad they changed it. I was just on the cut. If I had to watch that original scene twice, like 2 times in a row, back to back, I would have converted to a Nazi. Bosch, this is cringe. Come on. No, it's fucking not. It absolutely isn't. No. I've never liked these laws. Germany only, by the way, that Arizona guy he shot was supposed to be Ronald Reagan. Good. Germany only lifted their total ban on swastikas in video games in 2018. If only they banned the fucking AFD. We might soon. Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's not like artistic limitations on free speech or censoring like any iconography associated with bad things. The AFD is pretty much directly the continuation of the Nazi Party. I'm totally fine with them being banned on the principle that a democratic system should be allowed to ban anti-democratic parties. That's fine, you know? That's totally fine. They're not doing enough where it counts and doing too much where it doesn't. You don't get it, we must ban swastikas from video games, or we will get a party like the AFD in Parliament. Yeah, banning the swastikas is the only reason they didn't get AFD on earlier. Boss, your shirt's on backwards? No, it's not. Fuck you. I mean, worried for a second. Jesus. No, Posadas. It's inside out. No, it's not.
Wait, did I help Granny in this run? I don't think so. Fuck.
Class conscious, you were the only person whining about it for like a month, okay?
I really hoped I helped Granny.
Do you think we should allow hate speech on
Otherwise,
social
I'm
media if
fucked.
it becomes nationalized? That's up to the TOS of the social media company. And I think that terms of service should ban hate speech, you know? Though obviously, like, implementing that is complicated. However, there's a pretty big difference between getting banned off Twitter for, you know, saying the N-word and having the government censor your art or, like, arrest you, you know? Oh, sorry, if it gets nationalized, my brain blanks. I don't know. No, if it no, I still don't think, in those cases, it's still a TOS thing. Yeah. Why the shoulder seams on your shirt so low? Because it's a heavy thread shirt. It's a different, or a heavyweight shirt. It's about twice as thick and twice as heavy as a regular t-shirt. I'm wearing it because I'm better than you. Oh, look at that. I Googled heavy thread shirt, and this is the exact item that I'm wearing right now. That's cool. What you can't see is that it actually has a gigantic seam down the center of the back. That's the weird one. See? It's just a specific style. That back doesn't look very good. I disagree. It's a specific style. I don't know. I like it. I've seen it implemented well. Lame shirt. What happened to the graphic tees? Really trying to make me backslide there, huh? It feels weird. You don't notice the seam. The seam cannot be felt. The seam is on the outside. I'm pretty sure, in fact, that's the reason for it. Because it's a thicker material, they want more structural support for the seam to keep the fabric from stretching. And they put the seam on the outside so you don't feel it on your back. I think a lot of it is also just a stylistic thing, but it doesn't feel like anything.
I think I did Slackjaw's missions for the painting. Yeah, and I did Granny's.
UC Swella Breverman was fired.
You call yourself a hunter. Shut
Oh
the
yeah,
fuck
this was
up.
2 days ago. Tonight Fires Braverman names David Cameron Foreign Secretary. Hey Cameron, what's up? Really, Bloomberg? You're really doing that for me? What's your opinion on the boycotts of companies like Disney? I don't give a fuck about boycotts. I don't. Boycotts are like soy western shit. They're something that people use on Twitter to accuse other people on Twitter of not doing enough when none of them are doing anything. Boycotts only work in very marginal cases, and people will purity test the fuck out of one another over them. It seems like the only reason people engage in them is to laud their superiority over others. It's very, very dumb. There are some very specific cases where boycotts can work, but if you seriously think that anything meaningful is going to happen to fucking Starbucks because Starbucks promotes Israel or something yeah. What about BDS? BDS can be a little bit more effective because boycott is only one of the letters. I think there's a little bit more of a comprehensive program there, but also what has BDS done, right? BDS, if anything, represents a kind of structured opposition to Israel, significant enough that Israel has done work to make it illegal in the United States. So clearly there's there's more there. But sanction involves policy, divest potentially, depending on who's doing it. What is BDS? Boycott, divest, sanction. Basically a set of approaches to sort of economically punish Israel for the whole genocide business. Boycott derangement syndrome. True. Have you seen the Game Award nominees? Yes. Personal guesses here, easy guesses. Okay, let's do it. All right. Here's the Kingdom. No chance. Don't make me laugh. Come on. Super Mario Bros. Wonder. No chance. Don't make me laugh. The problems for these are A, Tears of the Kingdom is literally just a Breath of the Wild expansion pack, and everyone knows it, even fans of the game. Only the most delusional individuals on Earth believe anything else. Super Mario Bros. Wonder is delightful and whimsical and charming, but it's, functionally, mechanically, it's just another 2D Mario game. They've been making them for 30 years. It's just a more whimsical, better designed one of those. But, still, it's Game of the Year, not Mario Game of the Mario game. Resident Evil 4, no chance. Great game, but it's a pretty faithful remake. Resident Evil 4 had its heyday, and it was 20 years ago. Marvel Spider-Man 2, no chance. I've barely even seen people talking about this. I feel like in a lot of ways this has been kind of a flub. I've seen some people meme about Marvel Spider-Man 2, but I haven't really seen that many people like actually dig into the value of it. And I think that's just because it's probably another like Spider-Man game, you know? The only two real possibilities are Alan Wake 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. Alan Wake 2 only just came out, which really works against it, but this shit is like the video game equivalent of Oscar bait. Like Alan Wake 2 is like the is like fucking designed to make game critics go ooh. So there's that. And then Baldur's Gate 3, yeah. Yeah, I do wish that Armored Core and Hi-Fi Rush were here. I don't think they would win, but I do wish they were here. I think that Hi-Fi Rush deserves to be here more than Armored Core does. I mean, Hi-Fi Rush was such a breakout, like, surprise, you know, well, not really indie game, but original game. Yes, Kids and Jiggles. I never thought Alan Wake was very good. Alan Wake 2 is a whole other beast. It's probably going to be Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is... I haven't actually played it yet, but like it's very clear from the way people talk about it that it's a very good game, and it has an incredibly enthusiastic, dedicated fan base. It represents pretty much everything good in gaming, like from its development process to the studio itself, to their work practices, to the way it like plays it. Like the Larian Studios is like a top tier, like big brain, good boy gamer studio, and they deserve it. Oh yeah, I'm also very happy that Starfield isn't here. What a fucking blow against shit fucking Bethesda and their shitty ass stupid fucking games. That they 20 years of hype for Starfield and they don't even make it to the Game of the Year finalist award. It is later on though for the RPG category. Oh sure, it's in the RPG category, but not Game of the Year. Fucking pronouns! So yeah, my guess is Baldur's Gate 3. I think there's an edge case for Alan Wake 2. I don't think any of the other four have a chance. Hi-Fi Rush got Best Art Direction nomination. That's good. Actually, do we want to just like look over the categories really quick? Let's see. Best Esports Event? I don't know. Not my, I don't follow this. Best Esports Coach? I don't follow this. Best Esports Team? Okay, I'm just gonna go to view all categories and skip past this shit. Content Creator. Most Anticipated Game. Ew. What are these options? Hades 2, in my opinion, but I'm also biased here because I don't give a fuck about anything else here. Maybe? No, I haven't even seen Yakuza fans talking that much about this. I don't know. My guess is Hades 2. People have been like rock hard for this shit for years, including me. Best Adaptation. Castlevania Nocturne, heard it was mid. Gran Turismo, haven't heard anything about it. The Last of Us, everyone seemed to like that. The Super Mario Bros. Movie was terrible, and I haven't seen anyone talk positively about Twisted Metal. It has to be The Last of Us. Seriously, the Super Mario Bros. Movie is like the most fucking 2 IQ derivative slop. Like, this is like significantly worse than Illumination Studios' best movie, which is Despicable Me. Very, very bad. Apparently, Twisted Metal is super underrated. I saw people riffing on it on Twitter. I never saw anybody like really talk about it. Best multiplayer. I don't know. I don't really play multiplayer. Of this though, it's got to be Baldur's Gate 3, right? Diablo 4 isn't anything special when it comes to multiplayer. Baldur's Gate 3 has this whole fucking system of like having player-created characters along with party members that can drop in and out of games. There's a lot there. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people also like what Street Fighter 6.
The fuck are you doing in here?
I don't know much about that, but you know, maybe that's really good. Diablo 4 doesn't do anything different when it comes to multiplayer. Like it's if anything, it's actually regressed, I think, because it took what the series used to do, which is like joining lobbies, and now just everyone gets thrown into like a little server, just like every other fucking game. Best sports racing? I don't pay attention to this stuff, so I can't really say. I have no idea. Best sim/strategy. Okay, City Skylines 2 just came out. It's full of bugs and broken features, and it's going to be patched and fixed by modders, like it always is with fucking Paradox games. Advance Wars 1 and 2 Reboot Camp. Heard good things about this. Advance Wars 1 and 2 were really good turn-based, sort of like grand strategy games for the Game Boy Advance. So having the remaster is pretty cool. I don't know anything about Company of Heroes 3. I really liked Company of Heroes 1 way back in the day. Fire Emblem Engage, I don't know anything about it, except I've seen people like say pedo shit about it. I don't know.
I did do
and then
Granny's
there's Pikmin
Quest.
4, the best game ever made. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like it goes to Pikmin 4, lads. Sorry. Seriously, Pikmin 4 is like an unironic fucking top tier game. And if you haven't played it yet and you do have a Switch, you're denying yourself an incredible experience. They took every lesson they could have learned from Pikmin 1, 2, and 3 and learned them, and then made them. Made a good game. A good Pikmin game, you know? So that shit is my vote. Best family. Family play irrespective of genre or platform. Disney, I don't really know. Pikmin 4 is probably a little bit too complicated, and the time limit thing is probably a bit too much for young people. My just automatic guess would be Super Mario Wonder, but I also don't know anything really about Sonic Superstars, Party Animals, or Disney Island Illusion. So, or Disney Illusion Island. Sorry. So, maybe. Best fighting. I don't know. I haven't played any of these. Probably Street Fighter's gonna take it. I don't know. Best RPG, easy Baldur's Gate 3. Like, yeah. Okay, Starfield exists here to get shit on. There's literally no way it would be an insane upset if Baldur's Gate 3 didn't take this. It'd be insane. Have you played Lies of P yet? No. But I plan to. Best action adventure? Such a broad category. Of these games, Alan Wake 2 is like good video game.
Shut up, Randy. I'm here for the painting.
But in terms of the action and the adventure, it's probably going to be
yes
of these games. My guess is that it's going to go to Tears of the Kingdom, because if they don't give anything to Tears of the Kingdom, people are going to
yes,
like
I got my trophy.
Fire. But it could go to any one of these, honestly.
Complete the game without killing anyone. Well, Slackjaw.
I genuinely.
I don't have any achievements for you.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make you into soup.
Oscar bait. If you play Alan Wake, or in my case, watch somebody else play it, it's a very like high thought, cerebral game with incredibly good writing. That's about like the meta process of writing itself. It's exactly the
you helped me get my trophy.
Couldn't
do it without you.
Like smart consumers of media.
In fact, I was forced to do it.
That does not mean it's bad.
I was forced to do your missions.
Good. I'm just saying that it's
to get the trophy.
It's the kind of thing that they go for.
I'm glad to help you get
do you
some
need
soup.
To know Alan Wake 1 for it? No, you can play.
Slackjaw, you're gonna be soup.
The game will fill you in on what you.
No, sorry.
Best action. Here's Armored Core. I don't know anything about Remnant.
What did you want me to do?
Hi-Fi Rush, Ghost Runner 2, Dead Island 2. Fuck Dead Island games. And then Armored Core 6. This is Hi-Fi Rush. I'm sorry. Armored Core 6 has some charm, but like Hi-Fi Rush was such a breakout hit, such a fun action
Switch
game.
Kill
So
him?
good.
Ah. Incapacity. He's dead. Incapacitated. He's decapitated. There you go.
I've heard people say good stuff about Remnant 2. Who knows? Best VR/AR. I have no idea, but it has to go to Resident Evil Village VR mode because people wanted to look up at the Big Mommy Milkers from like 3 people overhead.
Pick him up and toss him right.
Get a
Best
3-pointer
mobile
watch.
game.
Oh.
I don't know.
Bam.
Okay. Best debut indie game. Cocoon, Dredge,
Thank you, Granny.
Pizza Tower, Venba Viewfinder. Pizza Tower is almost certainly going to take it because this thing had the mimetic power
Last
of a
gift.
fucking pneumatic drill. Like, it like just
Double
broke into
room?
the internet. However, I've heard incredibly good shit about Cocoon and Venba. Dredge was fun and very pretty, but I don't think it compares design-wise. I don't know anything about Viewfinder. Isn't this the one that's really good, but then somebody posted a clip on Twitter of one character doing like
Thank
a
you.
Marvel line where they were like, oh, that just happened. and then everyone was like, "Ha, shit game," and then it was like actually a good game, but nobody played it because of that. That's pretty rough, man. Best independent game. Cocoon, Dave the Diver, Dave the Diver independent? Dredge, Sea of Stars Viewfinder. I don't know. A lot of strong contenders here. I don't really know. Yeah. Best community support. Recognizing a game for outstanding community support, transparency, and responsiveness, inclusive of social media activity and game updates / patches. Okay.
I burned your
This
cameo.
is a weird one. No Man's Sky came out like 50 years ago. Destiny 2 being on here is a joke. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm gonna make you innocent suit.
Destiny 2 for community? Okay.
Join Slackjaw.
Final Fantasy here, also a joke.
The good ending.
So it's really, you have
There we
two
go.
games that released broken and have been fixed up massively. And then you have one game that was released fantastic.
Beautiful.
Okay, here's the problem, all right? I think that you should respect and value when a studio fixes its mess rather than just leaving it as is. At the same time, I think we should be even more celebratory of games that don't release in a broken, unfinished state. Like, even if they've done a lot of good work since, No Man's Sky, those motherfuckers lied. Cyberpunk 2077, those motherfuckers lied. They've done a lot of work since then, but they lied. Baldur's Gate 3 didn't. Released great, and they're continuing to hold that game to a very high standard of community support. So I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't really like the idea of like putting in the same category people who did great to make up for their fuck ups and people who just did great. Like, it just seems weird. I feel like there should be best community support, and then there should be best redemption story, and the best redemption story would literally just be Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky. I don't know. Best ongoing, awarded to a game for
Didn't kill
outstanding
anyone.
development of
Oh, I
ongoing
killed
content that evolves the player
Slackjaw.
experience over time. How do I even compare these? Apex Legends, Cyberpunk, Final Fantasy, Fortnite, Genshin Impact. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Probably Fortnite.
I did
does
well.
the
I
most
killed
content,
Slackjaw
right?
and
I
Granny.
like,
I went a little
Is
crazy.
it just in terms of like?
I forgot about
released
that.
content?
Hold on. Let's load back. Autosave. 23.
This is a dumb category. I agree. Why are all
See
the
where
other
this one is.
categories about like the quality of the game, and this one is just like, how many updates have you put out? This is really dumb. This category exists exclusively so that Fortnite can exist somewhere in the Game Awards. I'm not joking. I genuinely think that's the reason why it's here. Games for impact, for thought-provoking game with a pro-social meaning or message. Okay. I know some stuff.
Alright, I got
about
Granny's shit. I'm
Venva,
just gonna ignore
Chia,
her. Fuck it.
Goodbye Volcano High, and Terra Nil. But I don't know enough about them. I haven't played them. So I have no clue. Innovation in accessibility. Recognizing software and or hardware that is pushing the medium forward by adding features to help games be played by a wider audience. Why the fuck is Diablo 4 here? Yeah, Diablo 4 is great because they've expanded the audience of Diablo enjoyers to a gaggle of retards who enjoy like forever content, perma-melded servers, and like...
Press the switch, Corvo. You Corvo, you fucking suck,
that
man.
I've really played. I played some Diablo 4, but is Hi-Fi Rush, and Hi-Fi Rush had a lot
You're
of really
fucking
good
trash,
accessibility
Corvo.
settings. But again, without having played the other ones, I can't really say.
Press the fucking
Best
switch.
performance.
Jesus Christ, you need to be pixel perfect with this shit.
Why aren't they giving the
Like
character
it's
they
goddamn
play?
Skyrim.
I don't know people's voices well enough. Who did Idris Elba voice in Cyberpunk? I don't know people's voices that well. He's in the expansion. Oh, I haven't played Phantom. I haven't played it yet. Yeah. Idris Elba just plays Idris Elba. That's cool. I mean, I Keanu Reeves looks like Keanu Reeves.
Rewiring
Yeah,
does nothing.
that's
Okay.
cool.
Unless I didn't have any rewiring
okay, the only
tools.
performance here that I know then is Melanie Liberts in Alan Wake 2, and she killed it. Who plays Neil? Is Neil New? Been Asterion. Everyone likes Asterion, so that's also a strong contender. But I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, so yeah, I'm only familiar with these performances, and both of them seem to have like knocked it out of the park. So yeah, I don't know. I'm sure the others did well as well. Okay. I like how the guy who plays the main character in Star Wars Jedi Survivor is in the actor photo holding a lightsaber. Like, Idris Elba doesn't have cybernetic implants.
Did you press it?
Melanie
Yes.
Liebert isn't trapped in like a dark, shadowy, warped spiral of her own darkest thoughts, but he's holding a lightsaber. He does look exactly like him. That's true.
Why does it?
Best audio design.
As a matter of fact,
Alan Wake 2, Dead
one of you
Space,
fuckers
Hi-Fi
are gonna
Rush.
get it.
Okay, I think that Hi-Fi Rush is well, audio and sound design and game that is primarily about music and rhythm aren't necessarily the same thing. Alan Wake 2 has like a rock opera ballad at one point where you're shooting zombies while an alternate version of you is singing about your deepest torment
aim
on
a
a
little
bunch
bit
of
further
screens
here for me.
around you. I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. Alan Wake 2, strong contender. Hi-Fi Rush, strong contender. And people, I know Dead Space is known for very, very good sound design. So, like, you know, I haven't played it, but that's what I've heard. Best score and music. Okay, here we go. Hi-Fi Rush, Hi-Fi Rush, Hi-Fi Rush. I'm sorry, dude. It's a breakout, like, rhythm music game. I'm slamming it in. Slamming it in. Yeah, get Tears of the Kingdom out of here. Composed by Nintendo Sound Team. How soulless. Every other composer is named, but for Nintendo, they just have, like, the corporate sound team. Best art direction. Ooh, okay. Alright, hold on. Tears of the Kingdom is invalid. The art direction is literally identical to Breath of the Wild. Lies of P is a beautiful game, especially for a AA game, you know? Super Mario's Wonder is very pretty and whimsical, but that's not really its art direction, I feel. Its art direction is fairly standard for Mario games. The content within that art direction is... There's a difference between what direction have you gone with your visuals, and in that direction, how well are you using the direction you've taken, I guess. Alan Wake 2 looks incredible in a lot of ones. Like... fuck. I don't know. I feel like a strong case could be made for any of these three, but my guess would be in between Alan Wake 2 and Hi-Fi Rush, personally, because Lies of P does kind of just look like a more high-fidelity Bloodborne. Best narrative. Ooh. Okay, Final Fantasy being on here is a joke. I've seen Joseph Anderson play Final Fantasy 16. This game sucks. The story is stupid even by Final Fantasy standards. Marvel Spider-Man 2, I haven't heard anyone talk about the story, so no, no, no. Cyberpunk, at least the main game, is extremely well written. Credit where it's due. Baldur's Gate 3, extremely well written. Alan Wake 2, extremely well written. This one's tough.
I'm out.
This one's tough. Like that's a strong... But I can't really say. Best game direction. creative
Ooh.
vision and innovation in game direction.
Oh, he's gone
and
already.
design.
Rats ate him.
For me personally, Alan Wake 2. Baldur's Gate 3 is a phenomenal game. However, Baldur's Gate 3 is very, very, very similar to Divinity Original Sin 2, the previous game made by Larian Studios. This is about like something breakout and new. And while Baldur's Gate 3 is phenomenal and new in the public eye, for the studio, they have a very strong template to work off of. Alan Wake 2 was like from nothing, fucking cosmic stardust flashing in the night, and you know. So I feel like this is for Alan Wake 2 first. I don't know why Mario and Zelda are here, just so the Nintendo fanboys.
Please don't kill me.
Dribble their
I didn't save.
lips. It's a very Remedy game. Yeah, but holy shit did they bust it out of the park. And then we have Game of the Year, so we've come back to. My guess is that this is going to
Never
be Baldur's
detected,
Gate 3
didn't
sweep.
kill anyone.
Okay,
Nice,
I think that
that's all I
Baldur's
need.
Gate 3 is going to take it.
Circle
I
up
think that Alan
paintings.
Wake
Ah,
2 is
fuck it,
going to nail
got that achievement.
a couple of key wins, and I think that Hi-Fi Rush is going to get at least
5
one.
unintentional
They might
suicides. I
give
think
a
that's
pretty one
bugged.
to the Zelda and
I always
Mario
get
contenders,
fucking
but I
one
genuinely
bugged
don't
trophy
know.
in a
Like,
fucking game,
they
man.
are just not on the same level, I fear.
You grabbed
Though
the
I do
live
think
grenade and
Pikmin
threw it
4
back.
absolutely sweeps.
I think I've
the,
got an opportunity for that.
This is the thing that fucks
Gotta
me up,
bend
dude.
time.
So much of this is geared towards like public favorability, and you know Nintendo kind of like pitches nominations. So why is Alan Wake 2, which is not the most accessible game, it isn't, up here with Game of the Year? And then for the Nintendo games, we have to have the inferior to the Nintendo games that
How
came out
the
this year.
fuck?
Pikmin 4 also came out. All we saw Pikmin 4 in was the best like RPG game or whatever, which it easily wins. But like, why? Pikmin 4, is Pikmin 4 not beautiful? Does it not have good sound design? Why is it only there? Oh yeah, best strategy and best family game. Yeah, why is it not in the more like, I don't know, developed categories? I just want Tears of the Kingdom to win so I can see Anderson lose his mind. Yeah. I mean, the general public thinks Mario's not. Yeah, the general public voted for Hitler or something. I don't know. Andrew Jackson. Really, Vosh? I mean, kind of. Hogwarts Legacy is the best-selling game this year. It isn't even on here. If you want to go by best-selling game, the best-selling game is probably shit like Bloom's Tower Defense 6. I almost said Hitler Legacy. I mean, technically, yeah. Hogwarts Legacy sold a metric fuck ton of copies.
Where the
because it's
fuck
a,
are you guys
like,
going?
Big production Harry Potter game. But nobody has talked about it since. Nobody remembers it. Nobody cares about it. It's known almost exclusively for the anti-trans culture war bullshit that enshrouded.
Fuck, they saw
its
me.
release. This is one of the reasons
Emily,
why I said
Emily.
that boycotting it was pointless. Not only because you're not going to put a dent in the numbers, and because you'll make us look bad when it does well anyway, but because it's not going to be a culturally significant game anyway. The writing was on the wall before it was even released. It was like a game that was like pumped up almost entirely by its IP.
Attention, Dunwall citizens. Hiram Burrow, formerly the Lord Regent.
Alright, where's Emily at now? Callisto. Oh boy.
Is there an MMO category? No, thank fuck. Besides, if there was an
fucking
MMO
asshole.
category, like, I don't know what you would get from it. There's only so many MMOs, right? And they don't tend to release that often. It would just be like World of Warcraft winning for 50 years in a row.
Holy shit, holy shit.
Well, hold on. Yeah, they did have the ongoing category, and Genshin Impact was there. Isn't Genshin Impact an MMO? Yeah, it is. I think. Yeah. No, it's not. It's a gacha MMO. If you squint your eyes. Multiplayer is in lobbies, not open. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought that multiplayer, I thought you would just walk around and see
Watch
other
out.
people. I did not know that. Gotcha. Okay, so it's not an MMO, just a forever game, gotcha game, pedophile game, whatever. Okay. Genshin is an MMO just like Warframe is, but Warframe is also like Matt.
All right, we're gonna get this
Thanks,
achievement.
Brian. Huh.
Clean hands, or is it? Is that it?
What about content?
Yeah, clean
creator of the year?
hands.
Who gets that one? Iron Mouse, people make games, Quackity, Spreen, wow. All right, so hold on. I can feel my body aging as I look at this. Who in the ever-loving shit are these people? I know Quackity from that one meme where some 12-year-old on Twitter is like, "Can we talk about the way Quackity makes faces when he has feelings?" This person's a pedophile, I assume, from this, or at the very least, courts them.
Let's get it, Sam.
People make games with a very creative logo. I don't know. Spreen? This sounds like a name that like Justin Roiland would come up with in the earlier seasons of I like how I jokingly said this person's a pedophile because of their anime avatar, and people are responding with, "Dude, don't you know she's a woman and Spanish?" What? What do you say? What are you implying? Are you implying something? What? It was a joke. I don't know. It was an anime profile pic joke. What do you? She can't be. She's a Spanish woman. Okay. Jesus. Good Lord.
All I can say is it's been a pleasure serving with you.
People make games are the ones who did the Roblox investigation. Oh, you're right. Okay, that's pretty cool. You know what? Let's do some investigation. Iron Mouse.
Anyone deserves it, you do.
Oh man.
After she's on the throne, she won't
I'm trying to withhold my worst jokes, okay? About like community. This looks like a My Hero Academia character. The way the mouth does this like triangle curve. Okay, they're a VTuber. 1 million YouTube subs. I wish I had 1 million subs. Iron Mouse. Let's watch an Iron Mouse video. Okay. All right.
Yep.
Take a look.
Like lolly kid shit.
Spreen, 7 million subs.
Hola, soy Spreen.
Okay, they're Spanish.
¿Qué onda, gente de YouTube? Sean todos bienvenidos. Hoy voy a estar haciendo solicitudes de un ban, pero no lo voy a estar haciendo como lo hace la típica persona acá.
I think that they should win because I like the way their webcam did that little flip rather than it just transitioning from the full webcam script or web.
Como lo hace hoy voy a estar haciendo solicitudes de un ban, pero no lo voy a estar haciendo como lo hace la típica persona acá.
I think that they should win because I like the way their webcam did that little flip rather than it just transitioning from the full webcam screen to the picture-in-picture screen. I think that was cool, so I think that strong contender here. That one, in my opinion. Cypher PK. 7 million subs.
Fortnite is the biggest game in the world, but 10 years ago, it looked like this.
Okay. 768,000 views from less than a day ago. I busted 50 myths in Fortnite Chapter 1. Well, this pretty much looks exactly like what I imagine when I close my eyes and think popular gaming
Corvo,
YouTuber.
go on fucking rock.
My editors try too hard with their thumbnails.
Okay, great.
Iron Mouse is a disabled VTuber, has an amazing singing voice. She has a severe autoimmune disease. Why are you guys trying to guilt me? I was just making a joke about her having a cringe VTuber avatar. And I'm like, haha, anime profile pic. And you guys are like, she has cancer and she's an orphan. And I'm like, fuck. Okay, I'm sorry. Never mind. Iron Mouse sweeps the awards. Disabled Latina. Fuck. All right. Well done, everyone. Fuck. It's her birthday, boss. She can sing opera.
So, like, I'm wondering if I can do it. So before we leave, I'm gonna try to sing it.
She's friends with Nux Taco? Dude, really?
With my opera voice. Ooh,
Locked?
what I always see.
What the
Yeah, she's got pipes. For real, for real. The Nux Taco? Really? Okay, we're done. I mean, VTubing is cringe incarnate as a scene. Yeah, I guess so.
Gatehouse drainage.
Didn't check Quackity. I'm not checking Quackity. Quackity is hot. I'm sorry. It's probably like an age difference thing, but Quackity looks like an actual child to me. I don't know how old Quackity actually is. Maybe you're like 20 and he's 20, but like he looks like a kid to me. Who's Quackity? This one. Who's next, Taco?
So you're a Twitch thought, nasty greedy witch thought, your simp thought. I'm the chat type, very posh fans.
Why do you have the lyrics? Because it's a fucking bop. Because I've heard it too many times. It's too funny. Every time I see it on the TL, I have to listen to it again. It's too fucking funny, dude. His like weird, like scratchy voice. It's so fucking good. He has a podcast with Muda, and it's painful when he speaks. Dude, no shit. Holy fuck. I really stay out of the loop with people's like relationships and fucking contact, man. Muda? Oh man, that's got to be funny as fuck. I respect Muda. I just woke up feeling that today. Did you watch Amazing Digital Circus? Yeah, I did. Did you guys see how many fucking...
shit.
Yeah, me and everyone else on Earth. Holy shit. In like 1 month, the
I'm getting
Amazing Digital Circus
pushed
got more views than Has Been a
out.
Hotel or Hell of a Boss by
I'm
a
getting-
huge margin. It's up to 109
Getting, like,
million
circled
views,
around the
making it,
island?
as
What
I
the fuck is
understand,
going
the
on?
most successful independent animation project.
Is there like a
released
drain or
ever.
something I can go down? This is...
Holy shit. Undeservedly IMO. Yeah, not to sound bitter or like preferential, I think that based purely on opening
Fish.
episodes, I guess this is the pilot, not episode 1, whatever. I don't think this is as interesting as Hell of a Boss. I think that Hell of a Boss is actually pretty great, though it definitely has its missteps, and a lot of people like to dump in it because it's like a popular thing. You know. But you know, it's
There's a
also
fish
just a
here.
pilot.
You guys got any
Maybe
events
it'll
to
do
go
better.
through?
It's for literal children. Well, you know, it's YouTube independent media. It's like appealing to children is in large part always going to be a good and smart part of the business model.
Not really.
You know, kids will buy the plushies. They're like super artistically excited about shit, so they'll talk about it with their friends.
Gatehouse
I don't think that's bad.
drainage.
I think that as when you get older, there's like a reflexive desire to not be interested in stuff that's made for all ages, like meant to be entertaining for everyone. And sometimes you might roll your eyes at stuff that that feels like it's not for you. But that's kind of the case with a lot of good media, right? Like even Avatar: The Last Airbender, which I still think is probably the best Western
Let me see, maybe
animation
there's a way I can jump
show
over that
ever
gate
made.
in there.
There are
Pretty
plenty
sure
of
I
scenes in
can.
that are a little bit like cringe-inducing from the perspective of an adult, where it's like, but you're charitable to it. So they like make a goofy kid joke, and you're like, okay, like you know, I'm watching a fucking Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, yeah, whatever. It came out
I'm
on
done.
Nickelodeon. Like, yeah, it's gonna have that, but it's still gonna be really good. So
Gotta get to the
likewise, like
drainage.
this has that too.
Oh,
not to
I
say this is
remember.
the quality of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Not even. That's a very high bar. Still good. The Amazing Digital Circus is better than ATLA? True. Maybe you identify with Blitzo? I mean, it's not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. One of the things that disposes me towards Hell of a Boss is the fact that it's an extremely horny and queer show. So, like, you know, there's sort of a demographic overlap there. You know, I saw Bibsy pop a few times at Anime Expo before she got really, really famous. I should have gotten something signed by her. It'd probably be really tough to do that now. I do sympathize with Blitzo.
Nothing.
The O is silent, you fuck. Yeah, true. Have you had your
shit!
today, Boss? Just wondering because
God
you were
damn
in
it, you
a rush.
fucking
What?
assholes. Get the fuck out of my way.
Thank you for reminding me.
Gun.
Wait.
It's gun time. I'm just trying to get to the gatehouse drainage. That's it.
Yum yum.
Oh, I killed him.
All right. Okay, this is a politics channel, isn't it? My God. Hitting the ad
Take
button is
off. How did I
punishment
take off
for an hour of
the
non-politics content.
energy for that? The gate. Oh fuck.
Republican infighting. Is it true?
One thing. I want my Republican colleagues to give me one thing.
Gatehouse wall of light. Perfect.
That I can go campaign on and say we did. One. Anybody sitting in the complex, if you want to come down to the floor and come explain to me one material, meaningful, significant thing the Republican majority has done, one thing.
To be fair, he probably is just accusing the Republican majority of not, like, I don't know, passing enough bills that ban being black or whatever.
Were you aware of this?
Congresswoman, as I said, I haven't seen the photos that you're holding up before.
Maybe, well, I posted them on my Twitter account. It's public. You know, maybe
I don't
you guys
spend a lot of time on Twitter.
Well, you know, oh, I'm sure you do, because the Department of Homeland Security, organized with other offices, has censored many Americans, including myself.
I'm not part of the Department of Homeland Security.
Right.
What the fuck is she waffling about? What?
Right, Mr. Ray, you should you should be interested in investigating
You should be in the DHS. What? You should be. You should be.
terrorism. And this, were you aware of this?
Incredible stuff.
Oh, it's
Man, I really fucking hate liberals, okay? If liberals are so smug in Ivory Tower, like, what is this? When somebody's acting like this, you don't say, wow, she's evil. You call her a retard. Unironically. When conservatives see shit like this, all they do is roll their eyes and think, ugh, liberal. What this isn't evil. It's retarded. You call it retarded, okay? Like, but that's like, you're already abandoning civility here. So, like, why go after the wrong thing to be uncivil about? You know, nobody has ever been moved over with like impetuous, declarations of how evil their guys are. But plenty of people, especially from
It's
the right,
just the
are
wind.
moved over, through mockery. You can be stupid and evil, though. Calling people evil does not land. It's like, you have to understand, okay? To the average conservative, seeing a liberal post some Facebook meme tier argument about how Trump is bad or whatever, like Orange Man bad is literally like one of the first things they come up with to immediately denounce, like thought-terminating cliche. With any moral denunciation. Hillary called them deplorables, they owned it. Clearly, accusing them of being bad doesn't do anything. Accusing them of being stupid does. And I think that you can pull off calling them evil, but it has to be done in a specific way. Like, you guys understand that when I cover Republican stuff, my commentary on their behavior does not begin and end with me saying, that's dumb of them, they're evil. Like, there is first of all, I use much funnier words than this. And second of all, I try to sort of deliver it in a format that avoids this particular brand of like cringy Wymon Facebook ownage. It's the exact same reason why Nazis appropriate the iconography from Pink Floyd's The Wall or from American History X, but they won't appropriate the iconography or messaging from like Jojo Rabbit, because Nazis like being called evil. When they're called evil, when you do like these big like statements on how they're like these dark iron like men who trample the earth, like they love that shit, you know? They love that. It makes them feel cool. If you make fun of them for being fucking drug-addicted, Coomer, race-obsessed,
Gotta knock 'em out.
They don't own that. They don't want to own that. That doesn't make them look good. That doesn't make them feel cool and powerful. You know. We all saw that Lindsay Ellis essay. Yeah, because it's good and true. You're saying we shouldn't vote for Biden, or we should? Pardon me, what are you...
You gonna turn around or? Yeah, it might be worth checking out. Suspicious noises. Guy's a fucking asshole.
Silly. It's like how Nick Fuentes doesn't care if you call him racist, but gets ass mad if you call him a cum hunter. Exactly. Precisely. Alright, moving on. Breaking. Keir Starmer has had 10 labor frontbenchers quit on him over a Gaza ceasefire. God damn, 10? Frontbenchers are the people that you would put in power if you were the majority leader, right? Damn, you know you're on the wrong side of history when you lose the support of Andy Slaughter. God damn. 56 Labour MPs defied Starmer's authority and voted for a ceasefire. Frontbenchers also refers to anyone in the government. 7 minutes ago, Loafer Starmer's frontbenchers resigned over labor leaders' refusal to back Gaza ceasefire. 4 labor MPs have dramatically quit the party's frontbench in order to vote for a ceasefire in Gaza. I love the Labor Party. Yum, yum, yum. Meanwhile, the rising left-wing party in Ireland and the potential next Irish Prime Minister call for Israel to be brought in front of the International Criminal Court. Yeah, Ireland's been pretty consistently based on this. This is because, you know, as much as we kind of downplay it and overlook it, because when we hear about the oppression of Irish people in America, it's usually in the context of smarmy white 17-year-olds arguing that white people were slaves too. The Irish were actually genocided.
I'm supposed to actually fucking
Irish
find
were basically
Martin in
like
them?
a little pocket of the third
Oh
world
my
in
God.
Western Europe with regards to like being colonized, oppressed, genocided, and exploited.
Holy shit.
You know, by Europeans. Very particular situation there. So they have this wonderful tendency where when people
Holy
across the
fucking
world,
shit.
are being oppressed in some fashion, the Irish are like, dude.
All right.
They're just like
Forgot
us.
about that.
Today we are all Palestinians. Hell yeah, dude.
This is a moment of reckoning for world leaders, for the European Union, a test of commitment to human rights, peace, democracy. We ask, where is the protection of international law for every child killed in Gaza, for every Gazan mother holding the cold body of their dead child? Israel cannot be allowed to commit atrocities with impunity. The government says that Israel's actions cannot be without consequences.
Yeah, people joke about it, but the Irish potato famine was such a devastating blow to the population of Ireland that today, to this day, today, the population of Ireland has still not reached what it was at its peak 200 years ago. The green line is Ireland's population. Right here, at its peak, and then the famine. And this is where it is today.
I agree. That is why the Irish government must take the lead and refer Israel to the International Criminal Court and send the...
To be fair, a lot of that is probably from immigration, right? Yeah, but like, this is still crazy unique in the whole world. Like, yeah, a lot of people emigrated, but Britain, like, basically caused the entire situation. Like, the British essentially willfully denied them both the ability to safely migrate in many cases, or food, or like crop diversification. Like, they were right there, you know? The potato famine is the reason almost all Irish speak English as opposed to Gaelic as a first language today. Yeah, it was a very, very deliberate genocide. Like, what happened with the potato famine was more direct and overt and obvious and like, you know, culpable than the Holodomor from Stalin.
Israeli ambassador home.
They starved them, right? Okay, basically, okay, my understanding of what happened basically is that Ireland was colonized and you had British-owned, Irish-worked farms in Ireland. Like, it was a lot of farmland and it was owned by the British. They basically did the same thing in Ireland that they did with the Raj in India. And when the famine started happening, rather than like aiding or assisting in any way, the British kept like taking out their own food and leaving the Irish only the potatoes, which were the things affected primarily by the plague. So like they essentially robbed them of the food they could have used, and then didn't provide aid or like accommodations. And there was a lot of shit back then where it was like, yeah, we should just like bleed out their population a bit. They're getting a bit too uppity for our tastes, essentially. They took the food out. They kept the food out. You know. Okay, Comrade Robin Hood, I strongly encourage you to look at the history of the Irish potato famine. It's a lot more direct than you think. And they actively blocked aid, yeah. Yeah, we read about that when Keffels was having that debate. The Ottoman Empire attempted to send aid Ireland. But the British tried to block the ships. The Ottoman Sultan Khalifa Abdul Majid I declared his intention to send £10,000 to aid Ireland's farmers. However, Queen Victoria intervened and requested the Sultan send only £1,000 because she herself had only sent £2,000. So the Sultan sent only £1,000, but he also secretly sent 5 ships full of food. The English courts attempted to block the ships, but the food arrived in Drogheda.
Oh my God, I didn't
was
save.
left there by Ottoman sailors. That £10,000 the Sultan pledged the Irish would be worth approximately £800,000 or 1.7 million today, or something along those lines. If you read a bit more, Queen Victoria denied the genocide by purposefully traveling in the areas that were least touched by the famine. To be fair, I too, as a monarch, would travel to the least touched by famine areas if I didn't want to be beheaded by the local peasantry, but you know.
Nice.
Oh, right. Starmer, Labour MPs. That's right.
Yeah, it's just the rats.
A total of 10 members of Keir Starmer's front bench resigned or were sacked after the Labour leader was hit by a mass rebellion over a stance on a ceasefire in Gaza. Jess Phillips and a number of other Labour MPs dramatically quit in order to support an immediate cessation of fighting and a major blow to Sir Keir's authority. It is, man, it is so crazy how the Labour Party went from somebody who was... Again, I take plenty of issues with, you know, with Corbyn, but like a guy that left-leaning to fucking Keir Starmer. Like, the...
Yep.
Jesus.
We aren't gonna make that.
Other shadow ministers and 56 Labour MPs in total defied their party leader to back a call for a ceasefire in the House of Commons. Miss Phillips said she resigned with a heavy heart, but said she could see, quote, no route where the current military action does anything but put at risk the hope of peace and security for anyone in the region now and in the future. Well, that seems nice. The Tories are only 19% of the vote in the polls now. Yeah, it's, man, and I wish we had a better understanding of how much the Labour Party's current popularity in the UK was a product of their shift towards the right. Because I genuinely feel like if Corbyn was still the leader of the Labour Party, they would still be massively far ahead. The thing that's led to the shift in voting has mostly been the incompetence of the Tories, I think. Like, I don't think people in Britain are going like, yeah, we're so jazzed up and excited about Keir Starmer and his incredibly sensible, moderate leadership. Maybe there are some people who are like that, but I'm willing to bet the majority of the shift has been people moving from the incredibly incompetent Tories and their fucking revolving door of PMs. You know, like, all of this was for nothing. And I presume there's no chance for the left to retake the Labour Party? Well, never say never, but, you know. Most polling shows favorability towards deficit spending, a ceasefire, and nationalization. People don't like him, they just hate the Tories. Yeah. Yeah, we saw this, K. Comrade Robin Hood. Sola Breverman, the fascist who got the far right to come out on the 11th, is going to drop dogs that will rock the party. So they're going to do even more infighting. Sola Breverman's allies are threatening to drop a, quote...
Okay, the objective is there. I think my game just got bugged.
Does he need more shit on him? Like
I
what?
thought I did
Dude,
all the
why
objectives.
are you doing, like, oppo research on people who are already waist-deep in shit? What do you... like, not to say I mind. I love it. But, like, what are you doing? It really is like they're fighting to be like king of the junk pile. Like they know that the Tories are plummeting in popularity, and they're all just trying to decide who will be the top dog in the scrapyard. Meanwhile, the actual top dog in terms of popularity, Keir Starmer, is a fucking loser. Like. Why are we still talking about the most irrelevant dead empire in Europe? It is true that the UK is nowhere near as relevant as it used to be, especially since they went through with Brexit. But, you know, there are still people, good people, who live there, you know, theoretically, so... Israeli soldiers were conducting a military operation at Al Shifa Hospital in Gaza City on Wednesday. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Man, I love how clear it is just from the photos. Not this photo, come on. Nope. Like, this incredibly advanced modern main battle tank overlooking this, you know? From the position it's in, too, like, it could just fire and errantly wipe out a dozen lives. You know, like, it's just, it's so sinister. Can you imagine being a resident of this city and just having this cannon? Like, not just one, of course, but many of them. It's just the power imbalance. Quote, it is significantly better to live in the United States than the UK.
I'm sorry, I was extremely dumb. I don't know what I was doing. Woo!
Could you list some?
Yes!
Sure. We're not a dying country.
Shit.
We have a robust growing economy.
The end.
Our
That's it.
average
No
growth
new game
standard
plus,
of
no
living
nothing.
is significantly higher.
Holy
you
shit.
know, they may technically have the NHS, but at the rate it's being privatized, I'm pretty sure that's not going to be an advantage for them.
So many trophies, though. Goddamn. How many are here?
When it comes
10?
to power prices, consumption of like goods, food. Excuse me. Believe it or not, we actually have less regional inequality than they do. Basically, all the wealth in the UK is concentrated in London, with very, very little of it elsewhere.
Man, 5 unintentional suicides
it just seems like in
and
America
grabbed a
there's like
live
path
grenade and threw
forward,
it back.
And in Britain, I just don't know.
I guess
what
I
it
could
is.
do
I don't know.
that.
I would need to think about it more.
I could try. Nobody throws
also,
grenades.
the weather's better in the United States.
Let's see if there's a good
better,
mission
like
for that.
significantly better. You know,
What's the name of that?
It's gloomy and foggy and raining,
Back
and
home.
cold, and dark all the time in the UK. Whereas over here in America, we have lots of environments and weather and whatnot. Also, we don't have a fucking king. A king!
You watched and listened when other men would have shouted and waved.
You literally live in Seattle? Seattle has significantly less food and rain than London does.
Passing of the plague and Emily's ascension comes a golden age brought about by your hand.
London gets 1,675 sunshine hours a year.
And decades hence, when your hair turns white and you pass from this world,
Working at sunshine hours
Emily the Wise
in Seattle.
The power will lay your body down.
I'm gonna go roll up.
Because you know more than you will protect. Farewell.
Yo.
That was worth a blunt.
On average, total annual amount of sun in Seattle, Washington is 2,180. So we get about, I don't know, 25% more sun? I don't know. Less gloomy. Whatever. Rain doesn't mean it's gray. Yeah, also, when we have rain, it's cloudy. When London has rain, it's gloomy. Big difference. Big difference. This is London weather. Behold. It's not like a rainstorm on itself or whatever. It's just a big blanket of gray that overtakes the city. This is what makes people kill themselves. It's literally like depression filter. Like, London just looks like the filter you would put on a movie to indicate the main character is feeling depressive. Whereas in Seattle, while we do sometimes have gloomy days, usually when we have rain, it's because it's cloudy, which means that we have clouds overhead that are raining, but you can still see sunlight in the distance or towards the horizon.
Let me get that grenade trophy.
We have texture in the clouds, which is, in my opinion, a lot more interesting and uplifting than if it's just a pure gray blanket. I think that it's a significant difference. It's important to me, if nothing else.
Used to be to go straight up Clavering Boulevard, but now it's not so easy.
Stuff like this.
The city's dead of the plague.
Of course, it's nothing compared to Los Angeles, which is where I grew up in terms of like sunshine days, but I think that it's better for it to be cloudy rather than gloomy.
Man walks through one of those and he ends up burned to a crisp. Everything not controlled by the City Watch is gang territory. There are the real odd birds living on the fringes like that Granny Braggs. They say she's nuts.
Well, at least London doesn't have as much smog. Smog in Washington? Do you have any idea how clean this state is? Seattle actually gets really pretty cloud formations. Ain't that nice? Vosh, I meant this LA. Oh, yes, yes. LA has plenty of smog. Washington is incredibly clean. The state of Washington is so clean that they actually no longer require you to get your car checked for smog emissions. I don't necessarily know if that's a wise decision, but the logic from the state was like, we have essentially perfect air. We're not really worried about fog or smog or whatever, so like whatever.
Attention Dunwall citizens. This special event is the Lord Honorable Lord Regent. This is the Lord Regent. It is with regret that I announce my term as Lord Regent.
Is that like the only good state to live in? Oh, no. They're American. You know, it depends on where you are in a state. London has better public transport. That's true, but that's a low bar compared to America. I'll take that one, yeah. What can a UK leftist like me do to help my dying empire? I genuinely don't know. I feel quite hopeless about the state of the UK, but maybe things will change in the future. Sometimes you just have to wait for the material conditions to change. You know? The river that runs through London is vile. Yeah, that's true. Cleanest air U.S. states. States with the best air quality. Number 1, Hawaii. Ha! Can tell this study was taken more than a year ago. Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Virginia. I'm surprised by that. Massachusetts, Louisiana, Alaska, and Washington. There we go. Oh, listed as number 2 in best states overall. What's number 1? Not Louisiana. That's number 50.
I hear the second day is when the skin really starts to come all the way off. Is that true? Or is it... I need more men. Take this.
You gonna throw a grenade?
What's the most polluted air quality?
Fuck.
Arizona. Yee.
I think he only has one
here's
grenade on him.
California right above it. Nice. Great.
Pick it up. Fuck.
The Great Smog of London in 1952 literally killed 4,000 people. The entire city was completely engulfed for days with zero visibility. God damn. That's some fucking supernatural horror shit. Jesus.
Didn't kill you? Come on. Get another one.
Huh.
Oh, I dropped it.
Basically one giant forest, so it doesn't surprise me. Virginia is supposed to be Virginia is supposed to be one of the most beautiful places in the world, and I guess New Hampshire as well, because they're right. You know. I've heard lots of really.
How are you not dead?
Oh, sorry, wait, not Virginia. I was thinking Vermont. My bad. V. I'm tired. Okay, blah. No, I know. Virginia, Southern. I know. Vermont. I was thinking Vermont. I know. I'm tired. Please. I'm thinking. Virginia is still supposed to be very beautiful.
Oh, God damn
I was thinking Vermont when I said most beautiful. However, Virginia is still very beautiful.
You're still not dead? It is going behind you. Pick
One
up.
of the things that
God
I really like
damn
about
it.
Seattle that I didn't see much of in Los Angeles is there's been a deliberate effort to introduce a lot of arboreal diversity. That means tree diversity, right? I think. In planting on the hillsides that are protected, so that during the fall, when the leaf colors change, you get a huge diversity in the color of the trees. This is like all over Seattle for like a third of the year, because the firs always stay green, of course, but then all the dioecious trees, you know, go through their own like color cycles. So there's a lot of variety there. Let me see if I can. Can I get a shot of like next to the 5?
Beautiful. Oh yes.
Because that's what I see all the time.
Now 5 unintentional suicides.
It's really difficult
think I
looking
can do
for
that.
photos of the natural world on Google, because when you do, everyone always like ups the saturation on the photos, which really bothers me because the natural world is already so beautiful. You don't need to do that.
Yeah, I think I can do it here.
This is it, sir. I suspect half
I just want to find the one. Hold on.
Knowing them, they're not giving up without a fight. I remember hearing the Admiral and Martin talking about this place as where they hold up if they have
Maybe if I just look up Seattle City during fall.
reached the fort, the gatehouse, and there's a one way to the top. All I can say is that
It's not showing the city. It's showing like saturation enhanced photos of like Rainier Natural Park or whatever, which is really pretty, but it's not what I see day to day. I live in the city, not fucking 50 miles away in the park or whatever.
you do. Give my best,
Does nobody just take photos of? I'm getting annoyed. Okay, anyone here who lives in or has been around Seattle, you know what I'm talking about with like the hillsides by the 5, right? Where like the Okay, I'm only going to spend like 2 more minutes on this. The 5 is the only urban highway that I don't like genuinely hate, and the reason for that is because the portion of it that passes through the city is kind of interesting to look at and drive through. Like, for instance, the 5 goes underneath the main Seattle Convention Center, like this, which is called the Arch, because it's over it. And there's a park built on top of the convention center that overlooks the freeway.
I don't have any rewire tools.
And plants and trees and stuff. So you have like this cool brutalist geometric like formation that you drive underneath, and you can look down. And I you know, if you're gonna have an urban highway, there are certainly worse ways of doing it. Yeah, it's literally eco-brutalism. This is an older picture of it. I think it's been more developed since then. And the 5 separates 2 portions of the city.
Well, I know they
very
hate
different
water.
locations. It separates Capitol Hill, the gay area, and the Capitol Hill's like at a higher elevation, so you can look down on everything. It's pretty cool. I'm almost done. I need to see if I can, because now it's just bothering me that I can't find a photo of the thing I'm thinking of. Okay.
Unintentional suicide?
Try Google Street View. I don't know if that'd give me what I want. I'm almost there. I'm zoning in, okay? I'm like the geolocator guy. I'm calculating, I'm centering, I'm adjusting my goggles, you know? I'm sorry, I can't find it. But basically, right here, this is when the 5 is leaving the city from the south, and there's this big, like, castle-looking building up here on the top of the hill, and there are trees all around the sides of the hill because they're too steep to build houses on. So the trees here get really, really pretty. Is it hospital? I think it might be a hospital. But the trees there get really, 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 really pretty. During the fall. Lots of different colors. Okay, that's enough. Sorry. Politics, hello? Asterisk, politics, hello? Hello? Politics.
Go up, Corvo. What the fuck?
Move in! That's not very political.
Oh my fucking god. What the fuck is wrong with him?
Wait, is this the video I keep seeing from the 5? Yes. The famous, poorly designed Seattle 5 downtown
obstructed
exit. Now I've taken this exit.
If that's not an unintentional suicide, I don't know what that is.
I simply choose to not spiral out of control when driving through it. It's not that poorly designed. It's pretty poorly designed. Basically, you're on the 5 and you're taking the exit, and you get onto an off-ramp that's in an enclosed space, like it's a tunnel off-ramp, and then there's a sharp turn, and then you have about 150 feet before you hit a red light. So it is pretty weird to have an off-ramp that goes from main freeway speed.
I need some suicides.
Sharp turn to 150 foot. You know, barrier, 150 foot distance before the light. That's pretty weird. But you know.
What a fucking piece of shit. Get the fuck over here.
Oh yeah, here we go. You can see. See? Remember that? Remember that? We saw that together. Remember that? We saw that together. Eco-brutalism. Remember that? I remember.
The fuck? How did you not fall in?
Now, obviously, if you're paying attention, that's plenty of time to slow down. The problem is, you know how people are. They go like 60 miles an hour, and then they're
dumb.
like, oh, I'll slow down as I hit the curve, and then they turn into it, and they don't realize that they have very little time.
Wait,
like,
what?
they better already be slow. It's a sightline issue. No, it's
Oh,
not
back
that
home,
bad,
I got
but
that
the fact
one.
that a lot of people crash there is
Just this one
a
stupid
design
fucking
problem.
achievement. I caused 5 unintentional suicides.
This person went into
Made
the turn
so
pretty
many
slowly
enemies
as
kill
well.
kill each
See,
other.
I was going 25 miles per
That's
hour
dumb.
around the bend. I don't go 25 miles per hour around that bend. Like, most people are going highway speeds, like 65 here, and then they start slowing down around here, and then they're going like 45 around the turn.
I'm really on for
and
the
then there's a light
downloadable
break.
content.
So, anyway,
Kind of want to start Teardown.
the sign says 20 miles per hour.
I'll
You
wait for
guys
the next
clearly
game.
Don't drive. Nobody in America
Or
ever
maybe come back to it.
reads and respects speed limits on signs.
Ah.
Nobody does. Nobody does. In fact, in a good road system,
Let me at least
you
check it
wouldn't
out,
even
see
need
what
those
it's
signs because the road
done well.
itself
City
should be
trials,
designed in such a
mobility,
way to limit your
stealth,
speed.
action,
If you want
puzzle.
people to go slower in your schools, you don't just give them a gigantic wide lane to zoom down and then put yellow signs up. Instead, you put traffic barriers, like concrete that juts into the road
Collect
that
the
they
4
have to drive
clues without
around,
being detected to
or speed
discover who
bumps.
your target is.
You know, in a perfect road system, you would never need a speed limit because the road would dictate your speed. That is a better way of designing things. It's safer. The math proves it. Like, we know this. Can Americans really not read signage? No, I don't think anyone can, to be honest. Okay, this has been a very off-topic stream, but I haven't lost a bunch of viewers, so I must at least be being entertaining. Okay. Let's go to a jarring shift in tone.
Boot stealth. Collect clues. There's one clue right there. Your target wears.
Remember
blue
how about
clothes.
like 2 weeks ago there was a big kerfuffle over the striking of the parking lot outside of Al Shifa Hospital in Gaza City, largest hospital in the region? I assume you remember, it was a pretty big deal. Well, Al Shifa Hospital has finally been reached by IDF ground forces, and they began their invasion less than 24 hours ago. The claims made by the IDF are that Hamas has super ultra tunnels
There's one
that they've
clue
dug
by that
50
lady.
million miles deep, where they
Hold
have,
on, where?
I don't know, chemical and nuclear weapons.
Another one?
I'm
getting
you know,
it.
The question is, can they
Oh,
prove
another
it?
one.
The answer
Oh,
thus far
so many clues.
is no. Al Shifa Hospital, again, it has been used as a place of healing and safety to the extent that either can really exist in Gaza Strip at the moment. And the arrival of ground forces at Al Shifa Hospital represents a significant clash between what remains of the civilian population of
There's a man,
Palestinians
it's
in
probably
Gaza
that guy
City
there.
and the IDF. Remember, the IDF weeks ago ordered the removal of everyone from Gaza City. Obviously, this was an unlawful, ridiculous, ethnic
another
cleansing
clue in there.
adjacent order. Because the odds of them getting their houses back afterwards are essentially nil and remain
Shit.
essentially nil. So there are people who
chandelier
remain,
in
many of them
there.
at Al Shifa Hospital, and you know now the IDF is there.
Don't notice
So,
me, don't notice me, don't notice me.
What's going on? I asked, genuinely not knowing, because I woke up and panic rolled out of bed. The start stream. Israel, Hamas war live. Israel raids Gaza's Al Shifa Hospital. Hamas rejects Israeli claim and uncovered weapons during hours-long raid
in
Al
that
Shifa Hospital, the
room,
largest
right?
medical complex in the
Oh,
Gaza Strip.
shit, it's, like, right in
Palestinian
front
Foreign
of them?
Ministry also warns against Israel's, quote, misleading fabrications about Al Shifa where thousands are taking shelter. So I personally have already seen a massive wave of disinformation coming from the like pro-Zionist people online. There was a fake
Where's a helmet,
video
a hat,
made
or a
by
mask?
like
Oh,
Palestinian nurse saying like, hey, Hamas is here. There's 50 million Hamas here, and that turned out to be fake. There have been people saying they found evidence of Hamas tunnels under the hospital, and it turns out those photos were like a decade old. So, you know, there's not much to that. Obviously, the fascists are going to lie. You know, they've acted very much like Russia in that regard. Oh yeah, the calendar. Oh man, Al Shifa Hospital.
We got
calendar.
a rat over there. Let's check you out. Let's go get that clue.
Oh please, where is that? Why can't I find it? Info on the tunnels? Yo. There was that 3D rendered map of
shit,
the
they
tunnels
saw me.
too. Yeah.
God damn it. Oh,
Hold
fuck.
There's
So
apparently a large
close.
underground bunker and tunnel system underneath the hospital. This is known because Israel built it, lol. The Israelis are so sure about the location of the Hamas bunker, however, not because they're trying to score propaganda points or because it has been repeatedly mentioned in past Midwest reporters, but because they built it. Back in 1983, when Israel still ruled Gaza, they built a secure underground operating room and tunnel network beneath Shifa Hospital, which is among several reasons why Israeli security sources are sure there's a Hamas command bunker in or around the large cement basement beneath the area built to the hospital, which reporters are obviously prohibited from entering. What is this sourced from? Internationalreview.icrc. I'll have to take a look at that. I did see this one, which was
oh fuck, they saw me.
Where people were claiming that in Al Shifa Hospital they found like a schedule for guards to supervise hostages, and it turns out it was literally just a calendar. There are a lot of bits of propaganda that Israel has released that just rely on absolutely nobody knowing Arabic. Like just hoping and praying that not a single person that still has an internet connection understands Arabic.
Damn. Can't let anyone. I don't want him
This
to get
one's
any
funny.
warning signs.
The Israeli
on me.
army took control of the Rantisi Children's Hospital in Gaza and found a secret tunnel leading 20 meters below ground to a Hamas compound and control center. Weapons, baby bottles,
man.
and motorcycles in the tunnel indicate hostages were held there. Is that what that means?
Explosive proofs, so it looks like a hard evidence, a clear evidence that the hospital direction is connected. This is a cover tunnel. It's part of the same floor, and it slides down here.
So we've talked about this before, but like believing anything the IDF says at face value makes you an idiot, like just a complete buffoon. For one, and I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on anything regarding like hospital infrastructure, but there are plenty of things that hospitals have that lead to underground passages just as a normal matter of course. That can lead to fuel, that can lead to power, that can lead to storage. It could have been built by Israel. As a matter of fact, considering the hospital was, as the article claims, built, my understanding, back when Israel controlled the Gaza Strip, it could very well be something they built. It could be a bomb shelter from the bombs that Israel has had a history of dropping on Gaza Strip. Until you find hard, and I mean direct evidence of anything verified by international reporters, not just what the IDF says. Trusting the IDF at their word makes about as much sense as trusting Russia at their word. It does. They lie just about as often. You encounter any kerfuffle, any disagreement, any mote of propaganda. Why would you take their word for it? You know. And now we have this. What is this? Weapons cache or cache. I always forget which one it's supposed to be. Recovered by the IDF in the MRI department of the Al Shifa Hospital. So first, let's examine this claim at face value, okay? Right off the bat. Assuming this is true, and again, assuming this is true, so? Like genuinely so? The claim made by Israel, and the presumption they are making, is that if they can prove that Hamas is using human shields, that would then justify the indiscriminate slaughter of those human shields. That is the direct connection they're relying on you to make.
Oh shit.
Israel is invading the Gaza Strip. Hamas is a militant terrorist organization. Does Hamas keep weapons places? No shit. They're the ruling group in the Gaza Strip. There is nothing that they could find in a hospital that would justify striking that hospital, apart from
What?
some
Where
kind
the
of
fuck were
covert
you?
secret document that
God
proves
damn
every
it.
single innocent baby there is actually some sort of Hamas sleeper cell agent. I don't think they're going to find that. Actually, knowing Israel, they probably are going to find that soon. They're going to show it to us. It'll be written in English, and it's going to have like a bunch of spelling errors and written in crayon.
Jesus.
Like, you know,
Dude, they have
very
really good
incredible.
sight. What the
Or
fuck is this on
non-incredible.
veteran difficulty? Holy shit.
This is right off the Israel channel as well.
All right.
The OSN technical group doing it what it does best, which is just directly regurgitating state propaganda when it's from Israel and rejecting it when it's from Russia, because they have no principles other than getting more money off that blue check. From the Israel account, they say this exactly. Our forces found weapons, tech equipment in Hamas's operational command center in the MRI building of the Shifa hospital in Gaza. Yes, you heard that right, in the MRI building in the hospital. Again,
The clues keep going
even
further
if
out.
Every claim
Oh,
they
shit.
made about Hamas's presence in civilian infrastructure, something which, by the way, I don't contest this. The idea that Hamas uses human shields is not a proposition that I contest. They do.
Wait,
They
what?
do that. They have done that.
20?
That's
Okay,
their whole
we'll go over
modus
there.
operandi. It has nothing to do with Israel's solution to this issue, which is to just
I wonder if there's like a time
throw
limit
their arms
thing
up
for
in the air
this.
and go, oh, well, I guess we can kill them then. You know? Like, that doesn't track. There's not a connection there. The calendar tweet? Oh, yeah, this. The
If I
specifics
have to
there.
guess
Found in the
who the-
basement of Rentisi
I get
Children's
extra points if
Hospital
I
in
just
Gaza, a
guess?
schedule showing the name of Hamas terrorists who
Interesting.
guarded the hostages.
Let's do
Every
that
name on
after.
this list.
We'll solve
This is
it
a dead
first.
man walking. And it's just a calendar.
Gotta wait for this guy to pass.
If anything, this actually, like, so not only does this make Israel look that much worse for the fake propaganda or whatever, but also it makes them look really bad that children's hospitals are so poor and deprived that they have to hand write out calendars with markers. Like, that's the level of
I can
tech
possess
the
these guys.
Palestinian people are
Interesting.
operating on. That's the level of, like,
Ew, come
monetary
over here.
deprivation they're suffering.
But what do you
that
mean
in order
obstructed?
to make a calendar, they need
What?
to get a sheet of paper and draw one on it, you know? Printer ink could be used to make rockets, yeah. Are you not familiar with the ancient Chinese, like, paper artillery battle tactics? Any paper sent to the Gaza Strip could be fired back at Israel. The IDF has also released an English propaganda video in the hospital. Oh, do you guys want to see the absolute fucking apex of Israel transparently only pretending to be the good guys for the benefit of Western support? They're so bad at this, dude. They might actually be worse at this than Russia, and that's saying a lot, okay? Look at this, okay?
Might wanna go back to your
Look at
spot.
This is from
They
Israel's
need you.
account.
Your
This
people
isn't
need
made
you.
up, all right? Our forces are on the ground in Gaza delivering humanitarian aid to the Shifa hospital. Our goal is to continue the
clue
precise
there.
and targeted operation, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we know, of course, okay? Now, what does humanitarian aid look like when given from
Anybody else
Israel to
here?
the Palestinian people?
Oh, one more. pause.
Yes. I love receiving my big box of in English medical supplies that we printed off a sheet of paper and double-side tape to the box. This is my favorite way of delivering critical humanitarian
Another
aid
clue?
to a besieged
Go over there.
population that speaks Arabic. This is they literally look like video game pickups. Like this is like Red Barrel tier shit, you know? And they're all facing the camera too, obviously. This one's upside down, classic.
Excuse me,
Probably
ladies,
makes it look
just
more
need some
authentic.
loot.
Oh, you probably can't see it as well. These ones say baby food, and underneath it, it appears to say baby food in Arabic as well.
Another
So for
clue.
some reason, over here, we put the consideration for this, but I guess, I don't know, maybe we couldn't fit medical supplies both in
collect
English
all
and
the
in Arabic to
clues.
face the camera cleanly here, so yeah, I don't know. Incredible shit. I mean, I'm skeptical
more.
of Israel, and obviously this is for optics by them, but I don't think they'd lie about the contents of those boxes. You should believe that. Like,
Blue
there are already
clothes,
tons of
woman,
reports of the idea of
no
essentially
helmet,
taking photos with Palestinians and then
hat or
killing them,
mask.
of them, like, bombing their own trucks that they allow through. Well, not their own trucks, their own aid that they allow through. Like, they'll allow aid through, and then those will get targeted. There are no accidental strikes. Like, their munitions are perfectly capable of targeting specific areas.
Yeah, they're right
remember, their goal here is genocide. The only reason they would ever pretend otherwise is because they want to court like Western sympathy. To put it another way, I fully believe that if there was no West, if there was no rest of the world, if all of this was happening in a dark blanket, if all of this was happening like completely invisible to the world, I legitimately think they would have just taken the northern border and marched south and just killed 2 million people. I absolutely believe that 100%.
Madam Blue?
I think they would be just as indiscriminate and genocidal
I
as
got
like, the
you.
Nazis were, as
Coming
they
for
marched
that
through
ass.
Poland, rounded people up
Think she was in
ghettos,
here.
and then just pulled them into graves, 100%. The only reason we're getting this abstraction, this protracted, like, very obviously still a genocide, but like pretending that it's not bullshit, where they won't let people leave and they won't let people return, but they, like, the only reason we're getting any of this, I think, is because they know that there is a limit to Western support. Eventually, there is a line that, if crossed, they will. And by the way, this isn't the only time this has happened, okay? The United States has had to pull Israel back multiple times from overstepping the line in terms of like territorial acquisitions after the it was the Yom Kippur War, right, where they like took a bunch of territory in terms of previous like campaigns against the Gaza Strip. Like, this has happened before. The Yom Kippur was 73. Oh, the 67. Sorry, I might have mixed them up. This line where Israel has had to like be less fervently genocidal than they would otherwise be, and then like has to get pulled back. The military advisors the U.S. sent literally told them not to invade the Gaza Strip. We're so good with our soft words and a stick.
There she is.
Watch the link. It's better hearing it from them.
There is a list. This list.
Where am I gonna kill
in Arabic,
her, though?
In Arabic, this list says we are in an operation.
Find a good spot to kill
the operation
her.
against Israel started in the 7th of
body.
October.
I love to name my big sheets of paper we tape to the wall, beginning of operation against Israel. I love to do this.
Whatever.
This is a Guardian list where every terrorist writes his name, and every terrorist has his own shift guarding the people that were here.
That's how terrorists decide their guard shifts for hostages. You get a gold star if you do really well. Sign your name on the paper. We need a clock in date and a clock out date. Like, again, I love the idea that Hamas was able to spend
Emily's doll
months
not
and months
found.
and months building up like 1,000 people
Enemies
on the border to
dead
storm
or
across,
escaped?
totally take Israel by
What?
surprise. But at the same
That
time,
was-
they're conducting
wasn't that
their
her?
like their internal like logistical conversations on the level of like 5-year-olds.
What?
Wait, Vosh, did Hamas take weekends off? There were only 5 days a week. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, it just wraps around. It's just 5 across. It's just a fucking calendar. Serious question. What do you make of the U.S. saying Israel won't occupy Gaza after this is over, and Netanyahu saying that it won't happen? I really don't think we have much reason to trust either of them on that specific issue. Maybe they won't occupy Gaza because Gaza won't even exist. Maybe by not occupy, what they mean is not militarily occupy, but they'll have settlers there. Like, there's literally no fucking reason to trust, like, anything. I was going to show this at some point in the past, but I feel like it's relevant now in terms of, like, trustworthiness. Where is that clip? Oh, yeah. Good summary of main
What?
scenes. Really efficient
What
on
are...
Gaza.
What? How did you see me on top of here? No fucking way.
It's an entire nation out there.
Amalek is in the Torah. It's a nation that waged war against the Israelites.
Yeah, he saw me from the
By calling
chandelier.
Palestinians
What?
Amalek, he's essentially he's basically doing like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Alright,
shit.
whatever.
He's basically saying like
whatever.
the Palestinians
Chandeliers are a
just,
great place
like,
to
enemies
hide.
or whatever. They are
I
a
guess.
nation that is
Thanks for the tip.
existentially opposed to the existence of Israel.
Alright, base game was enough. Got a bug trophy so I can't get my platinum.
I'm
Fucking
pretty
stupid
sure
ass
that there are
shit.
biblical commandments in the Torah to kill all Amaleks. I'm pretty sure.
Tear down is next
Yeah.
up.
Didn't that just flash on screen? Now go and smite Amalek, utterly destroy all they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. 1 Samuel 15:3.